Chapter 99, The Dilemma of the Wealthiest Man Under the Heavens. Throughout the whole ride, Izuku was calm, and this annoyed Yamato. He expected him to plead for his life or something. After all, he was the almighty Yaoyorozu. But to his surprise, the boy just silently observed the area they were in. Looking at his calm demeanor, Yamato finally couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you scared? What if I attacked you or something?" Still looking out of the window, Izuku replied, "Well, you did say that as long as I don't do anything funny, I will be safe. Besides, if it really came to it, I will defend myself." Yamato was a bit disappointed. He wanted to scare the kid as much as possible, yet it had the opposite effect. Well, I did say that, but I expected a different reaction." They went on for a while before they stopped at an abandoned facility. Yamato motioned him to leave the vehicle and Izuku complied. Looking around, Izuku noticed that the place they were at was presumably an old coal factory, and he also saw that a bunch of Yamato's subordinates encircled him. Yamato gazed at the boy and said, "Now, you may be wondering why I brought you here. Maybe you already know. In any case, my subordinates went to investigate the alley my princess was attacked in, and they found some rather disturbing things." Izuku narrowed his eyes and said, "I am listening." Yamato motioned to his guards and they brought him a suitcase. Yamato received it and slid his hand across the surface of the suitcase. "Don't you just love the feeling of a new suitcase? Here, touch it." Izuku went forward and did as he was told. "It's just a normal suitcase. I don't see any difference." "I am sorry." Yamato sighed, showed a genuine smile and replied, "It's fine. Youngsters wouldn't get it anyway." He looked Izuku into his eyes and said, "I know what you did and I am grateful for it." Izuku was startled and wasn't sure what to do. He didn't want to expose himself immediately in case that Yamato was bluffing, so he just pretended as if he didn't know. "I am not sure I understand what you mean." Yamato smiled and opened up the suitcase. In the suitcase were a bunch of photos, a USB, and a plastic bag. Yamato put gloves onto his hands and pulled a weird slimy thing out of it. Izuku looked closer at the object in his hands and frowned. "It's an eyeball." Seeing Izuku's face, Yamato grinned like a kid and put the remains of the eyeball back into the plastic bag. He took off his gloves and handed Izuku the USB and the pictures. Izuku went through the pictures and all of them contained the bloodstains and blood puddles he left behind, since he was too lazy to take care of them. "How should I lie my way out of this?" Izuku thought. "Thank you." Yamato's voice brought Izuku back from his thoughts. He looked at him and replied, "For what?" "For saving my daughter. I am truly thankful." Yamato bowed and as a result, all of his guards panicked. "Sir. Don't do that. Sir. You didn't even bow to a president. Sir. What if this kid tells someone about it? Your reputation might decline if your rivals in business were to learn of something so shameful. They would just make fun of you." Yamato looked at his guards and replied, "Silence. What business rivals are you talking about? I am my own rival. There are no others." He looked back at Izuku and said, "I just wanted to thank you personally. The truth is that I saw the video footage of what happened to those people as those cameras are under my supervision. The moment I saw that my Momoko was in danger, I gave out the order to gather at that place and to follow their van." Yamato swallowed and continued, "But thanks to you, nothing major happened." Izuku processed all the information and concluded that it was pointless to hide things any longer. They had plenty of evidence on him. "It's true that I didn't check whether there were any cameras in there, but I didn't have time for that as her life was in danger." Izuku sighed and replied, "All right, what do you plan on doing with me now? Are you going to bring me to the police station? I don't really wish to return there again, as I've already been there today. Can't we discuss it?" Yamato shook his head and replied, "No, it's fine. Wouldn't I be stupid if I were to mistreat the benefactor of my daughter? If I remember correctly, your name was Izuku Midoriya. She already talked to us about how you brought her confidence back some time ago. If you need anything in the future, just give me a call and I will help you with anything, and I am saying, anything. I have the power to do so." Yamato then told him his phone number and both of them entered the limousine once again. "Say, Yaoyorozu-san, why don't you just put more guards on Yaoyorozu? They will definitely attempt to kidnap her again." Izuku couldn't help but ask. Hearing his words, Yamato frowned and nodded. "It's quite possible they will and I want to do everything in my power to protect her, however. She doesn't want it." "HM? What do you mean?" Izuku asked. Yamato looked out of the car window and continued, she told me she wants to be a hero. She doesn't want anyone to protect her. She wants to be the one who protects. She told me that she will hate me if she ever saw that any of my guards were stalking her to make sure she was safe. She thought I agreed to her request but I didn't. Instead, I just made sure they were keeping their distance from her. Yamato clutched the edge of his seat and continued, but look how it ended up when they were keeping their distance. Someone ambushed them and they almost kidnapped Momoko. I don't know what to do anymore. Should I accept her terms and let her do what she wants, or should I just act like an overprotective prick of a dad? Izuku wasn't sure what to tell him, but he still replied, she is old enough to think for herself. She is also quite smart. I think that we should let her decide, and if she really feels like she needs your protection, then she will ask for it. Besides, the teachers at UA are quite capable, and if she got kidnapped, they would rescue her immediately. Yamato nodded and both of them stayed silent until they arrived in front of Izuku's house. Yamato thanked him once again and Izuku was finally free. He opened the front door and saw that the lights were off. Well, figures, it's already so late. He looked at the grandfather clock and it showed 11:30. He took a quick shower and silently went upstairs into his room in his pajamas, which he took out of his inventory. Once he got inside, he noticed that Himiko was laying on his bed, sleeping soundly. Izuku was angry at Himiko because she recorded their session in the massage room, but his anger dissipated over time, and now that he looked at her sleeping face, he couldn't bring himself to throw her off of the bed, and besides, he wanted his warm, vampire body pillow back. Chapter 100, Harem Pole. Chapter 101, Back to Normal Life. The moment Izuku woke up, he saw that both his mom and Himiko were looking at him with a questioning gaze. He was surprised that both of them were up so early. Inko went forward and hugged him. Oh Izuku. I heard that the police took you away. I was so scared. Are you fine? You won't go to prison, right? Izuku smiled and reassured her, it's fine. They only investigated the murder of patients and the nurses, and I was the only one who saw the murderer, so I had to answer a few of their questions, but overall, I am completely fine. I am worried about you, how are you faring? Inko sighed and replied, it's really sad. Although I didn't know many of the nurses personally, it still bothers me and I am afraid to go to work. They also closed the hospital down for God knows how long, and I will be transferred to another hospital. Izuku nodded and looked at Himiko. She was standing there while looking quite unsure. Izuku knew she wanted to say something she couldn't say in front of her mom, so he said. Mom, can you leave us alone for a while? I want to talk with Himiko. Inko nodded and left the room. So. What's up? Himiko went forward and sat on his bed. After you left yesterday, I was contacted by that evil organization. Apparently, they plan on attacking the school you attend in the following month. Izuku widened his eyes in disbelief and replied, attack the UA Academy? Are they that strong that they believe they can take on multiple pro-heroes, teaching at this academy, together with students? Heck, there is even All Might in there, isn't that just delusional? Himiko herself wasn't sure what kind of information should she tell Izuku about. They still didn't trust her yet, and they didn't give her any specific time and date of the upcoming raid. Everything about the attack was uncertain. All she was told was that she had to participate in the battle, and depending on her results, she might enter the inner circle of the evil organization and be promoted. That's quite troublesome, no matter how you look at it. Izuku thought. He wasn't sure whether to tell this kind of information to Nizu or someone else, otherwise Himiko might be in danger. Maybe they are doing this as a test to see her capabilities and whether she is trustworthy. Let's not tell Nizu about it yet. I need to be careful about this. Izuku thought. He patted Himiko on the head and said, good job. I am proud of you. This information was really helpful. Himiko was overjoyed and nuzzled against his hand. Looking at her behavior, Izuku smiled and thought, she is just like a cat. He couldn't help but hug her. This must be what love feels like. After their small talk, he went to explain the situation to his mom. She listened closely and every once in a while, started crying like a little kid. After he was finally done, he had to start moving as it was time to go to school. He changed into his school uniform and noticed that there was something in his mailbox. He went closer and opened it up, revealing 2 papers inside. This must be the papers Chief Quinn was talking about. He pulled them out of the mailbox, went back inside and placed them on the desk in his room. With nothing in his way, Izuku was finally able to go to his school. Arriving in front of the school gate, he saw that Momo and his teacher Aizawa were discussing something. He came closer and greeted them, "Hello Teacher Aizawa." "Hello to you as well, Yaoyorozu." He went closer and whispered into her ear, "I didn't think you would go to school after what happened yesterday." Aizawa nodded while Momo made a smile. "At first, I wasn't sure whether to go or not, but for some reason, my father came to my room at night and talked with me about my dreams. He told me that I should do my best and that he will support me with everything he can. I was really surprised because he was against me, being a hero all the time, yet for some reason, he changed his mind yesterday. It looks like he agreed to my advice." Izuku thought. He looked over to Aizawa and noticed that his goggles were missing. "What happened to your goggles, Teacher Aizawa?" Aizawa looked at him and frowned. He didn't really like Izuku's behavior. Not only did he make the plan to kick the student Mineta Minoru out of his class, but he also sabotaged Endeavor's daughter in the training exercise. The new symbol of peace simply shouldn't act like that. Like a villain. While the kid had an incredible talent rivaling All Might, he still had to make sure he followed the right path or else he might end up in a bad place. "I left them in my bag. It's inconvenient to have them on me at all times. One time, I slept like a log and didn't notice that someone stole my goggles. The next thing I know, I found them on the head of an old man. He said that he was a scavenger and liked to collect things. Well, from my point of view, he just looked like a homeless person." Both of them laughed at his misfortune and together, they went into their class. As they were walking down the hallway, Izuku couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Aizawa, we still don't have our timetables ready. Which subjects do we even have today?" Momo heard their conversation as she was wondering that herself. Just as he was about to answer, the door of their classroom opened and a chair was thrown out. "How many times do I have to tell you the exact same thing, you cretin?" Hearing Ida's voice, Izuku immediately knew what was happening inside the classroom. "Who the hell cares about your opinion? You've been hitting the same table for the past 5 minutes, so don't you dare talk about being proper. Not only did you hit the table, but you are also shouting like an idiot and everyone and their mother can hear your stupid voice." A heated argument was ongoing inside the class and Aizawa didn't even feel like stopping it. It's only been a few days but he was already accustomed to his noisy class full of weirdos. Aizawa looked at Izuku with his typical dull face and replied, "Unfortunately, I don't have the access to your schedules yet. They should be done by next week." Looking towards his classroom he said, "You should go inside and resolve the problem. I will be napping in my office so don't bother me." Saying this, he left while Izuku couldn't help but think, teachers have such an easy life. "Teachers have such an easy life," Momo mumbled. Izuku looked at her weirdly. He wasn't sure whether he said it out loud or if she shared the same thought as him. He grabbed the chair that was thrown out of the classroom and entered the room together with her. Seeing him, Katsuro immediately calmed down and greeted him, "It's about time, Deku. I thought you would be late." Ida walked up to him while throwing his hands in all directions, "It's nice to see you again, comrade." Ida was contemplating the whole night, he wasn't sure whether to actually send him the friend request or not. At times, he thought that this Izuku Midoriya was acting as an evil villain, but once he got to know him better, he didn't seem all that bad. Although he was still a hooligan. Behind Katsuro, Itsuka walked up together with Achiko and greeted him as well, "Hello, Aizu. I am so glad we are in the same class. Hey. Midoriya-san. It's nice to see you." One by one, Izuku greeted everyone and moved to his seat while the class was starting. Just before Midnight walked into the class, he saw a movement out the corner of his eyes. Looking closely, he noticed that Shiro was looking at him. Shiro was trying to greet him but she was afraid he wouldn't greet her back. She resolved herself, but she still couldn't do it. She sat back on her chair and threw the idea out of her head. While she was still following father's orders, she wanted to get closer to him as she regarded him as her rival. Izuku walked up to her and said, "Good morning, Todoroki." Shiro widened her eyes and mumbled, "Good morning." After he saw how Endeavor treated her, Izuku knew that he shouldn't have treated her the way he did. Right now, he was trying to be as friendly as possible because she deserved to be treated better. Izuku smiled at her and brought his attention to Midnight. As Aizawa was sleeping, Midnight had no choice but to teach his class. She lazily sat down behind her desk and brought out her teaching materials. This was the first time she actually had to teach all by herself and she didn't prepare that much. Coughing a few times to clear her voice, she declared, "Today, you will make sketches of your future hero costume. We know that some of you might not be the best artists, but give it your best and the support class will make that happen. Hopefully. Chapter 102, Hero Costumes. Huh. Draw my own costume? That's impossible. Kirishima shouted. Tokoyami did a cool pose and replied. While I am proficient in any kind of mortal skill, this one is on the otherworldly level. It's beyond what I can handle, following which he sat down. Ah shoot. Can someone draw it for me? I am not the best at it. The alien-looking girl Mina exclaimed. Most students were already stressing out, as they have never drawn anything in their whole lives and now, their future was basically in their inexperienced hands. Seeing that the students were panicking, Midnight continued, after you are done with your costumes, I will give you another special task, which I hope everyone will be excited about. Ida stood up and raised his hand, may I inquire about that special task? Is it for everyone or only for some individuals? Midnight smiled and replied, look at you, so eager. Yes, it's for everyone, as you will be making your own hero names. Yay! Amazing! So manly. The class cheered and everyone was already thinking about their hero names. Seeing that they forgot about their primary task, Midnight pulled a whip out of her belt and hit the tablet, quiet. Before you lose yourself in passion, don't forget that you still need to draw your costumes. You have 2 hours, if you are unable to do so, then you won't be presenting your hero names at all. We will be presenting them, one of the boys shouted. Itsuka looked towards Katsuro and mumbled. Presenting our hero names in front of others. How embarrassing. Katsuro cracked her neck and replied. What is embarrassing about it, Itsu? I only see it as an opportunity to show how strong and dominating my name will truly be. Everyone will fear me. Lita turned towards Katsuro and replied. Silence, cretin. Don't you dare to use a name that puts heroes to shame. That is unacceptable. Seeing that the class got rowdy again, Midnight hit the table again, and this time, she used a bit more force than she should have, and she managed to split the desk in half. The class turned silent as they thought, what a monstrous strength. She was only using a whip, yet she did this. Midnight started sweating in embarrassment and said, Wopsy, hehe, I will be right back. Be good kids and do your assignment. Following which she dashed out of the room in shame and went after Nizu to ask for another table. While others were confused and didn't know where to start, Izuku was more than experienced when it came to drawing. Ever since he was young, he planned for the future. He had tons of old sketches in his small notebook. Listing through them, Izuku couldn't help but frown. Most of those sketches resembled All Might outfits. All Might's hair turned into rabbit ears and All Might's smile turned into some kind of fake white grin. I was an idiot at the time, or rather, a dumb kid. He tore off those sketches out of his notebook and put them into his inventory. He pulled out a few pencils of different colors and a piece of paper from his inventory. After a few minutes, he was done and placed his paper on the table. He didn't draw anything complicated. It was a black jacket with a green suit and a black shirt underneath. Izuku also added black leather gloves together with black boots. He also had green pants which were matching his green suit. The outfit didn't really look anything like a hero costume. It looked like he was preparing for some kind of ball. Thinking about something, he smiled and quickly drew a black magician hat to the whole set. It looks unique. I wonder what other people would think after they see this. Feeling satisfied with himself, he put away his pencil, placed his head on the desk and relaxed. Looking over at others, he saw their panic and excitement about the whole ordeal. He closed his eyes and wanted to take a short nap, but before he could, a sweet voice interrupted his plan. Hey there. Izuku looked up and saw the face of the bizarre alien-looking girl, right next to his head. She is too close. He knows her from the time they introduced themselves. She was an eccentric and a hyperactive girl, just like Itsuka. He smiled and said, Hey, what can I do for you? I am not sure if we have talked to each other before. Mina shook her head and said, Nope. This is the first time. So, I know that we talked for the first time just now, but I have a favor to ask. Izuku narrowed his eyes and replied, I am listening. Mina pushed her face closer towards Izuku and replied, I can't draw at all. I've seen your paper and your drawings look so cool. Would you be so kind as to draw mine as well? Izuku didn't expect this kind of question. While he did plan on napping, he didn't have a problem drawing something else since it only took him a few minutes. He nodded and replied, Sure thing. What should your costume look like? Can you tell me in detail? After a few minutes of explaining, Izuku visualized how it might look like and couldn't help but think, from what she told me, her costume will be as weird as mine. After he was done with the drawing, he showed it to her and she gasped in excitement, this is exactly what I wanted. Perfect. Izuku smiled but deep down, he was confused, she really wanted her costume to look like that. Mina took the paper from him and slightly bowed, thank you. I will remember this favor. If you need anything in the future just call me. See ya. She went to her seat with a smile on her face. Drawing wasn't really her forte and she was glad that she found someone who could help her. She knew his fashion style was similar to hers when she saw his sketches. Not only can he draw as well, he all has a unique fashion style, just like me. I will have to invite him sometime to my mom's fashion shop. Mina thought. Unknowing to Izuku, Katsuro saw their exchange and growled, just. How many girls, Deku? After 2 hours have passed, Midnight returned with the new table and collected the papers from every student. She went through every paper and nodded in satisfaction. Good job students. I am happy with your drawings. Some of you were even smart enough to leave types of material you wanted to be made from. Midnight grinned in excitement and continued, and now, for the thing everyone was waiting for, hero names. While it's true that it takes some time to come up with a hero name, but we just don't have time for that, therefore, you have 10 minutes to create a temporary code name you will be using in the future training and patrols. Chapter 103, Temporary Nicknames Part 1. The students were all excited except Izuku. Awawa. Izuku had to stifle a loud yawn. Tears welled up in his eyes as he tried to block his mouth since it was rude to do that in public. Midnight seemed to glance at him but paid him no real heed in the end. Once again, she felt the need to hit the table for students to calm down but didn't want to destroy it again. Please, be quiet, I don't feel like requesting for another desk. She murmured. The students didn't take her words as pleading but as a threat. They immediately calmed down and Midnight smiled. Such good kids, I wonder if I will ever have kids. She smiled sadly and looked at her class. There were a bunch of interesting faces. She looked at Izuku and her mood immediately improved. Noticing her gaze, Izuku stopped daydreaming, nodded at her and she smiled in response. Ah, if only I wasn't so old, maybe I would have had a chance. She dismissed the thought and noticed that the classroom door opened, revealing Aizawa, crawling on the ground in his yellow portable bag. He unzipped the bag and stood up. Alright class, I am back. I had a quick nap, sorry I am late. He loudly yawned and sat behind the teacher's desk. The students were already accustomed to his aloof personality. They knew he wasn't sorry at all. Izuku wryly smiled at his behavior. He, himself was holding in the yawn yet his teacher did it without a care in the world. Looks like teachers are truly allowed to do anything. Aizawa looked up at his students and said, as Midnight already mentioned, you have 10 minutes to prepare your temporary hero name. You will be working alone on this assignment. I hope that you won't take longer than that, or else you might miss the English classes later. Hearing him, most of his students sighed. English was too hard and none of them ever tried to learn it in their previous schools. Izuku, on the other hand, wasn't even taught English basics at his school. He only looked up basic communication on the internet, but his previous schools didn't teach him anything about English. Which was bad, considering English was the most popular language around the world. With Japanese right behind. 200 years ago, English was booming and was used almost everywhere, however, no one knows why, but for some reason, people from abroad started learning Japanese. A lot of people speculated and found out that the Western men and women enjoyed anime pretty much. Although it wasn't confirmed, it is believed that the anime industries caused an eruption in their ranks and they ended up at the top spot together with English. With that, Japan invited tourists from abroad into their hometowns and slowly but surely, Japanese, as a language, climbed up to the spot of the most used languages from all around the world. Midnight gave out small whiteboards and black markers to all of her students and said, write your desired hero names on them. Don't be shy. Even though you will be presenting them in front of your whole class, heroes need to learn how to control certain types of emotions. Following which, she lightly glanced at Katsuro. Katsuro saw her gaze and sneered, for a teacher and a pro-hero, you don't really keep your emotions in check either. Midnight frowned and replied, well, if you had a brat whose name I won't be calling out as your student, you would be angry as well. Katsuro stood up, pointed her index finger at Midnight and shouted, you meant me, didn't you? You were definitely talking about me. Let's fight it out, tits. Midnight finally couldn't hold herself back and shouted, "At this rate, no one will ever like you as a hero. Just like no one likes Endeavor. Keep it up, I am sure you will reach greater heights with that kind of attitude." She gave her a polite smile and sat down on her chair. "What the hell did you just say?" Itsuka grabbed her by the hand and said, "Let it go, Kaken." Katsuro looked at her and sighed. It wasn't her fault that her personality was so explosive. It was because of her quirk. She tried to control it, but it's impossible. She only knew of one way to temporarily cool it down, but she wouldn't talk about that to anyone as she was too embarrassed to say it. She looked around and noticed that no one was paying attention to her or Midnight at all. Everyone including Aizawa ignored their banter and started working on their assignment. As the students were thinking about their future hero names, Izuku has already finished. He always wanted to have a similar name to All Might. He thought of names such as Green Might, Junior Might, Mighty Fist or even, All Midoriya. However, the cruel reality brought him back to the real world and he knew he wasn't a kid anymore. Izuku clenched his hand and formed a perfect fist. "I have to groom this power and once I am at the top, no one will stop me." He still wasn't sure what he wanted to do with his life, but one thing is certain. Once he gains more power, he will start by reforming the government. The government was torturing its people for as long as history can remember. Someone needs to do it. Stain is trying for the same thing, but he isn't strong enough. Neither am I, at the moment. But once I become the strongest hero, people will have to take me seriously. Izuku's eyes turned cold as he wrote his future hero name on the small whiteboard. 10 minutes have passed and Midnight called the first person to present their hero name. Fumikage Tokoyami. The student with the beak stood up and faced his class. "As you already know, you are mere mortals, which means that you wouldn't be able to handle my true hero name. So instead of that, I chose to create a much weaker version, so that even peasants could pronounce it." He unleashed his dark shadow and the darkness enveloped him. Luckily, the light in the room wasn't on, and the outside sun was blocked by the clouds, or else he wouldn't have been able to use his power that effectively. He put his hands in front of him and his right hand trembled. "The power in my right hand is being unleashed. Don't you die on me. Listen to me, mortals. My hero name shall be, Tsukuyami." After he announced his name, Denki, the blonde-haired boy with the electricity quirk couldn't help but laugh. "Wow. That reminds me, this anime called Naruto, had a similar thing called Infinite Tsukuyami, I wonder whether it's connected?" Tokoyami flinched and stuttered, "No way. I came up with it on my own. Why would I steal it from a stupid show?" Hearing the conversation, Ida stood up and exclaimed, "Ah! I got it. What an interesting idea, Tokoyami-san." Huh. Both Denki and Tokoyami were confused about what he was talking about. Ida smiled and continued, "From old times, Tsukuyami was the god of the moon who guarded the earth against certain dangers. To think that you would choose your hero name based on a god. How thoughtful." Now that his secret was out, Tokoyami was too embarrassed to speak. However, this Ida person saw through his deception and despite knowing he was lying all along, he wanted to help him out of the situation. What a valiant soul. This debt shall forever be remembered. Tokoyami accepted what Ida said and replied, "Why yeah, I did just that." Midnight nodded and replied, "Good name." Tokoyami bowed and on his way back, he went towards Ida and whispered into his ear, "Thank you, mortal, you saved my skin." Leaving Ida in the state of confusion. That way, a huge misunderstanding formed between the two of them and their friendship slowly begun. Midnight smiled and continued, "Next up, Katsuro Bakugo." Katsuro stood up and walked towards Midnight. "I am going to enjoy this." Midnight thought. A giant grin formed on Katsuro's face as she shouted. "Explosive murder queen from the depths of hell." A moment of silence permeated the classroom until Midnight hit Katsuro's head with a stack of papers. Rejected. Chapter 104, Temporary Nicknames Part 2. "Hit me again. I dare you." Katsuro shouted while rubbing her own head. She didn't expect something like this to happen. Not only was her nickname rejected, but she was also beaten up by this old hag. Midnight frowned and replied, "You can't simply create stupid names like that. You would ruin the reputation of heroes. Go sit down and think about it again. I am giving you 10 minutes and it better be good." Katsuro wanted to say something but once she saw Itsuka's face, she decided to drop the issue. "Stupid hag," she murmured. Midnight heard it and said, 5 minutes remaining." Katsuro showed her a middle finger and sat back down. Aizawa could feel that the enmity between those two was deep, but did nothing about it, as entering catfights wasn't his forte. He would rather take life slowly and enjoy a peaceful life. He never really thought about it all that much, but he wanted to have a family once he retired. But who would be the perfect candidate for a peaceful life? HM. There was a certain green-haired girl on his mind, but if he accepted her, his life would only become harder. That woman is impossible. She keeps on bothering me every time we meet and she is too hyperactive for me. I don't think it could work out for us. Moreover, her laugh is annoying. Lately, Aizawa was thinking about a lot of stuff. Especially about his future and the student Mineta Minoru who he kicked out of his class. He knew it wasn't his fault, but he still blamed himself for what happened. He also couldn't forget how Izuku behaved and felt like he needed to tell All Might about what happened. As he thought about these bothersome things, he closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. Sleeping is still the best. Midnight had mixed feelings about Aizawa from the get-go. She was confessed to by a lot of heroes and personnel in the UA Academy, yet she rejected all of them because none of them was her type and they were only after her body. The only candidate in her mind was Aizawa, but he clearly had no interest in her whatsoever. She knew that there was already a girl who liked him, so she dropped the idea and was lost for a few years until she met Izuku, which reignited her hope. The only problem was her age, as she was almost 30 years old and Izuku was only 16. If the difference was 4 to 5 years, it wouldn't matter that much, but 14. Impossible. She would grow old in a few years. She waved her hands and said, "Next up, Itsuka Kendo." Itsuka walked up to the blackboard and announced, "My hero name will be Flame Fist." She enlarged both of her hands, her second quirk activated and set them on fire. Luckily, her second fire quirk also added a resistance towards fire and fire control, meaning that she couldn't get hurt by her own fire. "Cool," the student said. Midnight nodded and replied, "Admirable name. Albeit too strong for a woman, do your best." Next. Tenya Ida. Ida stood up and walked towards Midnight in a robotic motion. He looked at his classmates and bowed, "I am sorry, but I will only put in Ida for now. My family hero name was Ingenium for generations and I've yet to prove that I deserve such name." Midnight was surprised by his proclamation but didn't object and agreed, "Fine. Remember, you can still change it whenever you want to, this isn't an official hero name yet." Ida nodded and went back to his seat. Next up, Shiro Todoroki. Everyone turned towards her as if she was a plague. No one knew what to think about her. She was a quiet girl and she was always alone as no one wanted to approach her. Most people quickly formed groups in the classroom, yet she was the only one who had no one to talk to. Being Endeavor's daughter had its perks, but as he was an infamous hero, everyone was naturally scared of his daughter. She slowly stood up and silently went towards the blackboard. She didn't say anything but showed her whiteboard to everyone. The whiteboard read, "Blazing Chill." Midnight approved immediately as the name was worthy of her powerful quirks. Next. Yuga Aoyama. He walked up and pulled out a rose from his pocket. He gave it to Midnight and bowed. "Here, mademoiselle." He turned around and stated his name, "Can't Stop Twinkling." She threw away his rose immediately. Midnight was impressed as she saw that he was the only person other than Izuku who didn't take time to think of a name for himself. He probably already thought his name up a long time ago. The next candidate is Mina Ashido. The pink-skinned girl walked up the stage and greeted everyone with her cheerful smile, "Heya. I chose the name Alien Queen." Midnight sighed as she found another impossible name. Isn't an alien that old Western horror movie? Wasn't that the disgusting creature that killed people? How can you even name yourself after that terrible creature? Mina pouted and replied, "But why? It's so cute. Please let me use this hero name." Midnight placed her hand on her temples and replied, "I know you like it, but I am afraid I can't allow you that." Looking at her eyes, she didn't want to disappoint her, but the name really wasn't suitable for a hero. She wanted to object again, but Izuku intervened and disrupted her. "I feel like it's a name villains would fear, you know. It's a really good name." Hearing him, Mina's eyes lit up and Midnight sighed. She couldn't refuse her anymore. All right. It's fine." Next up, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku stood up and as he passed by Mina, she said, "That makes 2 favors now. I won't forget them." Izuku nodded in response and walked up towards Midnight. He faced his class and without any further delay, revealed his name, Apotheosis. Chapter 105, Temporary Nicknames Part 3. Well. That's a rather unique name. Midnight was surprised that he picked such a name. When she was younger, she studied a little bit of Greece and she knew what it meant. While she thought it was a Balza name, she didn't think he was arrogant as he was quite strong already. He is also All Might's successor, so it wouldn't be strange for him to be another symbol of peace, but to call him a god is. She thought for a while before responding, okay. I will write it down as your temporary hero name. Izuku smiled and replied, I want it to be permanent. I won't be changing it. Midnight was confused and Aizawa woke up from his nap. He looked at Izuku and said, you aren't allowed to create your own hero name yet. These are just nicknames. Don't be rash and stupid. You are supposed to be the smartest, so act that way. Following which he put his head on the teacher's desk and went back to sleep. He had to put this Izuku Midoriya in his place as not only was he arrogant, he also didn't act like the future symbol of peace. I should visit All Might and tell him about his behavior. I think that's the smartest thing to do. Aizawa thought. Izuku smiled but didn't say anything. If he couldn't choose it as his permanent hero name now, he will do it in the future. He left the whiteboard on the teacher's desk and went back to his seat. Midnight followed him with her eyes and thought, I hope he isn't angry at me. She cleared out her throat and continued, next up. Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo was in a high spirits. Not only did her father allow her to do anything she wanted, he also allowed her to pursue her hero career. She didn't want to say it in front of Izuku, but she knew very well who convinced her father. It was Izuku. At first, her father didn't want to say anything about it, but once she bothered him for long enough time, he finally spilled the beans and told her what happened that night after he brought Izuku home. Yamato couldn't lie to her when he looked at his little princess. Momo got angry at him, because he interrogated her benefactor, but overall, she was happy. She walked up to the stage with the whiteboard in her hands and announced, my hero name will be. Create Hero. Creati. Midnight couldn't help but chuckle at the pun, but still supported her name. Beautiful choice. Next up. Ochiko Uraraka. Ochiko shyly walked up and said, my hero name will be. Uravity. This time, not only Midnight, but even Aizawa couldn't help but smile. These students are weird but interesting. A good hero name indeed. Midnight almost said something she shouldn't have. She looked at the list of the remaining candidates and frowned, others are fine, but Katsuro Bakugo will be a problem. I hope that she will give me a decent name this time. She motioned towards Katsuro and said, come, your 5 minutes are up. It better be good. Katsuro clicked her tongue and walked up. She faced Midnight and said, the queen of explosive killing. Pa. Midnight hit her head again and said, go back to your damn seat, brat. It wasn't any better. With that kind of name, you could sign up in some kind of villain group. Next up, Denki Kaminari. Katsuro's face scrunched up into a weird shape and a vein appeared on her forehead. It's been a long time since someone humiliated her so much and she was angry. The last time something like this happened, was because of Itsuka when they were younger. She humiliated her in front of Izuku over and over again. Now that it has passed, this old hag was doing the same thing. She always had problems with her quirk and she could barely control it, as a result, her personality changed and there was nothing she could do about it. However, it was the worst when she was angry. It required a tremendous amount of control to not use her quirk. Once in a while, when she was angry, she felt as if her inner organs were about to explode. She was afraid she might die by her own quirk. As her quirk was a mutation, there wasn't any information about it on the internet, which made her hopeless. Don't lash out and beat her up. Don't use your quirk. Be strong. Quirk, don't activate. Think of Deku and Itsu, organs don't explode. After her inner monologue was done, she somewhat calmed down and went back to her seat without saying anything. Midnight expected another one of her outbursts, but was pleasantly surprised. Well, at least I don't need to deal with her again. I am a teacher. It's true that I should also act like one. However, this brat is just going against me on purpose. She didn't like me from the very beginning and I can't concentrate on teaching when she is staring daggers into me. She sighed and looked at the blonde-haired boy in front of her. So, Kaminari, what is your hero name? Stun Gun. He replied. That's a rather normal name. Next up. Kyoka Jiro. A dark purple-haired girl stood up and went forward. Izuku somewhat remembered that a girl like her was in his class but didn't really pay much attention to her. The girl smiled and replied, "My hero name will be Earphone Jack. As my quirk is pretty much the same thing." Midnight nodded and she called other students one by one. Everyone told her their hero names and the only one remaining was Katsuro. "Listen. You and your classmates still have classes after this one. Everyone thought of a name but you. So be quick." Midnight was annoyed with Katsuro's attitude. She was supposedly smart whenever it came to test and general knowledge, but to think she can't even think of a proper name for herself. "Listen, hag. I don't have time for your bullshit either. You already declined my hero name twice. So you better be satisfied with it. My hero name will be Ground Zero." Midnight thought about it and it made sense. Good. Finally a good choice. Just as she said that, the school bell rang and her class was finally over. Aizawa woke up in shock and thought that some kind of emergency alarm was going on. "Well, we barely made it in time. Enjoy your English lessons, everyone." She winked at her class and left the classroom together with Aizawa. Chapter 106, English Classes and an Offer. Once they were done with their hero names, they had a 30-minute break to relax. Izuku chatted with girls and Ida for a while, before he went to take a quick nap. He pulled headphones out of his inventory and put them on his ears. "It's been a long time since I've listened to some music." He plopped on his desk, closed his eyes and enjoyed his favorite band. Not long after, he felt as if someone tapped him on the shoulder. He opened his eyes and saw the Earphone Jack girl. Looking at her attire, he knew she was into metal. He put away his headphones and asked, "What can I do for you?" Jiro smiled and replied, "I don't really need anything from you, I was just curious about the song you were just listening to. As my quirk is Earphone Jack, I can hear much better than regular people and I felt like I've heard my favorite band so I came to ask. That is, if you don't mind." Izuku shook his head and replied, "Sure. Try it." He put his headphones on her ears and played the song. Jiro's eyes immediately lit up and she started moving her head to the rhythm. "That's it. Wow, to think that I found someone else other than me who likes this band. You don't really look like the kind of guy who listens to metal either." Izuku was surprised as well. Other than him and Katsuro, he didn't know about anyone else who listened to Imperial Circus Dead Decadence. Well, it's not like he has that many acquaintances and friends anyway. "I am into anything, really. As long as it has a rhythm, I can enjoy the song." Izuku wanted to take a quick nap but ended up talking with Jiro the whole time. It turns out that Jiro's parents were both musicians and quite known at that. Jiro was glad she was able to talk to someone as the only person she really talked to was Uraraka and she didn't want to end up like Shiro, all alone and isolated. The school bell rang and all of them got a big surprise. The unexpected happened, and their teacher for English was actually Present Mike. They thought that he was only a radio host and all he could say was "yeah" all the time, but once he turned down his volume, his voice was surprisingly nice to listen to. His pronunciation was on a high level, and if an American teacher heard him, he would be shocked silly. Japanese are known to have problems with English, yet this man was speaking English as if it was his main language. Most students were already sleeping on their desks as even though Present Mike was skilled in English, it was still English, therefore it was boring, so they couldn't help it. Some of them gave up since the beginning of the lesson because they didn't understand anything. Izuku, on the other hand, was trying to learn as much as he can. A new school meant more places full of information. Once he had permission, he will go to the school library and lock himself in there for a week so that he can learn everything and wouldn't need to attend all of the classes, but that could wait. Although learning English wasn't hard due to his perfect memory. Speaking was a different thing. The same goes for things like instruments. Even though you know how they work, you don't necessarily know how to play them right, as you don't have musical talent nor experience in that department. Present Mike was walking around the classroom while reading a book. He turned towards his class and said, "All right class, tell me where the mistake is in this next English sentence." He took a chalk from the teacher's desk and wrote the sentence on the blackboard. "I want your body." He turned around in anticipation and raised his volume. Who knows the ANSWR? Everybody hands up and raise them high. Seeing that no one wanted to do it, Izuku raised his hand and said, "Instead of your, there should be your." Present Mike gave him a thumbs up and shouted, "SEE. It's my fan again. If you want to be that smart, visit my late-night radio show." Other than Izuku, Momo knew the correct answer as well. but was caught off guard by the meaning of the sentence and was too embarrassed to answer it. At noon, everyone gathered at the grand mess hall to sample the first-rate cuisine for cheap. Izuku took a look around and saw a hero he didn't expect to see. It's the cooking hero, Lunch Rush. Lunch Rush can prepare a vast amount of food in a short period of time. His culinary skills should not be underestimated. After his lunch, Izuku went and asked Lunch Rush for some tips or good recipes. Hearing that Izuku was a cook himself, Lunch Rush couldn't help but bring him into his office to discuss numerous things. He only usually discussed recipes with his wife as there are almost no male cooks in Japan, but now that he found himself a boy who can cook, he won't let this chance slide. Izuku Midoriya. I know that you are a successor of All Might, but would it be too shameful for you to be my successor as well? I've been trying to find a good male cook for as long as I can remember. Izuku was startled as he didn't expect such an offer. Why didn't you find yourself a female successor then? From what I know, male cooks are almost non-existent in Japan. Lunch Rush nodded and replied, it's true that picking a female would be much better, but my wife is really jealous, and even though we have been together since kindergarten, she is still afraid I will dump her for someone else. So silly. Lunch Rush laughed and Izuku could tell he loves his wife very much. Izuku thought for a while before responding, sure, I don't mind being your disciple. I would really like to improve my cooking skills. Lunch Rush was overjoyed and placed both of his hands on Izuku's shoulders. You won't be disappointed, I promise. He looked at the time and said, it's almost time for your next class to start. Let's discuss this tomorrow. Izuku smiled and said goodbye to him. On his way back, his smile turned into a grin as he thought, I will be able to get so many new recipes and I don't even have to pay for it. Simply a good trade. Chapter 107, What are you wearing? The last class Izuku had was in the afternoon. The name of the subject was Daily Foundational Heroic Studies. Izuku was the only one who knew All Might would be the teacher of this subject. He rested his head on the desk and awaited for his arrival. Finally, after 10 minutes, the door opened and All Might walked into the room in his Silver Age costume. He leaned against the wall of the classroom and said in his heroic voice. It's me. I am coming through the door. Like a normal person. Everyone freaked out. No one other than Izuku knew that All Might would be there. Not even Shiro or Momo. I can't believe it. All Might is really gonna be teaching us. That design is so Silver Age. That art style is so manly, it's giving me goosebumps. He walked around the classroom and took out a card from his pocket. He showed it to his students and said, No time to dally. Today's activity is this. Battle training. Katsuro grinned and shouted, about goddamn time. Fuck those boring lectures. There is finally a good subject. Most of the students couldn't help but agree. Even Shiro was interested in the battle. She especially wanted to fight Izuku and show him her abilities, unlike last time when she embarrassed herself in front of him and he had to help her. Izuku, on the other hand, was confused. He raised his hand and asked, All Might. How are we going to be conducting the battle when we don't even have our hero suits yet? We only drew them this morning, there is no way they are already finished. Hearing him, everyone's morale fell to the bottom of the ocean. How did they not think about this? They were all excited, but they didn't even have their gadgets and hero costumes ready yet. All Might smirked and replied, Don't you worry, young Midoriya. We have tons of capable people in the support class. Other than young Midoriya's costume, everyone should have one on the standby. All Might clapped his hands and a 2-meter-tall robot brought 20 suitcases into the classroom. All Might pointed towards the suitcases and said, Your gadgets and costumes are inside of these suitcases. Grab them and get changed. Costumes. Hell yeah. While everyone was distracted, Izuku went towards All Might and asked, What did you mean by that? Where is my costume? All Might sighed and replied, You asked for such complicated materials, we didn't have them in our hero storage room, so we had to order the materials from America. Therefore, we couldn't produce your costume, nor your hat, but worry not. We have prepared you a substitute costume, just for this practice. Izuku frowned and thought, It's true that the materials I told them to make the costume from were pretty expensive, but I expected that they would have them. He went towards his suitcase and opened it up. Inside, was a tight black bodysuit with a pair of black gloves. Izuku looked at the contents of the suitcase and frowned, I hate it when my clothes are too tight. All Might smiled and replied, Worry not. We have an amazing first year called Mei Hatsum. She made this costume really comfortable. It should be fine. Izuku sighed and closed the suitcase. It better be good or else I will have to use my regular clothes for this combat exercise. All Might turned around and faced the other students. Let's get changed and follow me to the ground zero. The students changed into their costumes and everyone was excited. Everyone but Izuku. God, this is so tight. All Might lied to me. It's not comfortable at all. I don't want to wear this. Izuku mumbled as he walked out of the changing room. The bodysuit was sticking closely to his skin and his trained body was very easy to spot. Hearing his complaint, Kirishima went towards him and gave him a friendly slap on the back. You rocket man. How manly. You must have worked hard to attain such a body. Yeah. Haha. Izuku just wryly smiled and tried to get as far away as he could from him. The group of the boys arrived on the ground zero training room where the girl group was already waiting for them. Both of the groups had a separate changing rooms to avoid incidents from happening. Wow. Look at those flowers. Girls' costumes sure are cute. Denki said. Kirishima laughed and replied, there are more beautiful flowers in here. He looked at Ida and Izuku affectionately, grossing out Denki in the process. This dude is like Mineta, except gay. Denki thought and immediately widened the distance between him and Kirishima. Once they got there, Izuku went towards the girls and greeted them, hey. Your hero costumes look amazing. He gazed at Katsuro and Itsuka and felt that their costumes were really well thought up. What's wrong? Izuku asked. He wasn't sure what was happening. Both of them looked as if they were hypnotized by something. He looked around and noticed that most of the girls were looking at him weirdly. Momo greeted him back, getting a faint blush at the sight of his form. Are you allowed to wear this bodysuit as your hero costume? She asked while looking away from him. Izuku could hear whispers from other girls but wasn't able to understand what they were saying. Well. Apparently, they couldn't make my hero costume on time so they gave me this as a substitute. He responded and thought, I knew that this bodysuit looked fishy. Apparently, the new student Mei Hatsune has adjusted the bodysuit so that it would be comfortable to wear. But Izuku felt like that wasn't the truth. She instead made it tighter for its wearer to suffer. At least that's what Izuku believed in. Once I find her I will beat her up. Wait a minute. His gaze fell onto Momo's costume and he couldn't help but open his mouth slightly. Momo saw where he was looking and turned red in embarrassment. She turned her breasts away from him to disrupt his gaze and tears slowly formed on the corner of her eyes. Midoriya Dano, you are my benefactor, but why do I feel like you are looking at me like a beast? Izuku denied and replied, no. It's not like that. That was just an accident, I was just charmed by your beauty. Oh really? She didn't expect that he would straight up compliment her. Her costume was really revealing and didn't leave much to the imagination. Momo originally wanted a costume that would allow her to use her quirk more effectively, but once she put it on, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. Izuku turned pink and said, I am serious. It really suits you. Thanks. Momo mewed. Both of them stood there awkwardly until Katsuro separated them. What the hell is up with this atmosphere? Compliment us too, damn it. Chapter 108, Anger, Jealousy and Sadness. I am sorry Kaken. You all look amazing. Itsuka's costume was a blue martial art dress together with a black mask. The mask didn't particularly stand out in any way, to Izuku, however, she looked like a traditional burglar in it, but it's not like he could tell her that. Katsuro on the other hand, had a wild black costume, together with 2 giant grenades on each of her arms. Izuku had to admit that it looked cool. They could have given me something similar. I can also use an explosion skill but it would cost me my hand. Heck, they could have given me anything else, even a mascot costume and it would still look better than this suit I have on. Izuku mentally sighed and checked out other girls. Ochiko had a tight suit, similar to his, yet she didn't look uncomfortable, only a little embarrassed. He looked at Shiro and noticed that her hero costume wasn't anything special but it still showed off her curves and well-rounded breasts. Shiro immediately sensed his gaze and nodded at him. Seeing that he was caught ogling her, he went towards her and apologized, I am sorry if I offended you, I was just looking at everyone's costumes. It's fine. Shiro replied without any emotion whatsoever. After all, her plan was to make children with Izuku Midoriya. The more he became interested in her body, the bigger chances she will have at succeeding. Although Endeavor didn't talk to her ever since that day in the hospital, she still had to complete her mission. Izuku on the other hand, felt guilty every time he looked at her. It was partially because of him that her father slapped her multiple times in the hospital room, but he still felt an unknown attraction towards the girl. She was the only girl he ever met who suffered so much and acted that way. He wanted to break down the cold walls in her heart and wanted to see her true nature. He put his hand on her shoulder and said, "Don't stay all alone in the corner of the classroom. Join me sometimes. If you need something in the future, just come and ask me." Shiro widened her eyes and wanted to reply with, "A kid," but held herself back as he would definitely think she was even weirder than she already was, so she just silently agreed to his request. Seeing her agreement, Izuku smiled and waved her goodbye. Shiro took out her little diary and wrote in it. "Target Izuku Midoriya voluntarily approached me today, it's just a matter of time." Izuku looked around and finally found Jiro. Similarly to Shiro, she also had casual clothes. Izuku looked at her outfit and noticed that her costume looked rather plain. It consisted of a black leather jacket and a plain pink shirt. She also had a black collar on her neck and boots with some kind of device inside of them. He walked towards her and Jiro flinched in response. "Yo! I saw that your boots are equipped with something. What is it for?" Why yeah, kinda." Jiro replied, confusing Izuku. She couldn't even properly formulate a sentence and simply replied with some blabber. Izuku frowned and thought, what did she just say? Why are so many girls out of it today? My suit can't look that bad. While Izuku thought about why his suit made girls act weird, he arrived at the conclusion that they were simply staring at his chiseled abs. But why are they only aiming their weirded out gazes at me? Even Ida and Kirishima look like they trained a lot. It can't be because of that. While it was true that girls enjoy looking at men whose body was trained, this wasn't the case this time. Sure, they were surprised by his body, yet they couldn't bring themselves to point out something else. As it was a tight bodysuit, they could also somewhat see the shape of his little brother. Not only was the bodysuit daring, it also gave off the air of confidence which women loved to see. But still. It was awkward for them to tell him about it, so none of the girls did. Izuku didn't know this, but if he knew, he would immediately switch out of the suit. Jiro, similarly to other girls, had a hard time looking at Izuku, but she still wanted to ask him something, so she tried focusing on his face instead. This Saturday, Dead Decadence hosts a concert in Akihabara. Would you go? With me? Izuku widened his eyes and thought, a live performance? I've never seen their concert. Why not? He smiled and replied, sure. I don't mind going. Jiro became happy and said, really? That's awesome. I was afraid to go by myself. Even though we don't know each other that much, I feel like you are a good person. Izuku laughed about the good person part and replied, you could always ask your parents to go with you, or do they not have time? Jiro shook her head and replied, no. Well, they are busy with the musical world and I don't want to bother them. Who knows what might happen at concerts like these? I've heard of a few cases where girls get drugged by people and taken away. Since I am girl, I am naturally scared for my safety. But I am glad that you will come with me. Understandable. I don't mind going as I don't have anything else to do. The two of them chatted for a while and then said goodbye. Izuku went towards his male group and was completely oblivious to Katsuro's look. Deku. Katsuro turned around and stormed off the training battleground in anger. Mina looked at Uraraka and asked, where did the blonde ball of explosion go? Uraraka turned around and noticed that she was indeed not with them. It's probably nothing. Just a toilet break or something. After a couple of seconds, All Might arrived through the tunnel. They say the clothes make the man, young men, and ladies. Be aware. From now on. You are heroes. As he said that, he got everyone's attention. All of the students had costumes that best suited their quirks in shape or form. They were also pleasing to look at as all of the costumes were unique in some way. All Might revealed a giant grin as he greatly approved of everybody's gear. You all look amazing. I hope that all of you will be splendid heroes in the future. He counted his students one by one and noticed that someone was missing. Where is young Bakugo? Stupid bitch. Katsuro huffed as she shattered a mirror in the restroom, causing her left hand to bleed. A few glass shards were stuck in her hand but she paid it no heed. Why is every fucking girl getting close to him? I am sick of it. She thought about all the girls around him and then she remembered the blonde-haired girl who she saw in his house that day. She looked like the slutty type. I bet they did it, bastard Deku. She imagined the two of them doing it and it made her sick. She clenched her teeth and hit the mirror one more time, this time with her right hand. Crack. Her right hand met the same fate as her left hand and started bleeding profusely. Sparks of explosion flew all around the restroom and all Katsuro felt was an immense pain in her chest. It was as if her organs were erupting. Cough cough. She put her hands on her mouth to not make a mess on the floor but the blood still managed to drip on the floor from the gaps between her fingers. Fuck. How long has it been since the last time I coughed up blood? My heart is going to explode at this rate. I need to calm down or else this stupid quirk will destroy my organs from the inside. She looked at her miserable face in the broken mirror and thought, I already knew this would have happened sooner or later. Yet I didn't have courage to grab the chance, look at me now. So pitiful. If only I didn't put him through that test, things would have been different, I might have stood a chance. She sniffled. She sat down on the cold floor and curled up in a small ball. Tears ran down her eyes as she hugged her knees and lamented, why did I even try to buy them, I am such an idiot. She looked at the 2 concert tickets in her hands and started sobbing. Chapter 109, Heart Failure Warning. Midnight had nothing to do so she strolled the halls of the academy and thought about her future. She didn't have enough time left and needed to make the decision as soon as possible. She will be turning 30 in 5 months. What to do? 14 years gap. He is 16 years old right now. While the age of consent in Japan was low, people would still feel weirded out if they found out that the teacher had a relationship with her student and they were 14 years apart. After many discussions and requests from other countries, Japan's age of consent changed from 13 years old to 15 years old. Izuku was 16, so it was fine to be with him. He didn't look like a kid whatsoever, he was tall, muscular, and although he had a kid's face, she saw this as a part of his charm. Not only that, but he also knew how to cook, which was a giant plus for Midnight. The only thing that bothered her was her age. If I was 40 years old, he would be about 26. At that time, I would be a dying, unattractive corpse and he would be a young energetic man, enjoying the peak of his life. I wouldn't be able to satisfy him. Midnight smiled sadly and threw the idea out of her head. She walked on and heard that someone was crying. It's coming from the restroom. She entered the restroom and saw Katsuro, weeping on the ground. Katsuro heard that someone has entered the room and the moment she found out who it was, her heartbeat accelerated to a dangerous level. It was the person she didn't want to see the most. Especially not in her current condition. Midnight frowned and asked, why are you crying? What happened? She thought that Midnight will make fun of her in the future because she saw her like this. This angered her even more. Katsuro looked at her with red eyes and shouted, laugh all you want, tits. I don't care anymore, following which she gasped for breath and vomited blood on the floor. She knelt on the ground and clutched her chest in pain. Cough cough. Arg. She screamed as she felt immense pain in her neck and abdomen. Midnight panicked and asked, what's wrong? My abdomen and She didn't manage to say it before she motionlessly fell on the floor. Damn it. Midnight grabbed her from the floor and ran towards Recovery Girl. It didn't take long for her to arrive in front of the hospital room of the academy and she busted the door open with a kick. What in the world? The old lady Recovery Girl was in the middle of a game with her online friends who were more than 60 years old. They were playing Scrabble online when suddenly someone kicked the door down. Geez, young'uns these days, you didn't need to do th. She wanted to lecture Midnight, but she noticed that there was an unconscious girl in her arms. Place her on that table. Quickly. Midnight did as she was told and Recovery Girl immediately went to check the condition of the student. Oh, dear. Not like this. Recovery Girl turned solemn. What's wrong with her? You can heal her, right? Midnight was freaking out. This case reminded her of the incident she caused to Izuku when he was in junior high. Recovery Girl sighed and replied, I can, but what kind of exercise did you do to cause her to get a heart attack? She is too young. Poor girl. A heart attack? Is it because of me? Recovery Girl pulled the glass shards out of her hands and kissed Katsuro on the forehead multiple times. This way, she regulated her healing power and focused it on Katsuro's heart. Her injuries slowly started to heal. I am not sure, young'un, but not only did she get a heart attack, but her tendons are badly damaged as well, and her lungs aren't in the best condition either. It almost feels like she cannot control her quirk, and as a result, she attained a backlash from it, which almost killed her just now. If you didn't bring her here on time, she would have passed away. Midnight shuddered as she heard those words. Death. Even though she bickered with her all the time, she really cared for her well-being, as they have known each other for a long time. She was also Midnight's student and Izuku's childhood friend. If she died, Izuku would be devastated, and she wouldn't be well off either. She would be blaming herself for her death. Let her rest for a while. Midnight nodded and sat on the chair beside the bed Katsuro was laying on. The recovery girl took out a bunch of needles and pierced different acupuncture points on her body. This should help her relax. After an hour, Katsuro woke up. She frantically looked around and noticed that Midnight was sitting next to her, looking at her warmly. Katsuro wanted to speak, but her throat was too dry. Midnight smiled and gave her a bottle of water. Here, drink it slowly. Katsuro took the bottle and slowly drank it. Where am I? The last thing I remember was the pain in my abdomen. We are at the nurse's office. Midnight replied. Katsuro nodded and said, thanks for bringing me here. Midnight's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe what she was saying. She actually thanked me. What happened to her? She frowned and said, of course I would bring you here. Do you know how shocked I was when I found out that my 16-year-old student had a heart attack? What happened? Tell me. You are too young to be worrying about stuff. Do you have some kind of illness? Katsuro was confused by her sudden concern. They never really got along, yet she was still caring about her. The old lady recovery girl entered the room and said, I would like to know that as well. From what I've concluded, it's either because of a sickness or your quirk. Both of those options are really bad for your health, and we need to fix them, or else you wouldn't survive another shock like this, dear. Katsuro put her hand on her chest and said, it's my quirk. Due to my quirk, I get angry all the time, and sometimes, when I am really pissed off, I start coughing up blood. That's a big problem, dear. If that's true, then as your stress accumulates, your body has no way to release the emotions, so they blow up inside of you. It took me a long time to heal your injuries. Your injuries on your lungs were so serious, that you are lucky enough to be breathing right now. The same goes for your heart. If you aren't careful, it might blow up. This isn't a laughing matter, young lady. Wait here, I will bring some gummies for you. Saying that, she left the room, leaving Midnight and Katsuro alone. Midnight stood up and sat next to her. I can tell something is bothering you. We are both women, and as your teacher, I care about you. You can tell me anything. Katsuro was lured by her nice words, but still wasn't comfortable enough to talk to her about her problems. I am sorry, maybe later. I still need to get back to the class. How long was I unconscious for? Midnight sighed and replied, for an entire hour. I told All Might about what happened to you, and he agreed to postpone the training. They have only been running and exercising outside, waiting for your arrival. She chuckled and continued, Izuku was in rush to see you, but recovery girl sent him away saying that you were fine. Katsuro's eyes lit up, but they immediately turned hollow as she remembered why she had a heart attack in the first place. Yeah, went to check up on me. It's just a farce so that he wouldn't need to listen to my nagging. Thinking that, she stood up and walked out of the nurse's office without saying anything. Midnight ran after her and said, are you fine? I will give you a day off if you are feeling unwell. Katsuro nodded without looking back and arrived at the training ground. She looked around and noticed that most of her classmates were exhausted. The only people who were still running were Izuku, Denki, and Shiro. Shiro was still trying to compete with Izuku, but after another lap, she couldn't do it, so she powerlessly slumped on the ground and tried to catch her breath. How does he do it? Izuku Midoriya, you are out of my reach. She slowly stood up and walked to the resting place for the girls. As she sat back down, she received a round of applause from the girls. She looked at them in confusion and asked, what was that for? A frog-like girl replied, you were amazing, Ribbit. Best of all the girls, Ribbit. Yeah. As expected from Endeavor's daughter, so amazing. A certain invisible girl chimed in. You were wonderful, Todoroki-san. Achiko praised her. Shiro wasn't used to receiving this much praise from other people. Usually, they would just ignore her. At first, girls were afraid to approach her and talk to her, but as they saw how Izuku easily talked with her, they thought she might not be such a scary person. Shiro thanked them all and thought, maybe if I act more friendly, Izuku Midoriya would fall in love with me. That way, his goal, would be easier to attain. She took out her diary and wrote it down. Chapter 110, I will kill you. Izuku was comfortably jogging around the track. He noticed that Shiro was slowing down and finally, couldn't go on, so she went back to rest in the audience seats. Well. At least she didn't push herself too far this time. I would feel guilty if she fell unconscious again. Denki Kaminari was keeping up with him for a while until he slowed down and left the track as well. His endurance is quite surprising. I thought Ida would be in front with me, but since he wasn't allowed to use his quirk, he didn't survive for long. Izuku thought. All Might jumped in front of him and stopped Izuku in his tracks. Well done, young Midoriya. You trained hard. Go and rest until young Bakugo comes. I shall take a short toilet break as well. I will be right back. He stormed off, leaving a gust of wind behind. Izuku nodded and went towards the boy group. Similarly to Shiro, both Izuku and Denki received recognition from their classmates. You are on a path to becoming true heroes. I wish I was like you. Ida showed off a proud smile, but deep inside, he was really disappointed in himself, as he wasn't able to keep up with them without his quirk. I need to discipline myself further. From now on, I will be jogging every day. Ida swore in his heart. You guys were so manly. I wish I was just as manly as you. I need to improve my body. Kirishima announced. You have mastered the arts of running away pretty well, I admit, but you wouldn't be able to defeat me in a real fight. Tokoyami sounded as if he was mocking them, but in reality, he was dissatisfied with his body. His quirk wasn't suitable for combat throughout the day and his body wasn't that fit either. This saddened him, but there wasn't anything he could do. Exercise was the only way to improve his stamina. He vowed to himself that he will train his body to the fullest so that these mortals will suffer defeat at his hands. Izuku was happy that his classmates recognized his strength. He always wanted to have more friends to talk to, especially male friends. He saw this as an opportunity to gain more friends and comrades. Once he becomes the strongest hero, he plans on overthrowing the government, and to do that, he will need capable people he can trust. Izuku wanted to talk with them, to get to know his classmates better, but before he could, he felt a weight on his back. 2 giant melons were pressed on his back. Someone hugged him from behind. What's up? It was the hyperactive alien girl, Mina. Hey, Ashido-san, what can I do for you? The 2 buns on his back made him quite restless. I need to tell her to go away, or else something might rise from its slumber. Would you mind getting off of me, please? Mina was disappointed but did as she was told. I was watching you on the track, you were amazing. Izuku laughed at her excitement and replied, thanks, I tried my best. Katsuro was watching from afar, and her heartbeat slowly accelerated again. Seeing him smile at another unknown girl pissed her off even more. Calm down. It's just another girl. She just acts friendly. Yes, nothing is going on between them. Although Katsuro repeated this inside of her mind, she wondered when was the last time she hugged him or did any kind of affectionate thing with him. The only time I tried to do something, was when Itsu forced me to kiss him on the cheek, but that was so long ago. He probably thought we were only joking at the time. She watched on and frowned at what happened next. Oh, I almost forgot. Thank you Izuku, for drawing my costume. It's perfect. I love it. She hugged him again, this time from the front. Her sweet smell attacked his nose and Izuku couldn't help but feel elated. She smells so good. Kinda like bubblegum. I wonder what kind of perfume girls use to achieve this. It's so alluring. He hugged her back automatically and didn't give it much thought. No problem. I am glad to help. This time, Katsuro snapped and walked towards them. On the way there, Ochiko saw her and greeted her. Oh, Bakugo-san, are you feeling alright? We were really worried after we heard what happened. But she ignored her and went straight after Mina. You bitch. Get your hands off of him. I will kill you. Katsuro shouted and activated her quirk to propel herself towards them. Out of nowhere, a white scarf wrapped around her body and restrained her. What the fuck is this? Although you are allowed to use quirks, you aren't allowed to use them against your classmates, so apologize. Out of nowhere, Aizawa appeared in the audience seats. Arg. Both Denki and Kirishima screamed. None of them noticed him, but Aizawa was laying beside them all along. However, to them, it appeared as if he teleported. His appearance made them jump. Aizawa woke up when he noticed the ruckus and saw that Katsuro used her quirk without permission. Don't struggle, my scarf is a special capture weapon for villains. Katsuro ignored him and wanted to blast it away, but then she noticed that she can't use her quirk. She also didn't feel any rage whatsoever. Her mind was clear. What just happened? My mind was never so clear. She looked around in confusion and noticed that Aizawa's eyes turned bloodshot. Aizawa smiled and said, "It's my quirk. I can erase other people's quirks. My power is quite handy. But I can't be using it a lot, or else I will have a dry eye." Aizawa released her from his hold and deactivated his quirk. He pulled out a bottle of eyes drops and applied them into his eyes. Amazing quirk. Oh, I've heard about him, he is the eraser hero. Eraser head. How manly. To think that kind of quirk existed, there are too many unknown quirks in the world, huh? The crowd exclaimed. However, the moment Aizawa turned his gaze away from Katsuro, she immediately felt her rage boil up again. The negative emotions clouded her mind and she rushed towards Mina, once again. "Kaken, what is up with you?" Izuku asked. "Nothing. Let me teach this so a lesson so that everyone can see that you are mine." Katsuro wasn't sure what was happening anymore. She didn't even know what just escaped from her mouth. Her head hurt like crazy and all she wanted was to punch the shit out of Mina. "Kaken. Go rest, you are clearly out of it." Izuku tried to resolve the situation, but she ignored him, completely. "What do you want to do with her?" "She didn't do anything, it's fine." Izuku replied. Katsuro grinned and said, "Oh, I just want to shake hands with her." Mina smiled and said, "Wanna make up?" "Sure." Katsuro put her hand in the form of a handshake, just as Izuku did in the past when he slapped Ida. She attempted to do the same thing and punched towards her face. Izuku saw it coming and stepped in front of Mina to protect her. He caught Katsuro's fist in his hand and said, "That's enough. You need to rest. Please, stop this." Katsuro smirked and activated her quirk. Her fist exploded and Izuku's hand turned into charcoal. Aizawa didn't make it in time to stop her and was horrified when he saw what she did. "Shit. I was using my eye drops and I didn't expect that she will attack again. I hope that Midoriya is fine." Izuku, on the other hand, was fine. Although the flesh on his right hand turned black, none of his fingers were blasted off. It was nothing a recovery girl or a quick death couldn't handle. It seems like she regulated her explosion somewhat. He sighed and raised his voice. "Kaken. Wake up. Do you realize what you are doing?" He lightly slapped her face and she somewhat recovered from her stupor. Why did you protect her? Is she precious to you?" She mumbled. "No. Listen, it's not like that." Izuku tried to explain the situation again but he just couldn't reason with her. "I asked. Is she precious to you?" "I don't know. I just met her, how can I know? She is an acquaintance at most, heck, why do you even care?" Izuku finally exploded, startling Katsuro. "Why do I care?" "Because I love you, you idiot." She pulled her fist back, turned around and walked away from the training ground. Aizawa approached her and told her to come with him. He planned on discussing this little incident with her in private. He then saw All Might, hiding near the corner of a building and asked, "Why are you hiding from me?" "All Might?" All Might shrieked and said, well. He then bowed and continued, "Aizawa, I am thankful that you stopped the reckless young Bakugo before anything serious happened." Aizawa gave him a wry smile and replied, "Nothing like that would have happened if you could control your bladder." All Might turned red and apologized, I know, but I am quite old already, I can't do anything about it." Katsuro listened in on their conversation but didn't say anything. After she blew up Izuku's hand, most of her rage was released and all that was left was disappointment, guilt, and sadness. His words, "Why do you even care?" repeated in her head over and over again. Chapter 111, Side Chapter 1, The Rise of Grape. It's been 3 days since the incident. Mineta Minoru was laying on a bunch of cardboards near an abandoned place called Yamashibai Studio. He hadn't eaten anything decent in days and the only water he drank was the leftover water from the bottles people threw away into the rubbish. He wanted to return home, but once he saw 2 police cars patrolling the area, he ran away as fast as he could. Nowhere was safe, not even this area was. SCH. He turned his head, looked towards a trash bin next to him, and saw a duo of rats, eating his lunch. He stole that fish from the storage room of a restaurant he broke into last night, but he can't eat it now since the rats just ate it in front of him. Leave my food alone. Mineta scared them away but didn't manage to recover the fish. He raised his voice and shouted. Damn it! I can't be living like this anymore. I can't take it. I need to eat something delicious, sleep somewhere safe and warm. An otaku like me can't be living outdoors. I wasn't constructed this way. His voice echoed throughout the whole complex, bringing 2 uninvited guests to him. EY, who do we have here? A child? An adult man with spiky hair asked his partner. The boss told us to clear this place out completely, we should take care of him. A man with a slightly smaller stature replied to him and revealed a sly smile. Mineta could tell at the first glance that those were not the people he should trifle with. They were either gangsters or worse, villains. Mineta quickly stood up and apologized. No, I am sorry. I won't be bothering you. I am on my way out of here. Please don't hurt me. Mineta has lost everything, but his life, and he didn't plan on losing that as well. He still wanted to create a harem, full of beautiful girls that would obey all of his commands and fulfill all of his inner desires. I need to get away from here. With that thought in mind, Mineta tried running away, only to slip on a banana peel and fall onto the ground a few seconds later. His body was weak and malnourished, he could barely even move. There was no way he could run. Not eating anything proper in 3 days left his body in a terrible state. The duo of villains looked at each other and bursted out laughing. Seems like his escape plan didn't work. I wonder what he tried to do, just now. Mineta stood up from the ground and started crying. Blood ran down his nose, due to his clumsiness and exhaustion. He somehow managed to hit his nose so hard, that he started bleeding. I want to go home. Mineta thought as he watched the 2 villains laughing at his situation. One of the villains went forward and pulled out a knife. He looked at his ally and said. Leave it to me. I love to cut open children. His villain friend just shrugged it off and thought, if he ever gets into prison, he will have a problem. Most people don't believe it, but prison is a nice place. It's not like in the movies where they rape and kill each other. However, the prisoners had a certain amount of unspoken rules that they followed. For example, if you were a rapist, child abuser, or in the worst case, child murderer, then you will definitely be jumped by every man and his black cousin. The villain walked in front of him and kicked Mineta's face. Mineta was too weak to guard against it in his current state and flew through the air like a ball until he hit a nearby pillar. Ha! Too weak. Let me see the color of your organs, kiddo. The villain put his knife on Mineta's lower part and said, I will cut you open from your groin all the way up to your throat. How does that sound? He revealed a sadistic grin and expected Mineta to panic, but instead, Mineta didn't show any kind of emotion as he was thinking about his words. I already knew I might die here. But to die by such a gruesome death. I won't accept it. He better stab my heart or something. Mineta grabbed the last strength he had and tried running away. The man smirked and said, You won't be able to escape, don't you remember your last attempt? Mineta ignored him and pulled 5 balls out of his head started bleeding and he had a terrible headache, which was not helping his current state, but he still managed to run and hide behind a pillar. The villain spun his knife in his hand and went towards the pillar, so, we are playing hide and seek now. Good. It's the best feeling when my prey tries to struggle. Mineta was silently praying, not to God or Buddha or someone else, he didn't need such a thing. He was praying to a god of harem itself, to grant him the power to survive this ordeal. Oh, almighty god of the harem, give me the strength to win this fight by any means necessary. Mineta knew that due to what he did, he could never be a hero anymore, but he didn't plan on dying without a fight either. He looked at the 5 balls in his hands and smiled, seems like I need to rely on my defective quirk again. He looked at the ground and noticed a shard of glass. I can use this. He picked it up and placed it into his pocket. As the villain was coming closer, Mineta jumped out from his hiding spot and with great accuracy, threw his purple balls onto the villain's legs, successfully trapping him or rather, sticking him into the ground. What the hell is that? I can't get these off. He swung his knife around and tried to stab Mineta, but he dodged, pulled out the glass shard out of his pocket and pierced his hand with it. As a result, the villain dropped the knife and Mineta calmly picked it up. Noticing that he fucked up, he turned to his buddy and shouted, "Don't just stand there. Help me." The other villain was too dumbfounded to move, as he watched it all unfold in front of him. Mineta stepped forward to the trapped villain and said, "I cannot be a hero anyway, so it doesn't really matter now. It's just for my survival, yes, survival." The villain noticed that Mineta's eyes changed and begged for mercy. I was just joking. I just wanted to scare you away. I surrender. I will even go to the police station." But Mineta couldn't hear him, because, for the first time in his life, he was concentrated on what he was doing. He was in the zone, where all unneeded thoughts disappear, and his body did everything automatically as if he did it on instinct. "I'll listen. I've got money." The villain couldn't finish his sentence, as Mineta stabbed him into the heart. A few seconds later, he fell on the ground and twitched until he finally stopped moving. Riga. The remaining villain woke up from his stupor once he saw his friend fell on the ground. He dashed towards him and opened his mouth widely. His quirk was fire breath, and even though it sounded cool, in reality, it was really weak. Fire quirks aren't rare in the world whatsoever. However, there are different stages of firepower and fire control. Endeavor, the flame hero, reached the highest fire control in the world, but his firepower is only second to a 13-year-old kid, who lives in America. He was discovered to have such a violent flame, that the kid hurt himself by using it. Endeavor was always trying to reach that kind of power but never managed to do it, as he wasn't strong enough for the violent blue flame to awaken. This villain was just a regular fire quirk user that can at most set Mineta's clothes on fire. But his quirk was still lethal, as you could easily get second-degree burns from him. Seeing that something lightened up in the villain's throat, Mineta plucked out a bunch of purple balls and violently shoved them into the mouth of the villain. "I can't breathe." He tried to take them out of his mouth, but instead, his hands got stuck on the balls and he couldn't do anything to stop his asphyxiation. Mineta looked down at the fallen body of his enemy, which was still struggling for air, and thought, "I am insane. I am insane. I am insane. I am insane. I just killed 2 people. I am insane. I am insane." The words repeated and repeated in his mind. As he repeated those words, he remembered the sensation he felt when he killed them. No resistance, so easily accepting killing people, without even once crying. The knife in his hands dropped on the floor and Mineta fell on his knees. What am I going to do now? Am I even allowed to live? Og. Recalling the image of him, killing them, Mineta was finally hounded by the urge to vomit. His bile surged up, burning his throat. But he couldn't spare even the time to puke, as he didn't even have enough food in his stomach to throw up in the first place. Once again, everything was Mineta's fault and Mineta's crime. Interesting, little man. Mineta shook in horror as he heard someone's voice behind him. He turned around and saw 2 men. One of the men was tall, and he was equipped with a creepy black mask, resembling a skeleton. It looked like some kind of breathing gadget. The other man was young, probably a teenager who had creepy hands all around his body. More villains. They look strong as heck too. Damn it. I should have run away when I could. He plucked out more balls from his hair and threw them at the tall man. However, a feeling of dread overcame him as he noticed that the man just shook his hand and they fell off of him without any resistance. What? Why are they not sticking on him? The tall man smiled and replied, "Do not be surprised, child. There are plenty of things in the world you have never seen." He looked at the bodies of his minions and said, "Oh well, what are you going to do about them? I hired them and yet, you disposed of them. They aren't cheap, you need to reimburse us somehow. How about I take you with us?" He extended his hand and waved in front of Mineta's face. Using his unknown hypnosis quirk, Mineta felt sleepy and his eyelids slowly closed. He was exhausted and couldn't defend himself from the man's quirk. The tall man picked him up and together with the teenager, exited the building, leaving the 2 corpses to rot. The teenager shook his head and asked, "Why are we bringing this trash with us? Are you planning on using him as another monster experiment, master?" The tall man smiled behind his mask and replied, "Tamura, we need capable people into our ranks. We don't have strong people who can help you with our goal. We only have a lot of cannon fodder. Those third-rate villains won't be even able to touch weak heroes, much less All Might. I sense great potential in his quirk. Maybe if we used the new drug on him, we might see how an ugly duckling grows into a terrible monster." Tamura thought about his words and replied, "I understand." He was with Master ever since he was little and he never disappointed him. He trusted him and relied on him as if he was his father. Remembering his family, Tamura Shigaraki furiously scratched his neck and tried to forget about the unpleasant memory. Chapter 112, Side Chapter 2, Forming a Clown Group W. Mineta woke up in a room he didn't recognize. He looked at his phone to check the time but the battery has run out. He looked out of the window and noticed that it was dark. Finally woke up, He looked for the source of the voice and found out it was the same teenager with the creepy hands he met today. Where am I? Who are you? Am I going to get killed? The teenager put his hand on the desk and it crumbled into dust. Too many questions. Spare me of this, trash. If it wasn't because of my dear master, you would be long dead. Mineta slightly jumped at the teenager's outburst. Master? Was it the person who was with you at that time? The teenager nodded and replied, yes, that was my master whose name I won't be telling you, as you are not trustworthy yet. He chose you, as my future capable underling. I am not sure what he saw in you, but you should meet his expectations unless you wish to die. Mineta shuddered at the word death. He remembered his situation and gulped down his saliva. They can kill me at any time they want. This guy looks scary and his master was even scarier. I don't think I can run away from them, let's just pretend I am at their side for now. Mineta stood up from the couch he was laying on and asked, so, what am I supposed to do now? The teenager frowned and replied, you will be following my orders from now on. My name is Tamura Shigaraki, remember this name well, as I don't wish to repeat myself. As for your order. Tamura looked at Mineta in disgust and continued, for now, your order is to take a fucking bath, since you smell worse than a homeless person. After that, I will show you your temporary residence and I will give you something to eat since you won't be able to follow my orders properly if you are hungry. Although Mineta didn't feel like getting ordered by a villain, the moment he heard his words, Mineta felt eternally grateful to him. Not only did I not get killed by the villains, but they also treat me well. I don't really mind staying if this is the norm here. Mineta thought. He took a shower and washed away the filth from the last few days. Tamura showed him his residence and it was bigger than his room. Not only that, but there was also a Wi-Fi router with great connection and an Xbox XYZ which was the newest edition every kid wanted. Mineta felt like a king. At least until he didn't discover a small problem. His clothes. As the clothes he had on him were too dirty, Tamura threw them away without realizing that Mineta had a small body and they didn't have clothes for children to wear. Tamura sighed and gave him temporary clothes which were too big for Mineta to wear. He called his master and he told him that his clothes would arrive in an hour. An hour later, his clothes arrived and they fit him perfectly. That's weird, it's as if he exactly knew all of my sizes. His prediction was insane. Tamura nodded and replied, of course. Master is impeccable at everything he does. Mineta could feel that Tamura valued his master a lot. Tamura's gaze turned serious as he looked at Mineta and said, from now on, you will be working under me due to my master's orders. Other than Kurojiiri, I've never had a direct underling before, only cannon fodders, be grateful. Also, try not to embarrass me, even though it will still happen when they look at you. Mineta sighed as he has already gotten used to Tamura's attitude in the past hour. He was a person who highly regarded himself and his master. He was extremely arrogant and he hated other people but Mineta could still feel a hint of kindness behind that creepy exterior. Well, he isn't that bad, he gave me food, a place to stay and a new set of clothes. It is much better than living as a homeless man. I am not complaining. Tamura walked towards the door and said, come with me, I will introduce you to Kurojiiri and apparently, there will be 2 more annoying pests like you around. He motioned for Mineta to follow him and he had no choice but to comply. Both of them walked down the stairs and they arrived into a small bar. A person or rather, a black cloud in a human form noticed them and greeted them. Welcome, Tamura and the new member. I was already expecting you. He wiped a wine glass and continued, is he ready? Shall I call the other newcomers as well? Tamura clicked his tongue and replied, just do it quickly, Kurojiiri, I've wasted enough time on this shrimp. I don't feel like waiting any longer. Kurojiiri flinched and immediately disappeared into a purple portal gate, as you wish, I will be right back. Mineta was amazed by his quirk, a teleportation. Is that really a teleportation quirk? Wow! That's super rare. He couldn't contain his excitement and Tamura felt like killing him. If you don't shut up, I will put you into his gate and make him close it while you are inside. He scratched his neck in irritation. He took a bottle of wine and poured himself a full glass. Mineta thought about his words and shivered, wouldn't that cut me in half? A few seconds after their exchange, Kurojiri arrived with two people by his side. Took you long enough, Kurojiri. Who the hell are these people anyway? Was it my master who chose them? They better not be some annoyances. Kurojiri shook his head and replied, do not worry Tamura, they are really strong and they deserve to be underlings of someone as great as you. Come on you two, introduce yourselves. From your name to your fighting style. A girl cheerily stepped forward and giggled, hey. My name is Himiko Toga. My fighting style involves hand-to-hand combat in this. She pulled two knives out of her pocket and continued, I am pretty skilled with them. My quirk is transformation, I can transform into any person, as long as I have enough blood. Tamura furiously scratched his neck and replied in a low tone, girl. I was recommended, a girl. A weak female. Is this a joke? What is up with that stupid cheerful attitude? Do you think we are on a school trip? Himiko just ignored it and smiled. While Tamura was pissed off, Mineta, on the other hand, was delighted. A girl. Yes. She looks my age too. It seems like joining this group was truly worth it. Kurojiri forced out a cough to break the silence and said, now, how about you go? He looked at the person in the hoodie and he nodded. He stepped forward and said, my name is Leo. Leo Kendo. I am only here to pursue my way of life, to make the society a better place. Your master has invited me here. I don't really wish to associate myself with any of you people and I will most likely never follow your commands. My primary weapons are pistols and a small katana. I also have a pair of knives to take organs out of my victims and sell them on the black market. That's mostly how I've been surviving on the streets. As for my quirk, I can control fire to some extent. Wow, gross, I love it. Himiko chimed in. I think you misunderstood. I am not here to make friends. My goal is to kill everyone who is in my way. I will create the perfect society, and then, I am also here to beat one person. The last time I fought him I suffered a loss. I wish to fight him again, that's why I am here. I heard you plan about attacking the school. He turned around and ignored her. Oh, no friends then, well, what about the man you want to beat? Who is he? Is he strong? Leo looked at her and said, his name is Izuku Midoriya. He beat me not too long ago and I wish to repay him in kind. He is pretty strong. Himiko widened her eyes in shock but tried to hide it. She stuck her tongue out and replied, Bae. I bet you are a weakling. Leo shook his head and replied, whatever. Tamura scratched his neck once again, this time, he scratched it so hard it turned red. You people, are making me sick, one of you is on a school trip while the other doesn't wish to follow my commands. If the outside world sees us, they will think that we are a bunch of clowns. It seems like the midget over here is better than all of you. He pointed at Mineta, putting him into the spotlight. Mineta coughed and replied, well. I am nothing special, my name is Mineta Minoru and my quirk is this. He pulled a purple ball out of his head and continued, the only thing these balls can do, is to stick onto my opponents. While my quirk is weak, you can use it in quite a lot of ways. For example, yesterday, I killed two people with them. I made one of them unable to move and the other one suffocated to death because I put it into his mouth. Mineta bragged and hoped that they would be more friendly if he revealed this fact. Everyone other than Tamura was surprised, they didn't expect that this little twerp actually killed people. Not only that, but he also used his weak quirk and found a unique way of using it to kill people, which was admirable. Himiko giggled and said, who would expect that such a brat could kill someone? You, being short is a great disguise. Leo smiled under his hood and said, simply killing someone is easy. Try focusing on eradicating the big fishes like fake heroes or their family. Mineta has immediately become a center of attention. Something that has never happened to him. He really enjoyed the feeling of fame until he saw the deadly look in Tamura's eyes. Tamura turned towards Kurojiri and said, hey, Kurojiri, let's kill them all. Chapter 113, Side Chapter 3. Himiko Toga, the Bloody General W. Kurojiri helplessly looked at Tamura and said, Tamura. We can't kill them, they are the people we need, so we can kill All Might. Don't you remember our goal? Kill All Might at all costs. This is a great opportunity for us. If we don't grab it, it will take us forever to get rid of him. Tomura listened to Kurojairi, which somewhat calmed him down. Kurojairi was like a strategist of his group. They've been together for a few years already and he always helped him whenever he was in a bind. Mineta was scared. He knew that this villain group was planning something big, but to kill All Might? There is no way to beat that. Are we going to kill All Might? Is that even possible? Tomura turned his attention to him and replied, of course. I will crush the symbol of peace. Together with my master. We will get our revenge. Himiko and Leo were confused about their conversation. Himiko didn't know who this All Might person was and Leo was having mixed feelings. Yet again, he felt like he didn't belong here, as his goal was to eradicate fake heroes, not the real deal. Leo stepped forward and said, why is our goal All Might? Shouldn't it be better to take the hero society apart limb by limb to weaken them first? Isn't All Might too much of a big fish for us? While he didn't feel like cooperating with them, he still had to help them a bit, since he got a delightful offer from Tomura's master and he also didn't want All Might to die this soon. He wanted to kill the fake heroes first. Himiko nodded and said, yeah, by the way, who is he? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before, but I can't quite remember. She tapped her head a few times but she still couldn't remember. Tomura was rooted on the spot and the aura about him changed. Kurojairi noticed this and prepared himself for the worst. What do you mean by that? Why have you come here then? Our sole goal is to kill him. His mild voice suddenly erupted into screams. Kill All Might. And you are telling me you don't even know who he is. He rushed after Himiko and Leo and wanted to turn them into ash with his quirk. Kurojairi acted quickly and activated his quirk. Luckily, he managed to make it in time or else Tomura might have lost not only his legs but also his head. Kurojairi. Why did you stop me? I stopped you because infighting is a bad idea. Not only will it reduce our numbers exponentially, but it could also lead to betrayals later on. Moreover, these people are no joke, if I didn't stop you, something bad might have happened. Kurojairi glanced at the floor and noticed two irregularities. Those are the bombs our master told me about. I am not sure when he managed to put them there, but now it's confirmed that he is dangerous. We can't take these people lightly, not only that, but this girl is much stronger than any thug we recruited. After shaking off his angered state, Tomura could feel his mind clearing up again. I understand. Go introduce them to the meat shields, they will need leaders. Following that, he went upstairs. I thought my heart would stop. Getting attacked so suddenly isn't good for my heart. Mineta started heavily breathing and tried to recover from the situation. That brat is harmless. His strength is nothing to speak of, as one bullet would be enough for me to take him down, but still, he is quite the creepy guy, isn't he? He has these weird hands all over his body. Are they real or not? He said with a low voice and a small smirk formed on his face. Although no one could see it behind his hoodie. I agree. Those hands are the scariest thing about him. Mineta squealed. Leo didn't wish to pursue this conversation any longer so he looked towards Kurojairi and said, you will introduce us to our slaves, right? Are we allowed to kill them and practice our moves on them? Kurojairi sighed and replied, minions, and I am afraid not. Like I said before. Our numbers aren't that great and we only have about 2,000 thugs and 5 strong people at our disposal. Excluding our master and your employer. It wouldn't be wise to kill the meat shields, but, if they make trouble for you or refuse your orders then. You may punish them. Even with death. But don't do it too often. Kurojairi glanced at Himiko and said, there is a high possibility that they wouldn't want to listen to your orders, as most of them are criminals and you are a woman. So try to instill them with fear, so that they know their place and obey you. Himiko smiled and nodded, Suri. Mineta looked at the girl and thought, she is a cute little lady. I doubt that she will be able to make them respect her. He then looked at himself and thought, same goes for me. I need to think of a plan or else I will become a clown. Okay. There are 3 sectors full of people. There are more than 600 people for each of you to order around, however. As I said, it will be quite the challenge to earn their respect, so do your best. With that, Kurojairi gave each of them a sector they would be in charge of and wished them good luck. Well, he didn't care about them, but it would be great if they managed to unite the meat shields so that their goal would be easier to attain. Leo calmly walked towards his sector and as he entered the hall, everyone's gaze fell upon him. They gave him a few looks before they ignored him. He pulled out his gun and shot a nearby man in the stomach. He was instantly murdered. The rest of the people realized what's going on and immediately paid him attention. Listen up, worms. My name is Leo Kendo and I was asked to be the leader of Group A. You will obey my every order from now on, or else you will end up like that man. I have permission to kill everyone who defies my orders. He played with the gun in his hands, instilling the fear of getting shot into them. The small-time villains got scared and agreed with his request immediately. Yeah. Boss. We will obey you. With that, Leo smiled with satisfaction and left the stage. Now that I have trash minions at my disposal, it might be easier for me to extract organs from the bodies of the heroes. Kurogiri observed him from the back and wasn't that happy because they lost one meat shield right away, but the way he handled them was still acceptable. He teleported towards Area B and watched on as everyone was making fun of Mineta. This kiddo is supposed to be our leader. Some standards this villain group has. Ha. Kid, go back to drinking milk. You are almost shorter than my German Shepherd. Do you think I will obey someone who is on the level of a dog? Wouldn't that make me worse than a dog? The insults didn't stop and Mineta was panicking the whole time. What to do? What to do? I can't do this. Just as he was about to run away, he noticed that someone was standing in the back, observing his actions. It was Kurogiri. He turned back to the villains and thought, if I don't do something, I will be killed because I am useless. Think. Should I boast about my quirk again? Would that help? Mineta took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked towards the crowd and said, I may not look the best, I may not be the tallest or strongest of the leaders in this association, but they chose me as a leader, to unite all of you so that we can rampage around the country and ravage everything. His speech had a little bit of effect on them, so he smiled and continued, my name is Minoru Mineta, and I was kicked out of the Hero Academy because of my sexual urges. The crowd laughed at his remark. A hero in the making became too horny, EY. Ha. For a little pipsqueak, your balls sure are big to assault someone in the academy. Mineta grinned and said, not only that but 3 days after I was kicked out of the school and I was on the run, I killed 2 people with my small hands. Whistles could be heard around the place and the crowd went crazy. What a crazy kid. I am starting to like him. You are higher than my dog. The crowd was slowly starting to accept him and Kurogiri smiled. Despite being a figure people would laugh at when they see him, he earned their favor with his actions. Good. Now, the last one is Himiko Toga. He teleported to her location and a similar situation to what Mineta was going through was happening. Do you think I will obey a woman? Is this villain group out of their minds? That's it. I am leaving. What did the other leaders think? This is unacceptable. Women are only good for fucking, so come here and switch with me. I will command these people while you suck me off. The man started to take his pants off. The crowd burst out in laughter but they were quickly attacked by remarks from female villains. What was that, you little cuck? If I was you, I would hide that poor thing in your pants till the rest of my life. Why are you all bitching about it like little kids? Why is a female leader a bad choice? From my understanding, other leaders are all men. We need at least one woman. The man who took his pants off walked in front of Toga in his shorts and said, I am waiting. Do your job properly. As the leader, you need to take care of the needs of your subordinates. The women group wanted to strangle him alive but Toga just smiled and asked, are you disobeying me? As I said before, women are good for a quick fuck and that's it. You are the SA dash. Oka Y. Toga smiled and swung her hand towards his neck, instantly decapitating him. His head fell on the floor with a shocked expression written on his face and a pool of blood formed under him. The crowd turned silent. Toga slowly walked up to the next person who threw insults at her and repeated the same process. At this point, Leo and Mineta had already rejoined with Kurogiri and watched what was unfolding before them. It seems like I underestimated her greatly. This chick is a monster. Leo commented. Mineta was shivering as he watched how she slaughtered her group, as she isn't cute anymore, she is not cute. Kurogiri-san, shouldn't you stop her? Ha, it's fine. If you listened closely, you could hear the pain in his voice. But didn't you say that we can't kill people? She killed 2 of them already. I received my orders from my master not too long ago. He said that we can kill as many of them as we want to, as he managed to recruit more people. Kurogiri replied. One by one, people were falling on the floor within seconds. As she was walking towards her next prey, the villain in question panicked. And no. Wait. Why you can't do this? Himiko just smiled and penetrated the man's chest with her delicate white hand. She pulled out his heart and crushed it in her hand, turning her hands and clothes into a bloody mess. She licked her hands and thought, until I found out how amazing Izuku's blood was, I drank this foul blood. So disgusting. The way she licked the blood off of her hands, made the villains shiver, as they realized they angered someone crazy. Why did we get such a crazy bitch as our leader? Oh mommy, I wanna go home. Even the female villains were creeped out by her behavior. Not only did she kill 7 people in a span of a few seconds, but she also drank their leftover blood from her hands. At this point, Toga was completely bloody from her head to her toes, her cute face was stained with red but it was still beautiful nonetheless. She glanced at the villains and said, anyone else? And no. Please. Spare us. We will. We will, obey. Toga grinned and replied, good. See you guys later. She waved them off with a cute smile and left. From this day on, she will be known as the most cruel leader of them all. Himiko Toga, the bloody general. She left the hall and once she got back Kurogiri warned her not to kill anyone else. Even though they will get more members, they mustn't waste their war potential. Toga went to take a shower in her room and Leo left to collect the guy he shot dead a few minutes ago, to collect his organs. This left Mineta and Kurogiri alone. Kurogiri-san, what am I supposed to do now? Mineta asked. As his purpose wasn't to join the villain group but to survive. While he didn't want to be a villain all that much, the living conditions they offered were much better than the streets. Kurogiri looked at him and said, wait here for a bit, I will give you a few questions. But before that. He turned his gaze towards the door and said, you can come in. The door opened, revealing 2 people, Mineta didn't expect to see. The duo of a boy and a girl entered the room and the moment they did, they locked their eyes with Mineta. Mineta? So this is where you were. Mineta-san. Kurogiri grinned and replied, what a nice class reunion this is, wouldn't you agree, Mineta? Mineta just stood there dumbfounded. Why are you guys here? Kurogiri teleported behind them and placed both of his hands on each of their shoulders. These are our spies of the organization. I am pretty sure you've already met them before. Chapter 114, Teaching Feeling. After getting an earful from Aizawa, Katsuro managed to calm down. She knew that she was in the wrong and she knew that she acted like a kid, but she couldn't help herself. Her mixed feelings coupled with her failure of a quirk and depression made for a really bad combination. To make sure this never happens again, you will be punished. Aizawa pulled a small coin from his pouch and placed it on top of Katsuro's head. What is this? Katsuro took a closer look at the coin and couldn't help but ask. Don't take it off, place it on your head. Katsuro did as she was told and waited for his explanation. Good. Your punishment for attacking your classmates won't be a light one. The coin on the top of your head is a gravity coin, made by Principal Nizu. It is a device that can increase gravity output around your body up to 5 times, but I wouldn't recommend using the highest setting, as even All Might had problems with that. Your goal will be to write, I will never attack or threaten my comrades ever again. On the blackboard as a punishment until you fill up all of the space. Sounds easy to me. Aizawa grinned like a creep and replied, yeah. Pretty simple, right? He pulled out something that resembled a switch from his sleeping bag and pressed it. 4 hooks popped out of the coin and the coin attached itself on her head. All of a sudden, something heavy pressed onto Katsuro from the top of her head. It was the gravity coin. The pressure it emitted was something she never felt before. It was horrible. She felt like her neck might break at any moment under the pressure. It's safe to use as long as it is within the 2x gravity range. Top students like you should get accustomed to it. Once you are strong enough to move comfortably under the 3x gravity setting, you can call yourself a hero, as your endurance will be on the same level as the endurance of the teachers at the UA. This is hard. Katsuro struggled with the gravity coin. She could only barely move her hand and couldn't move from her spot at all. You won't be allowed to go home until you finish this ordeal. I know. Midnight and Recovery Girl will make sure you complete your assignment. After he told her everything he had to say, Aizawa turned around and walked away. Once he left, Midnight and Recovery Girl stepped in. At first, Aizawa didn't want them to interfere, but when he heard that she suffered a heart attack, he made sure they were present. While her condition was indeed pitiful, Aizawa simply couldn't ignore the fact that she acted aggressively towards the student Ashido Mina and student Izuku Midoriya. She has to do this to improve her behavior, or else she might attack someone again. Ha, what a class full of troublemakers. With that thought in his head, Aizawa left the school campus. 20 minutes later. Inside of the classroom. Katsuro hasn't even managed to write a single word on the blackboard. The effort she had to put into grabbing chalk from the desk was already a heroic feat. Hopefully, nothing bad will happen to her. The child is already so weak from her heart attack, to put her through such torment. Such a cute little lady has to suffer so much. I will have to talk to the Aizawa boy about this. Recovery girl commented while she silently prayed for the safety of Katsuro. There is nothing we can do. She brought this upon herself. Let's just observe her and make sure she doesn't get hurt. Midnight sighed. Shut up, shut up. I can't concentrate. Katsuro hissed at her but could only barely open her mouth from the amount of pressure the coin was generating. Oh, okay. Don't worry, I won't interrupt you anymore, you can do it. Midnight tried to cheer Katsuro on, but that made it worse. The hell are you doing in my seat? Midnight leaned on the chair and replied, nothing really, I just wanted to remember how it feels to sit in one of these. How nostalgic. She looked to the seat next to her and said, Midoriya sits beside you, right? So, what? Hearing Izuku's name, Katsuro got heated up again but calmed herself down immediately. She made sure to control herself this time. I shouldn't think about it, shouldn't think about him. She pressed the chalk in her hand against the blackboard and started writing the first word. Well, I was just curious about the relationship you two are in. Are you by any chance going out? Crack. The chalk in her hand broke into two pieces and Katsuro slowly turned towards Midnight. Seeing the hollow look in her eyes, Midnight slightly shivered. No. We are friends, yes, friends, friends. She continued repeating those words and stared at Midnight without blinking. Both Midnight and Recovery Girl were speechless. Katsuro turned back to the blackboard and tried to continue where she left off with her broken chalk. Recovery Girl stood up and sat beside Midnight. I think I understand why she is in so much stress now, Midnight-chan, it's because of love. Recovery Girl whispered. Midnight frowned and replied. What do you mean by that? How can that classify as love? After not being able to attack her target, she attacked Izuku. Did you see how burned his hand looked? I felt like crying when I saw the state he was in. We can only thank God that none of his fingers were blown off with that level of attack. This girl simply despises him. Recovery Girl shook her head and replied. No. It's not like that at all. I am surprised that you are the one who doesn't understand this. Love has all kinds of forms. You can love yourself, love your family, love someone precious to you, then there is sexual love, and after that, comes the worst kind of love. It's obsessive love. Obsession and jealousy have a lot in common and Bakugo-chan possesses both of these dreadful traits. Midnight still didn't quite understand what she was on about. That makes no sense, I still don't get why she would hurt Izuku when she loves him. Recovery Girl sighed and tried to think of an example. Let's see, okay, how about this, how would you act, if your lover cheated on you with another woman? Midnight thought about it and replied, at this point, I wouldn't really mind if he cheated on me, if that happened. I would be fine with it, as I am too old to satisfy my partner. I guess, it's fine as long as he still loves me. Midnight turned red after she said that. Recovery Girl widened her eyes and couldn't believe what she just heard. Midnight-chan, you can't be serious. You are still a young woman, never say that you are old in front of me, until you are as old as me, okay? Let me give you another example then. What would you do, if he ran away with another woman and left you all alone? Midnight nervously scratched her hand and said, I am not sure, I would probably cry. Recovery Girl grew annoyed and replied, wouldn't you feel anything else? Anger? Fear? Jealousy? This is exactly what Bakugo-chan is going through. Her quirk is malfunctioning because she is afraid that she will lose her crush to another girl. Her jealousy brought out an emotion called anger and this turned into hate. I am afraid that until she fixes her relationship with Midoriya-chan, her life is in grave danger. Midnight processed the enormous amount of new info and tried to reorganize it in her head. So, she isn't in a relationship with Izuku, but loves him. Why doesn't Izuku want to enter a relationship with her? Maybe, he doesn't know she likes him. Since the exercise was halted, students of class 1A were allowed to go home as there was nothing else for them to do. Izuku wanted to wait for Katsuro, but Itsuka told him to go home by himself, as she didn't want him to make Katsuro angry again. After some thinking, he finally complied and went back home. Itsuka wanted to wait for Katsuro but teacher told her off, so she left as well. As Izuku arrived home, his mom greeted him. "Welcome Izuku dear, how was your day? You look kind of down. Is everything alright?" "It's fine. What about you? Did they reopen the hospital?" Inko shook her head and replied, "I am afraid not, but from what I've heard, they might be ready starting Monday, so I need to prepare myself as well." Izuku looked around the house and said, "Where is Himiko? Is she not home yet?" "No, she is still working at that part-time job. She must be tired, but I am really happy for her." Inko smiled. Izuku nodded and walked into his room. He threw his uniform aside and sat on the bed. "Himiko is still not home. I hope that nothing bad happened to her." He thought back to today's exercise and recalled what Katsuro said to him. "Let me teach this so a lesson so that everyone can see that you are mine." Izuku clenched his fists and laid on his bed, looking at the ceiling. "I know that she likes me, so does Itsuka and Himiko, but what should I do? I don't want to disappoint anyone, I am scared. Can anyone give me a solution? I can't think of one." He placed a blanket over his head and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 115, Inner Turmoil. Katsuro finished her punishment around 1700 hours. Her mom was worried, so she called 2 hours prior. She wanted to check up on her, but when Midnight explained what happened, her mom started shouting and cussing through the phone. Mitsuki Bakugo was in a bad mood and she ordered Midnight to tell her stupid daughter that once she gets home, she should ready herself to receive another punishment for shaming her family name in front of everyone in the school. It was already dark when the trio consisting of Katsuro, Midnight, and Recovery Girl left the school facilities. Katsuro massaged her shoulders and sighed. "Ah, my body hurts so much, I can't believe it took so long." "Well, originally, it would take much longer, as Aizawa told us you also had to wipe the blackboard with a sponge under the pressure of the gravity coin, but we somehow managed to persuade him after we talked about what happened to you earlier this day." Katsuro clicked her tongue in irritation and replied, "No one asked you for that. I could manage on my own." Now, young lady, calm down, please, you need to take care of yourself. You should relax over the weekend. Both your body and your soul needs to rejuvenate." Recovery Girl pulled out Haribo gummies from one of her medicine bottles and handed them to her. "What are these stupid bears for? I am not hungry. These gummy bears are one of my special medications. They will energize your tired body and heal small injuries. I made this medication into a form of gummy bears so that it would be easier to swallow." Katsuro looked at the 4 green gummy bears in her hands and hesitated. "How can I eat something so cute? What was that?" Midnight heard her mumbling. "And nothing. Shut up." She ate the gummies and it didn't take long for the medicine to take effect. She could feel a current of energy, being spread throughout her whole body. Not only did she recover from exhaustion, but she also had more energy in her body than she usually has. Her muscles have also relaxed. She glanced at Recovery Girl and mumbled, "Thanks." Recovery Girl nodded in return. "No problem, Katsuro-chan." Feeling left out, Midnight got irritated and raised her voice, "And what about me? I persuaded Aizawa to lower your punishment difficulty. A single word of thanks wouldn't hurt." "Shut up, who cares about you?" Katsuro barked back. Midnight furrowed her eyebrows and thought, "Do I deserve this? That prick Aizawa ran away from his duty and left it for me to do, and not only do I not get any form of thanks for helping her out, I even get shouted at, a little acknowledgement like, 'A million thanks to you.' Or 'You have been so helpful to me, thank you Teacher Midnight.' Would suffice, life is not fair." Seeing them interact like that, Recovery Girl smiled and whispered into her ear, "Don't be that hard on Namiri-chan. She dotes on you a lot. She also saved your life. Try to get along, okay?" Katsuro didn't say anything back but remembered those words. After a few minutes of walk, Midnight received a call from Nizu and had to go somewhere. Recovery Girl waved her goodbye but Katsuro didn't even look at her. Midnight was getting annoyed with her attitude but gave up when she remembered what she was going through. But still, she could at least show some gratitude. Now I feel hurt. Midnight gloomily walked away, leaving Katsuro and Recovery Girl alone. After she was out of their sight, Katsuro lightly mumbled, "Thank you," and turned away. Now that Midnight was gone, Recovery Girl finally had a chance to talk to Katsuro alone. She put both of her hands on her shoulders and smiled. "Namiri-chan is long gone. Let's have a private talk." "How about it, Katsuro-chan?" Katsuro wanted to refuse, but when she looked at her, she could feel a faint pressure coming from Recovery Girl. She certainly wanted to talk about something serious. She had no choice but to comply. There was also the fact that she owed her with her life, as she healed her when her life was in danger. "Okay, but make it quick." Hearing her, a beautiful smile emerged on the face of the wrinkly old lady, resulting in a discussion of love. "Alright, I will make it quick then. You like the boy named Izuku Midoriya, right?" Katsuro halted her steps and showed an expression of disgust, her eyes turning hollow. "That's right, what about it?" She didn't deny it, as in her opinion, anyone could tell that it was true, especially after the stuff she said when she tried to attack Mina Ashido. The embarrassing crap that left her mouth at that time, was pretty much a public confession. There was no way to hide it now. She was pretty sure even the dense Izuku could tell what's up. Well, Deku was pretty dense when he was a kid, but after the graduation, Itsu and I made sure to show him how we feel. I just hope he didn't forget about that. But that's not the problem here, she thought, and observed how Recovery Girl changed her expression from questioning gaze to "oh my" face. "It's good that you are honest about it. You are on a good way to reform yourself. I know what you are going through, Katsuro-chan. It's hard, I know, but the relationship between the two of you also affects how your quirk behaves. Forgive me for this, but I am pretty certain, that if you stop being jealous and possessive towards him, the condition of your body will improve." Katsuro's hands trembled in rage. She glared at her and lifted the granny off the ground. White light slowly gathered in her palm, ready to use her explosion quirk at any moment. "You know how I feel. You. Ha. You know nothing, nothing at all. I respect you for what you did for me, but don't expect I will listen to you, blabbering about love, coming from some senile old hag. One more word and I will charcoal you." She didn't know why she felt like hurting her. She didn't understand why she threatened her. Her mind was in complete chaos, once again. It was as if she was possessed. "I can't calm myself down, why, I can't become a hero like this. It's even worse than I thought." Recovery Girl murmured. "Ha. What did I say? I will blow you away." Light in her hands turned into small sparks and triggered an explosion, blowing Recovery Girl into a nearby wall, creating a huge crater and a cloud of dust. "No. What am I saying? What am I doing? Granny! Granny!" Katsuro ran after her, and after the smoke cleared up, Granny was completely fine and unharmed. Katsuro was shocked but glad that she didn't hurt her. "Ha, Katsuro-chan, you need to fix the problem that is currently polluting your mind. This problem is indeed Izuku Midoriya and the relationship between the two of you. I am sorry to say this, but before you fix it, I don't think you are suitable to become a hero." Recovery Girl sadly declared. What? No. You can't be serious." Tears slowly fell down her pretty face as she fell on the ground, kneeling. "I am so sorry, please, I don't know what to do, please, help me, I want to be a hero." Recovery Girl stood up and pat Katsuro's head. She pulled her closer and let her rest on her lap. "Calm down, I never said I am refusing to acknowledge you as a hero. I know that deep down under all of that tough girl exterior, there is a surprisingly kind soul that wants to help others. You just need to find the right path." Her words slightly calmed Katsuro down, but she was still shaken. She wondered what would have happened to her if she killed or terribly hurt the Recovery Girl in any way. "I would never be able to become a real hero." Chapter 116, Who the Hell Are Ya? Seeing that Katsuro was nervously squirming on her lap, Recovery Girl couldn't help but think that she was cute. She gently caressed her head and said, "It's alright, Katsuro-chan. You don't have to worry about that. There is still plenty of time for you to grow as a hero. You started attending UA a few days ago. Accidents like these happen all the time, but it would be much wiser if you could resolve your inner problem as soon as possible, or else you or someone else might get hurt and no one wants that." Katsuro knew that one day, she would have to deal with her feelings, and with her quirk problems. But she was afraid. Afraid of losing. At the moment there were two sides of Katsuro, battling inside of her mind. One side is afraid of losing Izuku to some other girl and doesn't want to accept the fact that he might not end up with her, and the other side is afraid to lose the relationships she already has. Itsuka is her friend. They didn't get along at first, but the more she got to know her, the more she couldn't help but want to make friends with her. Right now, both of them are close and she is her only female friend. She is like her sister. The thing that Katsuro was thinking about, for such a long time, was that what would happen if she were to go out with Izuku? What would happen to Itsuka's and Katsuro's relationship? Itsuka loves Izuku without a doubt. How could she ever face her if she stole the one she likes and holds dear? Katsuro planned to directly confront Izuku on numerous occasions, but she just couldn't do it to her. Every time she was about to try something, Itsuka's face would pop up in her mind and she immediately threw away the thought of trying something. Why is it that I have to deal with this stuff? If only I wasn't such blockhead when I was little. Maybe I could have asked him out before we met Itsuka. It would have been much easier that way. I could be just living through life, together with him, without bothering anyone. She put both of her hands on her face and felt like ending it all. What if I just use a maximum output and blow myself away, right here, right now? All the problems would be fixed that way, right? There would be no more pain and everyone would be satisfied. Most of the time, Katsuro's quirk doesn't hurt her. Her body is more durable, capable of withstanding the power behind her quirk. However, there are times when she gets angry, and that's when she passes the safe zone and uses her quirk above the allowed amount, which results in self-harm, such as problems with breathing, waking up at night with cold sweat, burned skin, or the worse, it could even lead to heart attack and death. If I were to use maximum output, I wonder if I can end it without suffering that much. SLAP. Just as she was about to light up her quirk, she received a slap from Recovery Girl. The bewildered Katsuro didn't understand why she stopped her, or rather, how did she even understand what she wanted to do in the first place? Wake up, Katsuro-chan. What was that supposed to be? Oh, dear, you are too similar to me, child. Recovery Girl said as she caressed the place where she hit her. I don't understand, why did you do that? Why the hell did you stop me? If you knew what I wanted to do, then you should have kept quiet and just let me do it. It's my life and my body. I can do what I want with it. Get your hands off of me. Katsuro began squirming in her lap again and wanted to get up, but Recovery Girl didn't allow her to. Just lay quietly, dear. Damn it. What the hell is this granny? I know that she is a hero, but how is she so strong? After a couple of seconds of trying, Katsuro gave up and just laid there. Just, do what you want then, I have plenty of time. I can die later. Who cares? With this, Katsuro turned away from her and looked at the building in front of her. It was ruined. She thought that it was her fault, but then she looked around and noticed that the whole area was abandoned and destroyed. They were in an abandoned district which was still not reconstructed after the attack of the villain Sludgeonator. So there was barely even someone around. At least there isn't anyone here. It would be a bother if we were in a highly populated area. Oh, dear. Hearing her voice, Katsuro got annoyed again and shouted. What do you want now? Just leave me alone. It's not your damn business. Oh, but it is. I am a hero, after all, a hero like any other. Although I am old, I don't wish to see a young and cute hero junior die in front of me. Especially not if she is thinking of suicide. It hits close to home. I think that's indeed my business. TCH. Also, while it's true that your body is yours, but don't you think it's a little bit selfish? What about your parents? What about your friends? What about Izuku Midoriya? Would they wish to see you die? Are they praying for your death? Do you have any idea how much sadness a death can cause? How much suffering it can bring to others? Do you think that death can fix it all? You are mistaken. If you take your own life, then you are only running away from your problems. Just shut the fuck up. Katsuro put her hands on her ears to block what she was saying, but it was pointless. She could still hear her and she couldn't escape from her hold as the granny was too strong. I won't. As I've done something terrible in the past and I don't wish to see someone do the same thing. Recovery Girl stared into the distance with melancholy and regret in her eyes. Recovery Girl kept on caressing Katsuro's head the whole time. At first it was annoying and she wanted her to stop, but she got used to it, or rather, she couldn't make her stop as she was too weak to fight her. Don't just be quiet. Say something already. Oh ho ho, my bad little one. I fell asleep. Being old isn't easy, you know. Recovery girl pulled a few gummies and shared them with Katsuro. Where to start? Well, I was in a similar bind in the past. I liked someone yet he liked another girl. While it's different than your situation, I still think I should mention it. Do what you want. I don't care anymore, just tell me the story or whatever. Katsuro pretended like she didn't care, but deep down she wanted to hear a story from someone with similar circumstances. She always wanted to talk to someone about her feelings. She could talk to her mother or father, but that was out of the question. She was too embarrassed, and Itsuka was out of the question. There was simply no one she could talk with. Yet a stranger from the Hero Academy understood her problems and wanted to share some of her own. How can she not be curious? Since you like to keep things short, I will do just that. I was deeply in love with one of my classmates for 7 years. For 7 years I was trying to fight for his attention, yet I was unsuccessful. He loved someone else. They essentially wound up together and I didn't know what to do anymore. I was lost. Katsuro got engrossed with the story quickly and just quietly listened in. There wasn't a hero organization nor any hero academy at the time, but we were put into hero squads of 3. Unfortunately, I wound up in the same squad as them. In that squad, I had to endure their daily flirting for more than 4 years. That's dumb, I would have hit them or something. Katsuro replied. Recovery girl laughed and said. There was nothing I could do. Anyway, one time, we went on a dangerous mission and both of them were injured. I was 28 years old at the time. My crush was injured, he was unconscious, but his injuries weren't that bad. However, his soon-to-be wife was bleeding heavily. As I wasn't that experienced with my quirk at the time, I could only heal 3 people in one day and I've already used 2 heals on civilians. So, what would you do in that situation, with my quirk, Katsuro-chan? Katsuro thought for a while before she replied. I think that the best choice is to heal the person who is bleeding more and then carry away the unconscious man while trying to make sure you wouldn't get attacked again. Recovery girl nodded and said. Splendid answer. The choice was clear, heal the girl and transport my crush to the hospital. Yet at the time, I thought, what if I just leave her here to die, wouldn't that help me to get what I always wanted? She took him from me. Katsuro widened her eyes but didn't say anything. It was truly a morbid thought. But in Katsuro's case, she probably wouldn't be able to do something like that. I was full of resentment towards her. For more than 5 years. So I did just that. I left her there. I healed my crush and I left her to die. I still remember her face. She didn't understand why I didn't heal her. Confused? Lost? Or maybe she thought about it and it passed her mind but she didn't think it was possible. That was my biggest regret. Recovery girl calmly opened her eyes and looked at the confused Katsuro. Were you put in prison because of your actions? Katsuro wondered. No, there was nothing I could have done. I told my crush that her state was beyond me and that she lost too much blood and died before I could heal her. My crush went into depression and eventually decided to end his own life and I was once again, alone. I planned to do the same thing but my current husband saved me. 40 years later, my guilty consciousness annoyed the hell out of me so I confessed. I expected to spend the rest of my life in prison but all I received was a 2-month ban from hero activities since the incident was too old. Katsuro looked at the gummy bear in her hand and thought. If I did something like her crush did. If I did kill myself, would people miss me? You are a young girl. Give life a chance, it usually gets better. Even after my depression, I fell in love with a great man and my life was a smooth sailing after I turned 30. No matter how bad things look like, they will get better, trust me, okay dear. Don't do something so reckless again. If you don't wish to live for yourself, live for someone else. Katsuro ate the red gummy bear in her hand and her gaze turned serious. Alright. I don't know what to do or how to do it yet, but as you said, I will live for myself and the sake of my dear family. Recovery girl released her from her hold and she stood up. The talk with you made me angry, but it also calmed me down and cleared up my mind. Thank you for everything. Granny. See you in school. Katsuro grinned at her and went home. Looking at her parting figure, Recovery girl smiled warmly. Go for it girl, and do what I couldn't. I am home. Katsuro casually walked home and completely forgot about the fact that her mother wanted to beat her up. You're finally home, brat. Get your ass here. Welcome home. I hope you are fine after the fight with one of your classmates. You are not hurt, are you? Slap. Mitsuki slapped her husband and shouted. Why the hell are you so nice to her? We need to be more strict. She is doing what she wants in the school. Didn't you hear? She acts like she owns the damn place. Sorry, young lady. Explain in detail. Her parents stood up from the couch and walked towards her. Mitsuki pulled out a spoon from her cup of tea and lightly hit her forehead. Damn. What's this about? Katsuro didn't try to dodge and let herself get hit. Afterward, she remembered that her mom called to school today and wanted to punish her once she gets home. Well, shit, I wonder whether they will take away my phone or my access to the internet. Katsuro lamented. Your punishment is over. Be glad that one of the teachers called us to lighten it up, or else it wouldn't be your forehead, but your ass that I would be beating. Huh? One of the teachers. Who called? Katsuro was curious. Heck, I don't know. Someone called midnight or something. She asked us not to beat you up too much since you had a really hard punishment at school already. She was at it for 40 minutes straight. That woman almost annoyed the hell out of me. I am such a dumbass, I am so stupid, I am so sorry, midnight. I am SNFSFO SOE. A small teardrop fell down her cheek. Once the first tear appeared, an endless stream of tears followed. Katsuro sat on the ground and started weeping like a little kid. What is it? The hell? Why are you crying? Oi Masaru, do something. She is crying. See, crying. My little princess. Impossible. That can't be right. She never does something a normal girl does. Shut your trap and bring her some tissues, damn it. Facing the wrath of his wife, Masaru ran away to find the tissues. Now, don't cry, don't cry. It will be fine. Mitsuki was seriously uncomfortable with the current situation. She never saw her child cry before. Only when she was a baby, but past that. Never. Katsuro was a strong individual. She was always angry but never cried. Especially not in front of other people. Mitsuki patted her back and let her cry in her bosom. FSO Soe, sniff. Calm down, you don't have to be sorry for anything. You already suffered through the punishment. It's fine. A few more tears rolled down until she eventually stopped crying. Her face was still wet and her breath was ragged, but she managed to calm herself down. Two women silently embraced each other until Katsuro spoke up. Mom, can you tell me how to make myself look cuter? Katsuro looked at her with big expectant eyes. Mitsuki got blown away by her cuteness. Did she just call me mom? She always calls me an old hag or old bag. What is this feeling? Who is this person? Who the hell are you? Is this my daughter? Oh, of course. I will make ya even cuter than ya already are. But can I ask what happened? Ya are acting weird. Does it have to do something with the Izuku boy? Katsuro nodded and replied. I love him and I want him to love me too. Mitsuki gave her a reassuring grin and said. This is surprising. Leave it to mama. No boy will be able to resist ya. Chapter 117, The Change. Toga returned home late at night when everyone was already asleep. Luckily, she had a key to the house so she could enter without ringing the doorbell and waking them up. She quietly lurked around the house and ate a few sandwiches before taking a shower and brushing her teeth. She looked at the clock. It was 1:01 p.m. I am pretty late. Her infiltration was successful and she was even promoted to a general, which means that they recognized her strength and trust her a bit more than before. That way, she can gather information about the whole villain group quickly. She entered the Izuku's room fully naked and searched for her pajamas. Ah! Found them. Amichem. You are finally back. Izuku woke up due to the noise. He was never a heavy sleeper, even the slightest sound would usually wake him up. I am sorry I woke you up. You can go back to sleep. Toga whispered. Amichem. Is everything okay at work? Did you run into problems? Izuku asked. Yes, there was a small problem but I took care of it. Afterward, Toga explained everything to Izuku in detail, making him laugh out loud. Underestimating women in this day and age, how ignorant. The fools had it coming. Just because there are more male heroes and villains doesn't mean that women are weak. He looked at Toga while saying that. Toga nodded and smiled sweetly. Especially when it comes to me. Right? He knew that she was much stronger than he was and he planned to overtake her soon. Of course. Even I wouldn't want to fight you to death. Izuku sighed as he remembered their sparring sessions. He was simply outmatched not only in strength but in agility as well. The only thing he had going for him was his intelligence, but Himiko wasn't dumb either. Most of the time she just acted stupid, but in reality, she was pretty sharp. The first time Izuku noticed it, was after the poisoning incident when he tried to poison her with the desserts to neutralize her and hand her to the heroes. Ah, good old times. He, even if we fought, you wouldn't die anyway. Why? Saying that, Toga hopped into his bed and stole the blanket from him, leaving him empty-handed. Hey! I still didn't forget what you did and don't think I will. I can remember everything. The massage room incident that was recorded by Himiko ended up in a disaster. Inko lectured both of them for hours and Izuku was truly angered. The worst part was that his mom only shouted at him even though he didn't even know that he was recorded. Truly an unfair world. Izuku thought as he grabbed his blanket by force, Toga didn't want to give it up so she grabbed and pulled it as well. Both of them were fighting like this for a few seconds before they entered a truce since they were afraid that they might tear the blanket apart. Toga returned the blanket to him and laid down beside him. Don't be angry. I already apologized many times. I won't do it again. At least not without letting you know. Let me sleep here. Izuku looked at her puppy eyes and sighed. It's fine, I am not angry anymore. Anyway, do you not need your daily dose of blood from me? Himiko shook her head and replied. No. Although I want to taste it right now, it would only be because of my desire, not my need. I already drank the blood of those fools, even though it was foul. I am fine for today. She inched closer to him and whispered. Good night. Good night to you as well, Himiko. Both of them drifted off to sleep. Katsuro woke up early in the morning, just as her mom told her to. It was time for her to receive a charming bonus. As I've already learned how to straighten up my hair properly into a ponytail from the YouTube videos, I wonder what else I can learn from her. Wake up call, you rascal. Oh, you are already up. That's good. Mitsuki stormed into her room, planning to scare her daughter but she was already wide awake, waiting. So, what will you help me with? Katsuro asked. Let's start by learning how to apply makeup. The first T-dash. I know how to do that. Katsuro interrupted her and triumphantly smiled. Oh. Is that so? My bad then. Let me see you try it, how about it? Sure. Katsuro grabbed what she needed and left for the bathroom. 30 minutes later. What the hell, is this crap? How much makeup did you use? Just a little bit. Katsuro didn't understand why her mom was reacting this way. Although she never used makeup before, she saw YouTube videos and thought it was easy. She easily applied it on her face, although it took her longer than she thought. This isn't a little. Your face looks like that of a Yamamba, Jiru. Wash this shit off. Bleh. Creepy. Disgusting. Get it off. But. Wash it off, damn it. I hope that Kaken is alright after what happened yesterday. Itsuka thought as she walked to her school. She saw the whole thing and even if she was on the same page as her, she shouldn't have let her emotions go wild and attack her classmate. Even though she liked Izuku too, she was conservative about it and she didn't really mind if other girls approached him that much. But Katsuro, on the other hand, was way too aggressive about it. I hope she didn't have problems because of it. The last thing I want to happen is for her to get expelled. Getting expelled right after I finally got to class with both of them would be a disaster. As she walked, she noticed someone in front of her. It was Katsuro. I can recognize her ponytail from anywhere. She walked up to her and greeted her with a slight concern. Sup? You alright after what happened yesterday? I called you but you didn't pick up. Katsuro looked at her and smiled. I am completely fine. You don't need to worry about me. As she greeted her back, Itsuka froze in her steps, her mouth agape. Are you sure you are fine? What happened to you? Since when did you wear makeup? Katsuro giggled and replied, I am trying to change myself for the better. I got my mom's help with this. How is it? Can I go to school like this? Will Deku like it? Itsuka swallowed her saliva and replied. Sure, of course. It was just a pure shock. Katsuro laughed. She was overjoyed. The fact that Itsuka reacted this well to her change really warmed her heart. The more people like it, the better. I hope he likes it too. She thought as she entered the school grounds together with Itsuka. As they were passing by, some students stopped in their tracks and looked at her. Hey, was there such a beauty in our school? Is she a transfer student? I am not sure, man, it seems like she is heading towards the class 1A. Geez, why are there only ugly girls in the general studies department? I want to be in class with her. Katsuro noticed that several men and even some women gazed at her as she passed by them. Oh God, so many people are looking at me, this is so embarrassing. Her face turned red as she never received this much attention before. Itsuka on the other hand just sighed and accepted defeat. In terms of beauty, I lost to a freaking tomboy girl with a few screws loose in her head, what am I doing wrong? She was already pretty enough and now that she added a little bit of makeup, she has completely surpassed me. I don't have good experience with makeup and I don't think I would look good with it. Chapter 118, The Unique Trio of Friends. On their way to the classroom, Itsuka noticed that even her nails were painted pink. Geez, what did she prepare for? Is this supposed to be a wedding ceremony or a hero combat academy? Kaken. Won't you ruin your makeup in today's exercise? Since we didn't do it yesterday, I am pretty sure it was postponed to today. Katsuro smiled and replied. My mom told me it should be fine. This makeup set was from a limited edition collection and it wouldn't go to waste even if I were to sweat a bit. As long as I don't directly wash it with water, it should be fine, but thanks for your concern. Itsuka was blinded by the radiance of her smile and gave up. Ugh, being pretty sure gives you more opportunities in life. Itsuka never considered herself to be pretty. While she had a nice figure and big breasts, she considered her breasts to be a bother as sometimes, her back hurt. I have no idea how my mom manages to survive this, her breasts are gigantic yet she never had a problem with her spine. Other than her breasts, her biggest concern, and the thing she hated the most about her, was her hair. She touched her ginger hair and sighed. Why did I have to be born a ginger? I hate this color. When she was little, kids always laughed at her and called her a carrot top or poppy and made fun of her in many ways. She always hated her hair and even considered dyeing it at one time. She always wanted to have brown or black hair as she thought it would look good on her. Maybe I should really dye it. I think it would make me prettier. With that thought, both of them entered the classroom. Good morning. I hope you are feeling better after yesterday. Uraraka greeted her. Hello, Ribbit. Are you doing fine, Ribbit? Tsuyu asked with concern. Morning. Shiro simply looked at her and said a single word. I am fine. Katsuro was surprised, as she expected that everyone was afraid of her due to what she did yesterday, but it didn't seem like anyone cared about that. But still, I need to apologize. Katsuro walked towards Mina and bowed. I am sorry for attacking you yesterday, I was truly out of it. Mina looked surprised but that quickly turned into a giant grin. Sure. Don't mind. I am not the type to hold a grudge. Let's be friends. Mina shook hands with Katsuro and the issue was fixed. What she didn't know, was the fact that before they arrived, Midnight explained what happened to Katsuro yesterday and that her mind wasn't functioning well because of her quirk. Technically, it wasn't a lie as something similar to that happened, but she just wanted to clear Katsuro's name to ease up her worries. Luckily, Katsuro didn't know about this, or else she would feel even more indebted to her. She looked around the classroom and noticed that Izuku was sitting with Denki and Tokoyami. They seemed to hit it off pretty well. As she inched closer, Denki stood up and shouted. No way. I won't believe that Infinite Stratos is better than Maken Ki. Did you see how dense the main character was? It just pained me to watch the show. If I was him, I would just smash every girl and enjoy harem. Nonsense. It seems like the power of your deduction isn't enough for you to comprehend the secret about Infinite Stratos. For the record, the name of the show is cool too. Yeah, and that's about the only good thing about the show. Shut it, ignorant mongrel. I have seen through the secrets of dense main protagonists and I have arrived at the conclusion, that the denser you are, the higher chance you will end up with a harem route. Yeah, or all of the girls will give up the pursuit because the main character is simply stupid. Impossible. Such heresy. To oblivion with you. Denki was having a heated argument with Tokoyami while Izuku just sat there and laughed at their exchange. Both of them turned towards him and shouted. What do you think? It has to be Maken Ki, right? No way in oblivion it is. It smells of heresy, Infinite Stratos is the right choice, right? Both of them were staring at Izuku intently, awaiting an answer from him. Izuku put both of his hands on the table and his gaze turned serious. Gentlemen, if I were to choose between those two, then I would go for Maken Ki. Denki laughed and turned his gaze towards Tokoyami. See bird brain. Izuku is a man of culture as well. You have no chance against our power. He put his arm around Izuku's shoulder and laughed some more. And no. The power within me is fading away. Why was I betrayed? Izuku Midoriya, I shall engrave this name into my death note diary, you shall, no pain. Tokoyami grabbed his chest in pain and fell on the ground. Izuku sighed and replied, you guys sure love overreacting, and you didn't even let me finish. Anyway, although I prefer Maken Ki, I still want to point out one thing. Girls in Infinite Stratos are cuter than the girls from Maken Ki, and from my research, I have deducted that Ichika is only pretending to be dense because he doesn't wish to hurt the girls around him. So I think Infinite Stratos is better. Denki looked at him in disgust. He let go of his shoulder and distanced himself away from him. You are, disgusting. Tokoyami's lifeless raven eyes regained their color as he stood up and grabbed Izuku by his hand. True. Absolutely. I am glad we are walking the same dark path, my shadow friend. Izuku wryly smiled and whispered, by the way, please don't tell anyone about my shadow, it's my trump card. Tokoyami nodded and replied, of course. I shall keep quiet and bring your secret to my grave, my comrade. Denki had enough of this and windmill slammed a deck of cards on the table. Both Izuku and Tokoyami regained their senses and paid attention to him. Denki put a hand in front of his face and smiled, it's time to DD duel. I bought a new deck, now there is no stopping my covert dragon. Izuku grinned and replied, bold words. I've been called the deck master back at primary school and no one could stand up against me. I haven't played since then, but I think I still remember how to cook a dragon. And so their legendary duel began. 30 minutes later. Impossible. How can he summon Exodia the Forbidden One? I have failed. Denki fell on his knees and shouted so loudly that the windows seemed to vibrate. His classmates looked at him for a second but only spared him a few glances before they ignored him. He was kneeling in anger and small sparks of electricity escaped his body. It felt as if his soul was being forcefully dragged away. Such is the fate of the challenger. Izuku glanced at him and then elegantly turned away and sat down next to Tokoyami. Holy shit, acting like this is so fun. I should consider joining some theater lessons. This is too fun. Izuku was excited in his mind. After a long time, something really caught his interest and he was genuinely happy. Chapter 119, Consideration of Future Consequences. After the tragic defeat of Denki Kaminari, Tokoyami and Izuku returned to their seats. Katsuro and Itsuka were watching them the entire time and couldn't help but smile when they saw how happy Izuku was. He always said that it's a shame he didn't have any male friends, but now that he was finally in the Hero Academy, he found friends he always wanted and it was obvious he enjoyed spending time with them. While they were happy for him, there was also a little hint of sadness in their eyes. They were afraid that he will spend less time with them, now that he found more friends, but that's only to be expected. It's not like he could tear himself apart and spend time with everyone. Katsuro fidgeted in her seat and patiently waited for Izuku to notice her. As Izuku had nothing to do, he took out one of his hero notebooks and started drawing something. Katsuro took a look into his notebook and noticed that he was drawing his classmate Tokoyami. She knew that he was good at drawing but it still impressed her every time she saw it. Izuku noticed her out of the corner of his eyes and stopped drawing. Good morning Kaken. I didn't see that you arr dash. The moment he laid his eyes on her, he was mesmerized and stopped speaking, at least that's what it looked like to Katsuro. Looking at his shocked face, Katsuro was truly satisfied. She managed to suppress her excitement and greeted him. Good morning to you too, Deku. I am sorry about yesterday. I ended up hurting you as well, please forgive me. She smiled at him because her mother told her to smile more often. Acting friendly is another way to appeal to a man, she thought. Izuku regained his composure and silently saved the moment into something like a folder inside of his brain. She doesn't smile often. It's a good thing there is a perfect memory for that. He looked around the classroom and noticed that other than Katsuro, 4 more girls were looking his way. They were either curious at his reaction or wanted to talk to him. Cough. Izuku cleared his dry throat and replied. Don't worry about it, recovery girl healed me immediately. I am fine, but what about you? I heard you sustained injuries from your own quirk. Is that why you used some makeup today? I hope you are fine. Katsuro was puzzled but laughed it off. Yeah, haha, you got me. Recovery girl told me to wear it so that I won't look so bad. I am surprised that you noticed. She was smiling, but Tokoyami and Denki, who were observing the whole thing, could tell it was all fake. They exchanged a few more words after that and that was it. Katsuro put her hands behind her back and clenched her fists. This wasn't what I was hoping for. At least he noticed that I had makeup on, maybe if I redo it next time. Denki felt bad for her and turned to Tokoyami. Did Izuku just pull off an Ichika? Tokoyami nodded and closed his eyes. So it seems. Itsuka heard them and couldn't help but ask. An Ichika? What's that? Tokoyami sighed and opened one of his eyes. Plebeian Sao, open your eyes. Do you not see the number of girls looking his way? Pulling an Ichika means that he was afraid to compliment her in front of other girls. Do you think that the man who scored the highest in both the intelligence and strength department, my comrade, by the way, would be so dumb not to notice what her goal was? That she wanted to hear his compliment. Itsuka observed the classroom and indeed noticed that some other girls were stealthily watching their exchange. But still, Kaken went through a big change for him. He could have at least said something. No one knows what kind of dark thoughts lurk inside of a mind of a genius, I would leave it at that. But still, even if he complimented her, I wouldn't be mad at him. Both Denki and Tokoyami looked at her in confusion and asked. What does that have to do with you? Itsuka giggled and replied. Well, after all, I am aiming for him as well, Denki facepalmed himself and Tokoyami sighed. Just how popular can this guy get? I am slightly jealous. Face it, my comrade is much more attractive than you. You will live your life in solitude. Denki felt offended and shouted. Then what about you, bird soup? Who would want to date someone with a beak? That's certainly true. Both of us will end up alone in damnation. When they looked at it like that, it was truly sad. They stopped fighting and silently thought about their future. Soon after their argument, the school bells rang, and the first class of the day officially began. President Mike walked into the classroom and woke up students who were still sleeping on their desks with his high-pitched voice. The class was relatively fine for Izuku, and because it was English, he was eager to learn, but he couldn't quite concentrate because Katsuro was still on his mind. Just what is happening with her? Changing her look like that, she gave me quite the shock. Izuku peered to his left and saw Katsuro in deep thought. She is making it too difficult for me. She was already pretty enough, but now she is drop-dead gorgeous. It's too hard for me to concentrate on stuff, especially when she sits right next to me. The worst thing is that I am still unsure of what to do. Hours went by, and finally, it was time for the daily foundational heroic studies. All Might walked into the classroom with suitcases in his hands and handed them to the students. It's me. As yesterday's exercise didn't happen due to unfortunate events, fret not. Today, we shall fix that. Change into your hero costumes and follow me into the training ground. As he left for the training ground, he stopped beside Izuku and said. Young Midoriya, your costume is still unfortunately unavailable, so please use the same one. Izuku sighed as he knew that was the case. He really didn't want to put it on, but his costume will be ready after the weekend, so he had no choice. It's fine. Girl and boys changed in different locker rooms and once again, stepped into the training ground. Looking over at all the future heroes, All Might couldn't help but grin. Our future lies within them. I will make sure to lead them, even though I am not that good of a teacher. All Might tightened up his muscles and shot his arm towards the sky, generating a shockwave. Students watched him in awe and Izuku swore to get as strong as him. No, I will be stronger than him. My cute little students. This was a tiny show of my power and the power you can one day reach as well. Students were getting their hopes up, everyone wanted to be as strong and as cool as All Might in the future. However, Aizawa walked from behind of All Might and shattered their fantasies. Don't get their hopes up, you idiot. Not everyone has a pulverizing quirk like you. Don't feed their egos, we have to prepare them for the cruel world. 90% of the students here will not even reach levels of some of our teachers' staff, much less you. He stepped out of his sleeping bag and continued. As yesterday's incident happened due to All Might's failure to supervise his students, I will be helping him out in this exercise. Feel free to ask me any questions, as I am your homeroom teacher anyway. Ito was curious, so he immediately asked a question. Teacher Aizawa. Are we going to be having this exercise here, out in the open, or in the mock city from the entrance exam? I know I told you to ask me questions, but to ask one so fast, how annoying. He looked at All Might and said. I take it back, he will be explaining everything, don't bother me with questions. I will be only supervising to make sure everything goes smoothly. All Might, you tell them. He grabbed his sleeping bag and laid in it. All Might was unsure of what to do. Aizawa was simply shameless. How can he leave it to me, when he told me he will help me with my jitters? All Might cleared out his throat and continued on with his speech. As there was a slight misunderstanding on our part, we will continue. Now, let me answer your question, young Ida. This will be an indoors battle. Chatter broke up between the students. An indoors battle when we have so much space in here? I don't see the point in fighting indoors, but I am prepared to be manly. Denki reached out to Izuku and asked. What do you think about it? Izuku? Izuku? Izuku was absent-minded and it took him a few seconds to register that someone was talking to him. Ah, sorry, I was kinda out of it. Well, let's see, you won't always fight villains in the open, so I guess that the point of this exercise will be to try to get accustomed to fighting in narrow-spaced areas. I could be wrong though. After saying that, he went into deep thought again and Denki could tell something was on his mind. It's probably about the change Bakugo went through. The harem protagonist becomes even more confused. I would really like to help him out, but I am not sure what to do myself, as I've never been in a relationship before. Denki mentally sighed. Momo wholeheartedly agreed with what Izuku was saying and added more facts about it. Fighting villains is usually recorded in the open, but most of the time, the worst part of it is an indoor job. Most acts of villainy are transpired indoors. Things like the black market, assassinations, drug dealers, and so on. Any intelligent villain hides in the shadows, unlike those stupid ones on the TV. Smartest of the bunch yet not arrogant to their companions. Well done, I applaud you. But you are still far too weak for me. Tokoyami summoned his black shadow and did a cool pose. Izuku, you are manly again, and as for you girlie, you are womanly. Kirishima applauded. It sure will be hard to keep up with you two, but I will do my best. Uraraka will do her best. All Might overheard the commotion and pointed his fingers at Izuku and Momo. Well done young Midoriya and young Yaoyorozu. You are correct. For this test, you will be separated into two teams. Heroes, and villains. Suya stuck out her tongue and said. What about the hero foundational training, Ribbit? Acting like villains, Ribbit? I don't think I can act like one, Ribbit. I don't have a scary air around me, Ribbit. Aoyama rubbed his belly and shouted. Neither can I. I am too shiny to play the role of a dark character. Tokoyami used his dark shadow to generate dark feathers around his body to look even cooler than he usually does and spoke in a deep voice. Me, the Sith Lord, shall take up the task of the dark side. For those who don't want to get sucked in by the darkness of the Black Sabbath, keep your distance from me. Tokoyami didn't have to say anything as every student was already keeping the distance from him. Denki laughed and replied. Pfft. I think that they were already creeped out by your behavior from the very beginning, ha ha ha. Geez man, you can't act like a creep out in the public. Chapter 120, Villains vs. Heroes Part 1. Silence enveloped the room. All Might and his class looked at the black screen in front of them, awaiting the results. Who do you guys think will go first? I hope it won't be me. I am so nervous. A beautiful raven-haired girl, in a spiky ponytail, muttered under her breath. Yet no one replied to her, as if in trance. Everyone was busy looking at the giant screen. She clenched her fists and looked towards the person who could at this moment reassure her the most. Her only hope and her only pillar of support, other than her parents. To her right stood a tall green-haired boy. If you were in a crowd, You could easily spot him, not only because he has such beautiful and unique green curled hair, but because he was also monstrously tall, as 194 centimeters was nothing to laugh at. That was way above the average of Japan. Of course, there were exceptions like All Might, but that's not the point right now. Despite all of that, he has a kind face, and with his deeds, he has won over her heart. Like a knight in shining armor. The knight she always wanted to meet, like in the books she used to read. Being saved by a knight was her dream, and it came true. Not only did he give her a boost of confidence when she needed it the most, but he also saved her from being kidnapped a while ago. Even though the methods he used to take care of the kidnappers weren't heroic, he saved her life nonetheless, and that was the point where she completely fell in love with him. I will win him over one day, I just need to utilize my charm. My mom always told me I was beautiful, yet I never cared about it, as what's beauty for anyway? What matters is what kind of person you are, what matters is what is inside of you, the outer appearances were just to show off. But then. She looked towards a certain explosive girl, who was already cute beyond compare, but now, she even used makeup. During her exchange with Izuku, she noticed that he was dumbfounded for a few seconds before he tried to hide it away. I never cared, yet now it seems like I need to utilize my appearance as well, to make sure I won't lose. After all, there are just so many pretty girls in my class. The competition is fierce. While thinking about such pointless thoughts, she completely forgot about the stress and butterflies in her stomach. She, herself, was surprised with this, and yet again, figured it was because of Izuku. She straightened up her hero suit, she knew it was too revealing, but to utilize her quirk, she had to undergo this sacrifice. I just hope he won't think I am a lewd girl for dressing like this. On second thought, my hero suit is just too revealing, I should probably wear something that covered me up a bit more. The people in question were indeed Momo Yaoyorozu and Izuku Midoriya, the most intelligent pair of students currently in the UA University. He seems so spaced out. He doesn't seem to be even a little nervous. Oh, how I envy that. She continued staring at him while ignoring the looks of some of her classmates. She has hots for Izuku Midoriya too, huh, a certain half-and-half girl muttered. Beep beep. It wasn't the first time Momo was feeling nervous, so you would assume she has gotten used to it by now, and yet, the chummy feeling inside of her stomach, as if hundreds of butterflies were trying to escape her body, was the proof that even after experiencing fear and stress countless of times, the feeling never truly went away. It just hides, deep down inside of you, waiting for you to encounter something that will trigger it at the worst time possible. Beep beep boop. First round. Heroes, Shiro Todoroki and Katsuro Bakugo. Villains, Izuku Midoriya and Denki Kaminari. Seeing that her name wasn't displayed, Momo let out a sigh of relief. At least I am not going first, good luck to you Izukadano. Izuku nodded without turning back. It was time for him to make a game plan against his opponents. Oi, that's a deadly combination. Are you sure we can do this? Those girls are vicious. Denki was getting restless. No worries, they are my friends, but I won't be holding back because of that. We will definitely win this. Izuku replied without caring that much. It would appear so, but in reality, he was feeling joy. Sorry girls, I will get this one no matter what. Mission, win the Hero X Villain matchup. Objective, show off your might and make sure the heroes lose. Reward, gain 5 random skill points. Failure, lose 5 random skill points. Yeah, whatever you say. Not only am I lazy, but I am also dumb, and I don't plan on losing even more brain cells in order to come up with a plan. Denki shrugged his shoulders and left everything to Izuku. On the other side, Shiro slowly walked up towards Katsuro and didn't say anything. They both stood there awkwardly until Katsuro broke the silence. We need to show Deku what we are made of. I am sure if we try hard enough, we can beat him. Her words sounded reassuring, but in reality, she was only trying to reassure herself. She highly doubted they could beat him together. He was simply too strong. Shiro noticed that her hands were shaking and replied, still can't remove the source of anxiety, huh? When the obstacle is within you, it would be possible to improve yourself until it is overcome. Don't worry, even if we lose, one day, we will prove our worth to him. I am quite terrible at comforting people, after all, my apologies. Shiro herself was surprised as this was probably the most words she has ever said at once. Seeing the cold and formal Shiro out of character, Katsuro couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips into a smile. Yeah. One day I will show him, her spirit was reignited and she was ready to throw herself into the battle. Wearing makeup and stuff almost made her forget who she was in reality. Looking over at his students who were full of resolve, All Might eagerly smiled and announced, "Follow me. I shall show you the way." Other classmates bid them farewell and turned their attention back to the screen. "Who do you think will win, Ribbit?" Tsuyu asked in anticipation. "Isn't it obvious? The results are already out there. Izuku Midoriya will be the winner," Tokoyami announced. While it's true that Izukudano is incredibly strong, he has Denki with him. Although we have yet to see his full power, I would say that he is weaker compared to them. Bakugo and Todoroki are some of the strongest students in our class. I don't think he can handle them alone. This will be a tough match. Momo concluded. Amichim. Maybe, well, it's still just a practice match. Achiko said and continued, I hope they don't get too hurt. All Might and his 4 students arrived in front of the building. He took out his walkie-talkie so that everyone could hear him. As I have previously mentioned, the battle will be an indoors battle. For this training, the villain team will guard a nuclear bomb they intend to use to destroy the world. Hearing his explanation, everyone couldn't help but smile. Cough cough. The heroes must stop their nefarious ploy before the time runs out. If the heroes capture villains or reach the nuclear bomb before the time runs out, they win. Alternatively, if the villains manage to keep the bombs safe or if they capture the heroes, they win. Seems simple enough, Izuku stated. He walked over to Denki and whispered the plan he thought up a few seconds ago. You and I, Deku, get ready. Katsuro grinned. It was her usual tomboyish grin, ready to whoop some ass. Izuku turned around and faced Katsuro. I was born ready, Kaken, he replied with a smug of his own. The villain and the hero team stood in front of each other, generating a fighting spirit. Well, at least, most of them. Oi, your plan is alright but, it has a giant plot hole. How do you expect me to deal with the half-half prince? There is no way I can take her on. Don't worry, all you need to do is to defend the nuclear bomb, simple, right? Like hell it is. If she uses both of her powers at once I am toast, heck, she can crush me with just one, there is nothing easy about that. Denki panicked. The duo of heroes wished the villains good luck and left the building together with All Might. Izuku did a few light stretches before the exercise began. Now, stop complaining. Don't worry, after I take care of Kaken, I will come back to help you, just hold her off for a bit, will ya? He went to his designated spot and left Denki behind. Geez, man, you are making it so tough for me, I like to smooth sail through life. Saying that, Denki put both of his hands behind his head and laid down in front of the bomb. He closed his eyes and patiently waited for his opponent. There is no need to feel stressed out, it's just a practice. Time for a nap. All Might entered the monitoring room and witnessed an uproar. How can he just go to sleep right there? Ah, stupid mortal, may God of Darkness kick you in the butt. Sleeping in the middle of a match isn't very manly. I believe he has to have some kind of plan, right? Do you think that Midoriya-san just told him he will take care of both of them at once? He is most likely stupid, I am pretty sure he stated that in his introduction before. What an aloof guy. All Might put one of his hands on his face and sighed, I really have no idea how to teach these children. Click. The door to the monitoring room opened, revealing Aizawa in his yellow sleeping bag. Aizawa-sensei. You are finally here. Come and look at the match, it just began. Aizawa unzipped his bag and stepped out of it, he nodded to his students and turned towards All Might, I see you've managed. Good job. Aizawa, you promised you would help me with my jitters. All Might tried to whisper but everyone in the room could still clearly hear him and they couldn't help but smile. The strongest, pro-hero of Japan, the symbol of peace, was having jitters in front of his students. The situation was very ironic indeed. Help you? Why should I? You've managed to pull through on your own, I only agreed to help you if you actually failed. Alright. All Might decided not to push the issue anymore. So, who are you betting on? Aizawa asked. This, I feel like the chances of both teams are really high. Amichim. I would say that's certainly true. I am positive heroes can win just as easily as villains. I certainly agree with that, although I feel like villains, in this case, will prevail. Both young Todoroki and young Bakugo are too hot-blooded and this will blind their judgment. Especially young Bakugo, she seems like the kind of person to abandon any reasoning and just use force. That's true. They just need to use their heads properly, which could be a problem for them. However, you are forgetting one crucial thing. Both Bakugo and Todoroki are high in the intelligence department. With good enough strategy, they could win. Aizawa looked at the screen that was projecting Izuku, walking down the hallway of the building. Now, show me Midoriya, how the future symbol of peace handles stuff. Chapter 121, Villains vs. Heroes Part 2. As Izuku was walking down the cold and silent hallway, he couldn't help but admire the structure of the building. This building is actually like a maze. I wonder if Kaken and Shiro can even find the bomb in time. Naturally, having the perfect memory, Izuku could remember which way to leave the building, but he had to scan the other parts of the building to make sure he knows every hole. I hope Denki can defend it by the time I am finished. Just in case, he left Blackie near the bomb if he needed assistance. Where would be the best spot to hit dash? SHSSS. Certainly not here. Katsuro ripped through a nearby wall, ambushing Izuku. Before he could protect himself with his hands, she grabbed him by his head. She used her left hand to accelerate herself with her quirk, and with her right hand, she bulldozed through walls in front of them while holding his face. Leave Deku to me and go after the Pikachu. That was the plan. It was hard for her to swallow that she couldn't fight Izuku, but she agreed to her plan nonetheless. Boom boom. Loud explosions echoed through the building. The walls were shaking as if the building was about to collapse at any moment. So it began. She murmured. Even though this entire building was a maze, it didn't bother her all that much. She found the bomb site without a hitch. In front of the bomb, laid her objective. The Pikachu was leisurely taking a nap. For some reason, Endeavor allowed me to use the quirk of my mother. It seems he had changed his mind. Well, no matter. Now that I can use my ice quirk, I might as well just practice its usage during this exercise. I am locking my fire away. Before, Endeavor was the one who told her not to use her ice quirk until she mastered her fire quirk, but she still sometimes practiced with it secretly as that was the only thing left behind by her mother. She closed her eyes and concentrated. It was important to solidify the image in her mind to mold the ice into the shape she wanted. She learned that much alone, but it wasn't enough. A small ingot of ice formed on her palm. This isn't enough, more, I can do more. An image of Izuku, an image of her rival and her goal, resurfaced in her mind. Stronger, I need to get stronger. The ingot of ice turned into an icicle in her hand, then, slowly took a shape of something resembling the throwing spear and formed itself without much effort whatsoever. It seems like I've managed to create something new. Let's try it out. She has tried to make weapons out of ice before, but there was a small catch. Although the weapon looked beautiful, it couldn't hold its shape for a long time and would turn into water in a matter of seconds. I will make it work this time. She took a look at the spear in her hands and let her hand wander around its surface. The surface was cold, but it didn't bother her in the slightest as she loved the feeling. Now then, the Pikachu. She moved her gaze from her spear to the bomb but, he was nowhere to be found. Denki noticed that his opponent came so he dipped. Playing a game of hide and seek, she walked towards the direction of the bomb while eyeing her surroundings. Tap. There. Shiro wasted no time and threw her spear towards the direction of the footsteps she heard. Boom. The ice spear hit its target without fail and the poor Denki was embedded into a wall. This time however, the weapon didn't turn into a puddle of water, but instead, the weapon started corroding the nearby surface of the wall with ice. That was dangerous. Luckily, the spear missed Denki's torso and only tore a bit of his hero costume off. The bad part though was the fact that he couldn't move now. Do you surrender, or should I send one more your way? This time, I promise it won't miss. Shiro threatened him and prepared another ice spear in her hand, ready to throw it at him any time. Geez, some future heroes my classmates are, acting like villains. I should be the villain in this case, not the other way around. Denki sighed and continued, I thought we could talk it out. I don't like fighting. Izuku told me to hold you off for a bit. Well, it seems like I have no choice now. No point asking then, huh? Shiro snorted and threw another ice spear his way. Then get destroyed and let me tape you up. Boom. A second explosion occurred, and a cloud of dust and plaster spread all around the room. The second ice spear hit the wall close to the first one. It wasn't supposed to harm Denki in any way, only to scare him and force him to surrender. Shiro expected the fool to immediately surrender, but when the dust settled, Denki was seen standing on top of the two ice spears, completely unharmed and unfazed. Yawn, I didn't have enough sleep for today. We had to get up early in the morning, give me a break, will ya? Hey Halfie Prince. You there? Can you hear me? What's up with the open mouth? Is the connection working? He stretches a bit while taunting her. When did he? Shiro widened her eyes in surprise. He was pinned down by her first attack, yet somehow, he managed to escape her hold and stood on top of the two spears. He is not simple, he might actually put up quite the fight. She glanced at the bomb in front of her. It was less than 3 meters away. If I used my ice to slide over there, I would be able to win instantly. She glanced back at Denki, and yet again, he was nowhere to be found. This alarmed her immediately. She scanned around her surroundings and out of a corner of her eyes, spotted a small spark of lightning above her. Above? She produced a giant ice crystal that pierced the ceiling, but the spark was already gone. No, behind. Denki appeared right behind her with incredible speed and knocked her away from the bomb with his elbow. Shiro was sent flying backwards into a nearby pillar. Much to Denki's surprise, she recovered pretty quickly and got back on her feet. Denki looked at his left elbow and widened his eyes. It was engulfed in ice together with the rest of his arm. She still managed to counterattack even with that small time window. That's a prodigy for ya. Shiro held down her side and asked. If you were this strong, why were you not higher on the rankings during the robot exam? The question could also be translated a bit differently. If Endeavor knew how strong Denki was, he might have told her to pursue him too. Denki shrugged and replied, I honestly couldn't have bothered to get more points. I knew how many points were enough for me to pass, so I just chilled afterward. He coated himself with electricity and continued, even during the training with Aizawa-sensei, I only wanted to chill, but I also wanted to get to know Izuku a bit more, and that was the best opportunity at doing so. I was interested in his attitude. I guess you can say we are similar in some ways. The more she listened to him, the more she became distracted from the fact that he used his quirk on himself to boost his speed. In any case, I should try at least a little bit so that I wouldn't betray Izuku's expectations. Saying that, he disappeared from the spot in a blink of an eye. Shiro didn't register what just happened and found herself in the air. All she knew was, that the blow wasn't light and that she couldn't breathe. Once again, she fell onto the ground. This time, however, she couldn't get back up. The ground is so cold and comfortable. With that thought she closed her eyes. Unbelievable, that lazy bum moved so fast. He moved faster than I did. Ida exclaimed. Of course. I will have you know that when it comes to running, my comrade has mastered it fully. Tokoyami grinned. He knew that there was something more to Denki. More than anyone could have imagined. Although he never would have thought his friend was this good. Incredible young Kaminari. Our students are incredible, wouldn't you say so, Aizawa? Amichan. He applied his electric quirk on his own body, increasing his speed temporarily, but even so. There has to be a huge drawback for this kind of power. From my understanding, he is in constant pain as his body is literally lit up like a Christmas tree. Well, considering his quirk, he might have some tolerance or resistance towards electric field, but even then, quirks are like human bodies, they run out of power and need to be recharged eventually. If you overuse your quirk, your body might be affected. Aizawa agreed with all might, but his eyes told a different story. He will get a punishment for holding back on my exam. Denki is amazing after all. Yeah, I wish I had a quirk like him. All I can do is get hard. Wow. Aizawa-sensei knows a lot about quirks. Aizawa shook his head and continued, all I can do is to explain to you how his quirk works, but unfortunately, I don't have enough knowledge about electric currents and volts. In any case, All Might, go and contact youthful heroine, Todoroki is injured. Looks like the match over at the bomb site is finished. Alright, I am going off. Just as All Might stormed outside of the room, Aizawa noticed a burst of flames on the screen. He showed a maniacal grin, unbefitting of a pro hero, and muttered, looks like the match isn't over yet. Oh, how he loved twists. Chapter 122, Villains vs. Heroes Part 3. While still holding Izuku's head, Katsuro pulled the capture tape out of her pocket and tried to wrap him in it. Izuku was quick to recover and kicked her in the face. Katsuro flew through the hole she created and fell on the ground. She had a giant footprint mark on her face. Izuku's face, on the other hand, was white and full of plaster. They both glanced at each other and couldn't help but smile. That hurt, Kaken. Be a little more gentle with your childhood friend, will you? He gently rubbed the back of his head and felt that it was bleeding. Please. Don't make me laugh. I need to bust your head open, so stop resisting and die, Deku. Katsuro dashed towards him and planned on taping him up again, but Izuku countered it by throwing her away. TCH. My shoulder is dislocated as well. It looks like she isn't holding back, huh? In a real fight against a villain, it would be wise to kill myself and revive, but I can't do that here now, can I? He gave her a weak smile and cracked a joke. Heh, what do you know, the old Kaken has resurfaced, nice to see you again. It's been a long time. Are you doing well? Of course. I've been thinking about you a lot lately, and I found my answer. She tore off a giant chunk of debris from a nearby wall and threw it towards Izuku. Thinking about me lately? I am flattered. Izuku easily dodged the falling debris and went straight at her. Katsuro finally saw an opening and tried to attack him, but Izuku saw through her. He grabbed her arm and painfully slammed her to the ground. Ugh. The fall hurt her a lot, but she still stood up while holding her back. You know, I've been observing you for a long time, Kaken. So, fights like this one put you at a huge disadvantage. He smiled and continued, you always start with a big right-handed swing. Before she could recover, he walked up to her and hit her with a powerful left hook straight to the face, then followed up with a kick into the stomach. Katsuro stumbled onto the ground but still got up. She spat a mixture of blood and saliva on the ground and took a boxing fighting stance, something Izuku hadn't seen before. So you are saying you've got me all figured out, huh? Then, you have always known how I felt, right? You are an annoying piece of shit, you know that. Silence, huh? Well, there is no need to talk about it now. You know, Deku, before we get to that point, I still feel like I need to repay you for something. What would that be? I have to teach a lesson, to my troublemaking womanizer. She pulled out two oddly shaped objects from her hero costume and put them on her gloves. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the pair of metallic objects on her hands and asked. Is that what I think it is? Yes, it is, and believe me, it's going to hurt you a whole fucking lot. Katsuro kissed both of her fists for luck and propelled herself forward using her quirk. She will no longer hide the truth. She will no longer run away from the truth. She will no longer allow him to run away from the truth. With a battle cry of love, she once again, propelled herself towards the person she holds the dearest. I love you Deku, so die. Some students couldn't help but cringe at the sight of the brutal fight between Izuku and Katsuro. Unfortunately, they couldn't tell what they were talking about, but the level of violence was enough for them to understand it was something serious. Will they be alright? Both of them are bleeding so much. Mina frowned upon seeing that Izuku was injured this heavily. Koji was curled up into a ball on the ground playing with some ants. Jiro twirled her phone jacks between her fingertips and hoped for the best. Even Tokoyami closed his eyes while facing the screen. Fight it out, you two. Bakugo, open his eyes to the truth and prove your worth. Achiko put both of her hands on her face. She couldn't watch what was unfolding before her any longer. This fight is too physical, I can't watch this, can't we just stop them Aizawa-sensei? Aizawa was silent, so All Might replied to her instead. If I may say something young Uraraka, although I agree with you, there is a high chance they wouldn't stop fighting even after we stop them. Aizawa nodded. Indeed, there is some kind of enmity between them, so let them fight it out. They need to get over it, or else they will never be able to work together as heroes. If the situation worsened, we have youthful heroine on standby. Achiko was disappointed with the answer but she understood what her teachers meant. Aizawa-sensei, are those allowed? Shiro noticed that Katsuro pulled a certain object out of her costume. Aizawa widened his eyes. That little, where did she get her hands on that? They are banned in Japan. While the scene might have been brutal to some students, it was still within the norm of an average fight, that was until a certain blonde-haired tomboy pulled a pair of brass knuckles to face her opponent. Yawn, I guess my job here is done. All that's left is to tape her up. It sure was a tiring battle. Denki shook the rest of the electricity coat off of him. Being in that state for more than 5 minutes hurt his body. His stamina was almost completely spent. If he had to fight her for a bit longer, he was sure to lose. I wonder why she didn't use her fire quirk. If she did, I would lose without a doubt. Without a doubt, he was right. Shiro had spent years of her life training her fire quirk and only a few months for her ice quirk. If she were to fight him with her fire quirk, or even both of her quirks at the same time, he would stand no chance. Before coming closer to her, Denki looked from afar to make sure she was unconscious and wasn't just pretending. After a few seconds, he judged that she was out cold and walked towards her. Just as he was about 2 meters away from the fallen Shiro, a red flame emerged from her back and climbed all the way up to her face. The left side of her face ignited into magnificent flames and brought her back to life. She slowly regained consciousness and stood up. "Ah, you are kidding me, right? No way, I have no more fuel for this fight." Denki knew that another pain was coming his way. "Can't you just stay down?" Shiro didn't reply and instead, sent a medium-sized fireball his way. "Ah, shit." Denki barely dodged and hid behind a pillar. He looked at the timer on top of the wall, and it read 2 minutes remaining. "There is no way I can hold her off for that long. Where are you, Izuku? Didn't you say you were gonna help me with this?" He looked at his left palm, a small water droplet formed on top of it. "I can't use this needs to stay as my trump card." Denki thought. "Stop hiding. Come out." Shiro completely forgot that all she needed to do was to capture the bomb. She ignored the objective and spread her flames all around the room in a frenzy. "Oh, come on. What is she? Oh no." Denki peeked through a hole in the pillar and noticed that right above Shiro was a huge flame cloud. Shiro closed her eyes and outstretched both of her hands towards the fire. The fire slowly took form into something resembling a bird. A phoenix? Ah! Denki screamed as a large fire cloud blew his way. Shiro expanded her raging cloud of fire and shock waves. The force of destruction that struck the nearby walls was enough to melt the concrete. "If that touches me, I am dead." Denki promptly moved and jumped out of the window before the room turned into hell. The sea of flames engulfed the entire room, burning everything in it. Nothing was spared, even the metallic bomb villains were supposed to protect has melted away. "Crazy fucking girl, almost lost my life in a practice bout. Where are the teachers anyway? Just stop this match and let me rest already." Denki complained as he was holding onto the ledge of the window under the bomb room. The entire room turned silent as they watched Shiro's explosion. Incredible, there was nothing Denki could have done at that moment. In his shoes, I would freeze on the spot and maybe even lose my life in the blast, yet he still managed to somehow escape through the window. Momo sighed. "Well, light is my one and only weakness, so I would undoubtedly lose as well." Tokoyami evaluated. "Shiro-chan is scary," Rib bit. "You Aizawa, what are these students?" All Might was a bit freaked out. That kind of blast would definitely injure him greatly. It just wasn't normal to possess this kind of power as a teenager. Denki on the other hand managed to beat Shiro in the beginning before she used her second quirk. Both of them showcased an incredible performance of quirks and talent. Well, you need to take into account that this was Endeavor's daughter. It was obvious she is incredibly strong as she inherited 2 quirks and she was personally trained by Endeavor. Yet this was a bit overkill. If I was in her shoes, I would just lure him to me and trap him in my ice and be done with it. Once again, her mind was clouded and she wasn't using her head properly. Aizawa knew that she must have worked hard to obtain this level of power, but he was disappointed in her decision-making. He looked at the remains of the bomb through the screen and sighed. The objective was to capture the bomb, not to destroy it. The villain team has already won, even if their weapon was deemed useless. He wondered when All Might is gonna notice the fact that there is no longer anything that could be called a bomb. Well, I will keep quiet, I still want to know how the match between those two ends. Chapter 123, Greed of a Pig. Earlier. Katsuro was injured, yet she still pressed on. Left hook after right hook, Izuku was able to dodge each strike without much effort. It would be different if she was in her top condition, but at this point, she could barely stand. Izuku looked at her and sighed. "Kaken, I think it's time we stop this. Let me tape you up and we can talk after the match." Izuku knew that she was barely holding on anymore, even with her knuckles. If she couldn't touch him, they were useless. "Shut it." After missing another barrage of attacks, she stopped for a few seconds to catch her breath. "Fight back, you weakling, don't just dodge." "Alright then." Just as she provoked him, Izuku stepped towards her and threw a right hook. Katsuro wasn't able to dodge in time and his fist impacted her ribs. "Cough, too weak. Try again, nerd." Cough. Her vision was hazy, yet she still wanted to release her pent-up anger and emotions. This was the only thing keeping her on her feet. "Kaken." Shut it, shut it, shut it, shut up. She threw a barrage of chaotic punches that hit nothing but air. You are ignorant, selfish, and disgusting. Izuku parried all of her attacks and noticed a gap in her defense. With a quick jab, he delivered a finishing blow into her stomach. The air in her lungs was blocked, and she couldn't breathe. She lifelessly knelt on the ground as Izuku approached her with a capture tape. Sorry Kaken, I've had fun, but we need to stop now, there are only about 2 minutes left on the clock. Izuku put the tape on her shoulder. The moment he circled her body with it, Katsuro would lose. However, she wouldn't go down without a fight. Fun, fun. All of this was, fun to you? Huh, I should have expected this. Katsuro hung her head while gritting her teeth. The frustration on her face slowly turned into a maniacal grin. Click click. Izuku heard a weird sound as if something fell on the ground. Looking closer, 2 pins were laying on the ground. The pins distracted Izuku long enough for Katsuro to grab his arm. She pulled him towards her with both of her hands and refused to let go. She then entwined both of her legs around his torso and smiled. What are you doing? He asked while trying to pull his hand away from her, but she wouldn't budge. I doubt you weren't aware, but I will still mention it. The grenade designs on my hands weren't there only as a part of the costume, they are weapons for combat. Izuku widened his eyes, sensing the dread. The pins. They were from the bombs. It's over, Deku. There is nowhere to run. She pressed a button on top of the gauntlets with some difficulty and the grenades hissed and blew up in her hands. The moment she pressed the button, it released a burst of light and everything went white for Izuku. Pai. Why is it so bright? Where am I? Did I die for real this time? Was that my last time ever reviving? No matter where Izuku looked, there was only endless brightness, following him. Other than that, the irritating ringing he kept on hearing made him dizzy and weak. He felt that there was something inside of his mouth, presumably dust or sand. That meant he was still alive. He also felt that he could still move his hands and legs, and yet, it seems that he lost his ability to see. Be it temporary or permanent, this is no joke. He put his hands in front of him and tried to find something resembling a wall that he could lean on, but there was nothing around him. Observe. Nothing happened. He couldn't even see the window. Damn it. Even observe is not working. Does that mean once I go blind, I can't access the menu? Pai. Fuck this ringing sound. Ah. Finally. Izuku was never so glad to have found a wall in his life before. He sat down and leaned on it, trying to recover from what just happened. The ringing in his ears has partially subdued, but he still couldn't see anything. What Izuku was hit by, was indeed a flashbang. It was personally made for Katsuro as a part of her suit. She was the one who specifically asked for the flashbang. It acted as the last wall of her defense and as one of her trump cards. What is Kaken thinking, unleashing something like this? Heck, is she alright? She was hit by the same attack. She was in range after all. Needless to worry, he felt a metallic object hitting his cheek and he fell to the ground. Gotcha. Hee hee. He laid on the ground and heard her giggle. Her footsteps were getting closer and closer until they finally came to a halt a few centimeters away from him. He felt a sudden weight on his chest and wondered what that was about. Let us talk now. Izuku heard her voice loud and clear as if she was sitting on top of him and talking to him from that small distance. Which was in this case, also the truth. You are amazing, Kaken, that last move completely got me, I still can't see anything. Shut up, I am not here to talk about that. She grabbed him by his collar and punched him with the knuckles. Izuku was already used to pain from the countless deaths he has experienced in his experiments with Himiko, but it still hurt no matter how many times he felt it. He never became completely numb to the pain. The idea of dying, on the other hand, was way easier. I never would have thought that you had that up your sleeve. It completely caught me off guard. Izuku showed her a weak smile. Shut up. She gave him another jab, so strong that he felt his vision returning to him. Maybe he deserved all of this. He could have easily won this match a long time ago. He could have used his inventory quirk, Ajin shout, or call Blackie back to help him to easily restrain her, and yet, he didn't. Maybe he felt like he needed this, he needed someone to beat the shit out of him. He needed someone to beat common sense into him. As he couldn't carry this burden on his own anymore. He had no one he could tell, no one who would understand what he was going through. Tell his friends. They would laugh at him and say, "You are way too popular, man, I envy ya." Tell his mom. She would reply, "The more wives for my little Izuku the better. We will have a grand family." Tell his dad. Who was never there for him, never, even home. Tell Himiko. Who was so ignorant of the real world and so ignorant to the whole idea of dating that she would say, "Sure, I don't mind, as long as I can be with you, it's okie dokie." He needed someone with common sense. Someone with common sense who would tell him that dating more than one girl was wrong and that he should just choose one girl and bear through it like a man. I don't want to talk about any of that shit. Just give me an answer already. Do you love me, or not? She gave her all in that shout, making sure Izuku couldn't avoid it anymore. He was about to change the subject again, but as his eyes slowly regained their vision, he noticed that she was crying. "Hey, there is a strange liquid flowing down your cheeks, you gotta get that checked, hee hee." "Huh, you are such an unbelievable asshole, just yes or no would be enough, just why are you dodging this subject so much?" Katsuro gave him a wry smile as she wiped her tears away. "Do you, truly wish to know?" Izuku muttered. Slowly losing his resistance. He wanted to open his heart to someone, maybe the moment finally came. Maybe he finally found the right person to talk to. "Yes. Just tell me. Am I not attractive enough? Are you dating someone already? Are you interested in the same sex?" His face darkened as he heard the last question. Definitely not any of them. He could already hear Kirishima's voice in the background, shouting. "Be manly." It gave him shivers. Izuku laid there in defeat and looked at the ceiling. There are two reasons. The first one is the fact that due to some abnormal reason, a lot of girls seem to be interested in me, but I am pretty sure you already knew that. I never would have thought I would be so fortunate as to meet so many nice girls. Katsuro frowned as she heard what he was saying. So he was dating someone after all. Her heart couldn't take it. But she tried to ignore the feeling for now and focused on his answer. She might not get another chance to talk to him like this ever again. Izuku started talking in a low voice. "I simply can't choose, I don't know what to do." Then switched to an aggressive, if not a shouting tone. "What would someone else do? What do I do? What should I do?" Katsuro widened her eyes as she didn't understand his outrage. "I am not dating anyone. I can't date anyone. If I do that, at least 3 girls would be disappointed and sad, and I don't want to break their hearts. I don't want that. I don't want to see them daily, only to meet their gaze every morning, questioning if I made the right decision. If I made the right choice." He yelled and freed one of his legs. He kicked her into the stomach and got away from her hold. Katsuro lost her balance and fell on the ground face first. She wasn't even angry and didn't even feel the pain of his kick as she was busy processing his words. Izuku got back up, his face twisted in rage. "Is it weird that I don't want these girls to suffer? Should I just date you? Even though we both love each other, there is also Itsuka, Himiko, and heck, I even felt my heart race with Namuri. What about them? I care about all of you. About all of you. That's why I don't want to date anyone. Do you get it already?" He poured out the feelings of his heart, the feelings he has locked away, and now, he awaited an answer. An answer that would bring him back to reality. An answer so harsh that it would give him a reality check. Katsuro observed his hysteric outrage in silence. You are so dumb." Part of her was angry, that he mentioned a name of another woman she hadn't heard about before, part of her was disgusted about his answer, part of her was excited because he admitted he loved her, and part of her was confused and tried to think of something to tell him. "I don't think I've ever heard someone more arrogant, conceited and greedy in my entire life. Your greed can rival that of a pig. No, you are greed itself. True that, I am a terrible greedy person that doesn't dash. But, you are also kind-hearted, amiable, hardworking, smart and an amazing person." Izuku opened his mouth wide. "You would defend your friends at any cost, you would save them no matter who was against you, you even held back quite a lot in this bout and never used your quirk on me so that I wouldn't be injured. And I could go on and on. If you have one bad point, there will be an endless list of good points about you that I will gladly tell you about. And no. It wasn't supposed to go like this, WI. It's actually selfish for me to continue this conversation because it's bringing you so much pain. You've had a lot on your mind, huh, Izuku?" Izuku could barely endure the sensation of his throat being blocked and having warm feelings fill up his heart. This was the first time he heard her say his name in 14 years. He knew it wasn't supposed to go like this. He was supposed to be yelled at and beaten up so that he could finally get over it, and yet, after saying her piece, Katsuro continued with her warm words. Looking at her face within the corner of his eye, he opened his quivering mouth. It's my fault for hiding things from you. I'm sorry, I will come clean. The second reason I didn't want to enter a relationship is. Chapter 124, One for All. Villains have won this bout. Next batch of people, get ready. Aizawa announced. Wait, Aizawa. Students. Who do you think was the MVP among the 4 fighters? Think for a bit and give me an answer. Here, sir. Ida immediately raised his hand. Tell us, young Ida. Ida put both of his hands behind his back and started explaining. Yes, sir. I would say that the MVP of the match would be Denki Kaminari. Emichim, terrific observation. And why is that? While he pretty much couldn't beat Todoroki's second quirk, I would say that despite expectations, he managed to prevail and defeated his opponent with abilities that far surpass a lot of us. He adapted most to the situation. Momo nodded with his reasoning and added, I would also like to add, having watched the fight, Todoroki's outrage and her drive to focus on Kaminari instead of her objective, made her lose. Bakugo's behavior was clearly driven by some kind of personal grudge. The same could be said about Izuku Midoriya. A few eyebrows were raised at what she said, but no one pursued it any further. At last, everyone but Kaminari was reckless at using their attacks. If this were to be an actual bomb, it could detonate at any time. Treating it carefully is a must. Perfect answer, Student Ida and Student Yayorozu. All Might exclaimed, a little taken aback by the analytic capability of the blue-haired teen and the Yamato Nadeshiko before him. These children sure are prodigies, I don't know how to teach them. All Might mentally sighed. Damn, Bakugo was really tough. To think that Midoriya had such difficulty beating her. Her last attack was a surprise. I thought those grenades on her arms were just an accessory, but apparently, they weren't. Yeah, she was amazing. That's my bestie for ya. Itsuka giggled. Kaminari is a hidden talent after all. Behind his lazy attitude, he is really driven to finish the mission. How manly he was. I don't know, man, to me, it just seems like he got lucky she didn't use her fire quirk from the start. Yeah, Todoroki's attack was quite insane, man. If I was fighting her she would burn my tape in an instant. Enough chit-chatting, All Might, stay here and begin the next round of examination. I have to discipline some students. With that, Aizawa left. Izuku put Katsuro's hand around his shoulder and let her lean on him. With some difficulty, both of them left the building. Denki and Shiro were already waiting for them outside. Denki had a tired look on his face and the latter was disappointed. Oh, finally Izuku, you know, at first, I wanted to berate you as you didn't follow the plan and I was alone facing Todoroki, but when I looked at how roughed up you were, I dropped the issue. It seems like the battle was hard fought, huh? It sure was. Izuku smiled. Sorry for not coming after you, we kinda had to patch things up. Good job. Ha, whatever man, I barely won. Denki noticed that Izuku had red eyes. He assumed it was because he was crying, but he wasn't sure, as maybe it could have been from the pain he was feeling at the moment. Katsuro lifted her head and looked at Shiro, the latter looked away in shame. I wasn't able to win, sorry. She murmured and Katsuro just smiled. No worries here, I lost as well. It's time to train more, wouldn't you say? Yes. Shiro nodded in determination. Her reply might have been cold and emotionless, but her eyes said it all, she wouldn't lose again. With this, the fighting spirits of the girls were reignited. Just as everyone was enjoying the peace after the fight. Bakugo, Todoroki, and Kaminari, come with me. Aizawa arrived at the scene and he didn't look happy. All 3 of them were stunned, but it didn't take long for them to understand what he wanted. He is definitely here to scold me about the flashbang. Ah, my last fire attack. Ah, come on man, what a drag. The trio of troublemakers thought. Teacher Aizawa. Aizawa's eyes fell on Izuku. He was watching the whole fight between him and Bakugo and still couldn't understand why he didn't fight back that much. It's as if he wanted to be beaten up to hide something. Or maybe he didn't want to reveal his trump cards yet. What is it, Midoriya? Do you have something to say? Aizawa didn't like him from the very beginning. He was simply too crude and vicious to be a hero, but he hopes that he would change in the future. Same goes for Bakugo and Todoroki. They needed to keep their behavior in check to grow into splendid heroes. Yes, I would like the youthful heroine to take care of our injuries before you take them away. Especially on Kaken. Sure, I can do that, she was here the whole time anyway. Aizawa pointed behind him and sure enough, from within a corner, an old lady in her nurse costume walked towards them with a quick step. Oh my, why are they so injured? Aizawa boy. She hit his back but he didn't resist. She immediately planted kisses on everyone, Katsuro being the last one. Oh my, it seems like you've made quite the progress. She winked at Katsuro and gave everyone gummy bears. The others didn't understand the implication, but they weren't even supposed to understand it in the first place. Katsuro's face bloomed as she nodded. Thanks for your story. It really helped me out. The old granny smiled sweetly and replied, I am glad. In any case, all of you should rest in our school's hospital rooms. Aizawa boy, give them at least a few hours to rest before you resume your classes, alright? Aizawa nodded with some difficulty and turned towards his students. I will talk to you in private later. Make sure to rest plenty as you will receive a harsh punishment afterward. With that, he grabbed his yellow sleeping bag and strolled away. What a teacher. Izuku laughed. Punishment? Give me a break. That's the last thing I want right now, let me just go home, take a shower, and rest for the rest of the day. Kaminari's face turned gloomy. Well, bye for now, I need to do something, Izuku said as he waved the trio and left as well. They said goodbye to him in return and went towards the hospital rooms. So, what made you come here, to my humble office? All Might asked in his frail form, not many people could recognize him this way. Well, I saw you hiding behind a corner while Teacher Aizawa was talking to us, so I assumed you wanted to say something to me. That, I just didn't want him to be too hard on you, my students, but it appears I was worrying for nothing. Oh, by the way, how is the one for all? Were you able to use it? Izuku frowned and shook his head, I can't feel it inside of me whatsoever. It's as if you didn't give me any quirk in the first place. That's bad, I am sure I gave it to you as I felt it left my body. There are only remains of it inside of me now. There has to have been some kind of problem with your body. Maybe the quirk isn't suited enough for you. All Might sighed and racked his brain. If the quirk didn't want to awaken, then he wouldn't be able to fully transfer the torch, he had to do something about this. This is certainly the worst-case scenario. Without it, the symbol of peace will certainly be a joke then, this society of superhumans would fall to evil, it's our responsibility to make it work. We can't afford to fail on this, young Midoriya. I understand. I will try to see what I can do about it. I will go rest for now. See you, All Might. Bye, kiddo. Izuku left the office, and All Might transformed back into his hero form. Young Midoriya, is it possible that the power refused you on purpose? But if that's the case, then why? Are you simply not worthy, or is it something else? It's been a long time since I've checked my stats, it feels like months. I also got those 5 points for winning the match, so I guess I will put all of that into strength. Name, Izuku, Deku, Midoriya. Occupation, the Ghost Gamer. Level, 44. Next level, 9.57%. Designation, Cognitive, gives user 60 points of intelligence. Titles. The Nemesis of Goblins, you deal 50% more damage to goblins of all kinds. Goblins that are lower level than you, will immediately run once they see you. The Nemesis of Kobolds, you deal 50% more damage to kobolds of all kinds. Kobolds who are lower level than you will immediately run once they see you. HP 440 of 440. MP 800 of 800. Strength, 100, 105. Agility, 82. Intelligence, 138. Wisdom, 68. Luck, 43. Point, 55. Cash, 314,340 yen. Skills. Observe, LVL Max. The Mind of a Gamer, disabled. Explosion Skill LVL 8. Ajin Scream, LVL 9. Uri, LVL 22. Sprint, LVL 26. Breathing Technique, LVL Max. Perfect Memory, Passive Active. Hand-to-Hand Combat, LVL 12. Drawing Mastery, LVL Max. Calligraphy Mastery, LVL Max. Geometry Mastery, LVL Max. Cooking Mastery, LVL Max. Quirk. The Gamer, user's life is a video game. Includes many bonuses from RPG games. Ajin, the user can summon a ghost, that helps him in fights. He is also able to scream at a high-pitched voice that paralyzes his enemies for a certain amount of time. Some enemies are resistant. Ajin Passive, Resurrection. The user cannot die no matter what happens. After hit death, the user regenerates all damage no matter how severe it is. One for all, locked. Level 0, plus 20 strength, plus 20 agility. Level 1 dash. Level 2 dash. Level 3 dash. Level 4 dash. Level 5 dash. Ascended Apotheosis dash. The one for all is still locked. When will I harness its strength? Is it possible that the one for all itself feels that my intentions for the future won't be heroic and it refuses to fuse with me? Nah. I must be thinking too much into it, there is no way. Chapter 125, Relationship Goals. With nothing else to do, Izuku headed towards the hospital room. On his way there, he met up with Denki. Yo. What did Teacher Aizawa want with you guys? Don't even mention it to me, he shouted at us harshly and criticized our decision-making. He even found out I was holding back. Izuku raised his eyebrows, holding back. When? On his quirk examination test and even in this practice bout, it's not my fault though. I explained to him that I can't really control my quirk all that well and once I use stronger output, I harm my own brain for a few hours until it's back to normal. My brain is basically fried if I go over 1 million volts of power. Izuku looked at him in confusion and asked, wait, 1 million volts? Wouldn't that basically kill anyone? Your quirk is really powerful. Yes. Denki murmured, but you are misunderstanding a bit. Huh. Volts mean nothing without current. The electricity will just fry you to crisp. Amps are what matters the most. Volts are what burns you to death. Amps will issue you with a shock that either immediately stops your heart or paralyzes your muscles and causes death afterward. Of course, more voltage draws more power, but it is not the caliber that kills you, but the bullet it shoots. Regardless of the voltage, the real cause of death is the current that is forced through the body of your victim, of the villain. Izuku was flabbergasted. He never knew about anything like this. They never learned it in school, at least not this detailed. Moreover, he told him this much information. You are really smart, Denki. Not at all. I am really stupid and I made stupid decisions in the past that I am bound to regret in the future. This just concerned my quirk, so I know a bit about it. In any case, I don't plan on using the quirk to kill anyone, only paralyze the villains. They walked for a while without speaking and saw the hospital room. So, how are you feeling? Are you tired? Well, I am pretty much alright, Bakugo is resting in the hospital ward and Todoroki went back to the classroom. I guess I will follow as well. You should rest. I didn't see your fight but you were pretty roughed up. See ya. Denki knew that the more serious injury the recovery girl healed, the more tired the person would feel. He waved him off and left. Bye. Izuku lingered his gaze on him for a few seconds before he knocked on the door in front of him. It didn't take long for him to hear a loud, "Come on in." He entered the room and saw Katsuro, laying on the bed with eyes facing the ceiling. She appeared to be thinking about something. Yo, Kaken, how are you feeling? She smiled and replied, after getting everything off of my chest and hearing your reply, I feel great. What about you, Deku? Izuku smirked and sat on the bed next to her. So we are back to Deku now, huh? I feel hurt. Humph. Of course. I just got used to it too much. I will only call you Izuku on special occasions and besides, I like Deku way more. She outstretched her legs and stood up. The thing you wanted to tell me about, I will give you time to reorganize your thoughts and once you are ready to tell me about the second reason you didn't want to enter the relationship, I will listen to you, and once again, beat it out of your skull. She showed a determined smile. Izuku widened his eyes and muttered, you really are. There was no stopping her now. Izuku knew it. She got through the first defenses of his heart and it was only a matter of time until she completely defeated his inner doubts. He stood up and hugged her. Something she didn't expect. She looked at him with widened eyes as her thought process tried to think of millions of scenarios this could lead to. You know, I am really thankful I have met such a wonderful person like you. Izuku smiled as he said this, he took her by the hand and softly caressed it. Katsuro's body quivered and she didn't know what to do. What are you doing? Why you are being weird? Her hands started generating more sweat than usual. She was pretty sure that if she used her explosion now, half of the school would explode. He leaned forward, an action that both didn't require much on his end, but left her speechless, scared, and excited nonetheless. He then placed his hand on her cheek and stroked it in a similar way he did with her hand. Why you are hella weird, Deku? Why you can't just do what you want? Izuku revealed yet another smirk. Oh ho. Not long ago I received both your confession and your approval. Dumbass. She wanted to refuse him, but the warmth of his presence seemed to anchor her mind felt blank and her shoulders relaxed. She dissolved into his hold, feeling nothing but pure bliss. How long has she waited for this? Thanks for everything, Katsuro. This time it was reversed. This was the first time in 14 years she heard her own name come from his mouth instead of a nickname. Izuku used her strategy against her. That's not fair, dummy. Her voice was strained as she willingly embraced him back. She was panting slightly, her cheeks red and her body glistening with nitroglycerin sweat of her quirk. The room was quickly filled with a sweet smell. That sweet caramel smell hit Izuku's nose and he couldn't help but tighten his hold. Hey, don't just stay quiet, say something, asshole. You are really cute. Sorry for ignoring you for this long. You've truly opened my eyes. He inched closer and gently kissed her. She shivered but didn't pull back from him. Kissing gently like this made her think that they were finally lovers. Katsuro was the first to break the kiss. She looked confused and lightheaded but happy at that. So, does this make us official? Looks like it. He smiled and planted another kiss on her lips. Tokoyami was getting annoyed by the endless rant of Denki's complaints. He had to take a breath, so he stepped outside of the classroom. There were no teachers present, so he wasn't scared of punishment. As he walked down the hallway, he heard voices coming from the hospital ward. He looked from a distance and saw both of his classmates kissing. He couldn't help but smirk. It seems like you've won your first trophy, but this is only the beginning. There is still more to come. Gather yourself powerful allies so that the darkness within you stands no chance to consume you. He laughed, as the words of the eternal Crow Virgin were left in the passing wind. Chapter 126, Post-Match Relaxing. The duo of new lovebirds parted lips and gazed at each other for a while. Feels great. Indeed. The awkwardness between the two has only just begun. So, I accepted that you are greedy and want multiple relationships, however, don't think that I am happy about that. She looked at him with a stern gaze. I know. I also forgot to mention something today. You were really gorgeous this morning. I am sorry for not saying anything back then, but I still prefer your original look. His face turned gentle as he told her his true feelings. She clenched her fists and tried not to smile. I am glad you noticed. Be prepared though. I am so gonna tell Itsu about this, so you better be ready for another confession soon. With that, she turned around and ran away. She couldn't hold it in anymore and giggled, showing a huge smile on her face. She has decided that she had enough rest, and she also wanted to surprise Itsuka with the news. What a great girl she was for accepting him for who he was. I really need to get a grip. When he entered the class, everyone was discussing the matches. For some students, the matches went well, for others, it didn't go as planned. But, ultimately everyone was happy they got to show off their skills and that they could go wild with their quirks. They were prohibited from using them in primary school and high school, so letting loose like this was the best. Man. I can't believe I did such a big mistake. I need to train harder than ever. Kirishima lamented. Momo nodded and replied, it was a bad matchup for us, but thanks to that, I came up with a new use for my quirk. Don't worry. You will win next time. Definitely. Hagakure, who was sitting next to Tokoyami, was trying to cheer up the gloomy duo. Tokoyami on the other hand wasn't listening, as he was sitting with eyes closed. The match wore him out a lot as he was used as bait. In their match, Momo used multiple flashlights that hurt his dark shadow and himself as well. Talk about an unfair matchup, mortals. You had the advantage the entire time. Tokoyami was getting restless in his seat. For his quirk to fully work, there had to have been darkness. The problem was that the sun was shining through the windows of the building, all of the lights in the building were turned on the entire time, and his adversaries even used flashlights to weaken his quirk even further, and yet, these mortals thought they were in a bad matchup. He had to destroy each and every light in the building to at least stand a chance, but his quirk was still weakened by them. In the corner of the classroom, Jiro, Denki, Katsuro, Itsuka, and even Shiro were also debating about their matches. The atmosphere was tense in the beginning, that was until Katsuro arrived with a huge smile on her face. "I am so glad we managed to pull it off, Kendo-san. Would you mind if I call you Itsuka?" Jiro shyly asked. "Sure. I don't mind," the hyperactive girl replied. "Then please, also call me Jiro." "Amichim, sure. The move you pulled out at the end was really dangerous. I could have died." Denki was complaining to Shiro, who couldn't care less about him. Katsuro tapped Itsuka on her shoulder and whispered something into her ear. The message left her surprised but happy at the same time. The others wondered what it could have been about, but they didn't want to be rude. Izuku smiled at the merry atmosphere. After seeing that Shiro couldn't even care to look at him, Denki lifted his eyes and noticed that Izuku has returned. "Yo! I see you're back." Denki exclaimed, sitting up and holding his mouth with his hand to refrain himself from yawning. Hearing his words, others turned towards the door and quickly swarmed him. "Midoriya-dano. Are you alright? I saw that the injuries you sustained weren't light." Momo asked with a worried gaze. "Man! You sure did quite the work there. I am holding you in much higher regard starting now." Kirishima clasped his palms together in an attempt to hide his excitement. "Dazzling performance, dear. However, you still need to work on yourself to twinkle up to me." Aoyama winked at him. "It seems like the darkness within your heart has subdued for a bit, but you ought to be wary, darkness never truly disappears." Tokoyami did an elegant bow and returned to his seat. Shiro simply nodded at him, but deep in her heart, she pondered. When will I finally catch up to him? She looked at him with a solemn gaze and fear was filling the depths of her eyes. The man in front of her was simply a monster for his age. She was a prodigy with 2 quirks and yet she feels like she would stand no chance if they were to fight seriously. Forget about it, I need to master both of my quirks. Once I've done that, I am sure to beat him. Izuku looked around and spotted Katsuro standing next to Itsuka with a shit-eating grin. He knew that she already told her about what happened and was prepared to hear some harsh words, but all he got was, "Congratulations." "Thanks," he replied with some difficulty. The next step in their relationship shouldn't be hard to do, right? She likes him and he likes her, seems easy, right? So. What were you talking about with Bakugo-san during your fight? We couldn't really hear what you guys were talking about, but it seemed to be a heated topic. You guys were truly going at each other. We were afraid that you two would die. It wasn't a laughing matter. Mina chimed in. Your match was so intense, it fired us all up. Sato said. It's personal, sorry. He winked at them and left them disappointed, but they dropped the issue since he obviously didn't wish to talk about it. Izuku knew they understood and was glad that he is starting to make new friends. Something he couldn't do before. Stop that action right now. In the back of the classroom, Ida was shouting at the poor Siro who was sitting on top of his desk. Ah, come on man, I am beat after my match, let me rest. Stop sitting on a desk, everyone is tired yet you are the only one doing this. Seriously? He looked around and noticed Denki, who was literally sleeping on the table like a dead fish, hugging each corner of the table as if it were some kind of pillow. He looked to his right and saw Tokoyami, who went back to his seat only to plop his chicken head down on the desk and sleep. He also saw Uraraka and Shoji doing the exact same thing and drooling on the desks. The only one, my ass. Everyone is doing it, so why is he on me? Izuku laughed and commented, Ida sure is strict. Nothing shakes his dumb convictions, huh? Izuku returned home but noted that no one was there. His mom was probably working in the new hospital as the Sayonara hospital was closed down due to that incident. He really wondered though, where Himiko went. That group must have called her again. Well, no matter. She is hella strong by herself. I doubt anyone could beat her, and if someone strong actually showed up, no one could stop her from running away. What Izuku was more worried about was the state of the relationship he was with her, but after Kaken allowed the polygamy, he breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's at least one thing out of the way, now to introduce her to Himiko. Well, they've already met once and it didn't go that well. He remembered the first time Kaken saw Himiko with him and the front of his house almost turned to cinders. Gotta make sure that won't happen again. I don't have enough money to throw into the air. The next day. Dozens of cameramen and reporters swarmed the front of the university, blocking the entrance to the school. Izuku looked at the commotion and frowned. I absolutely don't feel like bothering with this stuff. He walked towards the school gates, pushing away the people with his tall body. He earned himself a few shocked looks, but they recovered immediately and dragged a microphone with a tripod to his face. Excuse me. You are a student of this school, correct? Are you from class 1A by any chance? Did you have classes with All Might? How was it? What can you tell me about his teaching style? Is it fun? Hard? Intriguing? Please say something. The reporters were getting desperate. So far they asked tons of students but they got nothing. Izuku turned towards them and replied, I am sorry, I am a student from General Studies, Class 1F, I am afraid I don't have classes with All Might but I wish I had them. We all idolize All Might. The reporters were disappointed and turned away from him. Just before they did so, Izuku left them a message. That student right there, can you see him? With the car-like engines on each of his calves. He goes to Class 1A, try asking him about it. The reporters immediately left him and turned towards Ida like a swarm of hungry animals, encircling their prey. Can you tell us about All Might? What's it like to have him as your teacher? Ida was surprised but answered them with a straight back. It redoubles my awareness of the fact that I'm enrolled where I can reap the rewards of the pinnacle of hero training. It goes without saying that his authority and mien are awe-inspiring, but so too are qualities such as his sense of humor that he uses to refresh our bodies and souls from the constant worries about our education and future hero life. He took a deep breath and continued, now that we students will be constantly exposed to such an impressive role model, we will be able to study what one needs to possess in order to match the definition of the top hero. Now if you excuse me, I have classes. Thank you for listening to me. He bowed and walked into the school. The reporters were surprised about his thoroughness and were happy that they finally got at least something for today's coverage. Izuku looked at him in awe and slight disgust. Sometimes, I simply don't understand how someone like him thinks. It's beyond me. Izuku wanted to play a little prank on him but he managed to pull through without a hitch. He shook his head and finally entered the school. Chapter 127, A Giant Mess. The classes were about to start, but Aizawa was nowhere to be seen. Did our teacher kick a bucket by any chance? Katsuro said out loud, making a few students laugh. Maybe he met some hot girl and is currently busy. Shiro smirked about his fantasies. Dream again, you reject. Our homeroom teacher looks like a hobo, who would like him anyway? He would have to get a makeover if he wanted to pick up girls. You would need a makeover too, try jumping off some building or something. Shiro piped down after she yelled at him. This girl is scary, better not agitate her any further. Izuku, on the other hand, was surprised. What led her to act like this? He is pretty sure he calmed her down after they made up and started dating, but she is back to her old self. Did she wake up on the wrong side of the bed? Yo, Kaken, what happened? You kinda sound like you lost 20 games in a row on CS:GO. This statement earned him a few chuckles but also an annoyed look from her. Don't even get me started, I overslept, then found out that the clothes I wanted to wear had a hole in them. After that, I was halfway to the school and I remembered I forgot to pick up my math books from my table as today, we are starting math lessons with that plasma freak or whatever his name was, and after that, just when I was in front of the gates, I forgot my locker keys at home so I had to go back again. I felt like breaking something. It's not like you act like this. You could have just left your things in my locker, I still have some space left. Is something on your mind? Itsuka told her the benefits of being her best friend. I didn't really think about that, honestly, sorry, and no, there is nothing on my mind, I am completely fine. She pulled out a phone and fiddled with it. That was a lie. Ever since she started dating Izuku, there was nothing else on her mind but worries and fear. The problem was, that she had no way of knowing how to continue their relationship. She looked it up on the internet, but the Uncle Google didn't work this time. Right now, she was still trying to find some kind of clue on how to continue their relationship while once again, searching on the internet. Katsuro sensed Izuku's gaze on her back, so she tried to act as if nothing was happening. She stood up, put the phone on her desk, and went to the bathroom to calm herself down. She splashed her face with cold water and thought, calm, stay calm. You wanted this, you managed to win him over, you must do the next step, but what is the next step supposed to be and when? Back in the classroom. Itsuka was kinda worried about her. She noticed that the screen of her phone was bright, so she decided to be a little mischievous. They were best friends for a long time now, so something like snooping each other's phones wasn't out of the question and was completely normal. She knew that something was bothering her, so out of curiosity, she looked up her search history. Oh no. She widened her eyes and mumbled under her breath. What's up? Izuku asked. And nothing. Nothing for you to see. Only girl things. She hid her phone and carefully checked whether someone saw what was on the screen, but it didn't seem like anyone noticed. Dear God, that was close. Her worries were almost exposed to the world. She looked at the screen again and couldn't believe what she saw. How pure. How to invite your crush to date. How to create a mood with your boyfriend. Best places to visit with your boyfriend. Where to have sex with boyfriend. How and when to have sex for the first time. After what date should you do the deed? Invite boy to have sex for the first time. Does first time hurt? Itsuka almost teared up giggling from reading her search history. So precious. She saw that the doors were opening, so she quickly turned off the phone and placed it back on Katsuro's desk. Katsuro entered the classroom with a new poker face and sat on her seat. It didn't seem like she noticed anything. Students were getting bored. Some of them pulled out their phones, some of them were sleeping, some of them were complaining. Seriously, where is teacher Aizawa? Do you think he is sleeping in his bag somewhere and forgot to put up an alarm? Ojiro said while stretching his tail. Well, it's not like it matters anyway. The later he comes, the better. Lemme nap for a bit. Denki plopped onto the desk and gently rubbed the back of his neck. Yesterday's match tired him out and he even went beyond his limit. He gladly welcomes any time he can get to sleep. Meanwhile, Aizawa was stuck outside with reporters. It felt as if there were millions of them everywhere and he couldn't just squeeze through. Excuse me. The classes have started. I need to go. Please don't go yet. Answer our questions. Give us some insight on All Might. I don't have time, to hell with this. Aizawa threw his scarf towards the gates and pulled himself over it, flying all over the press and perfectly landing on the ground. Reporters were in awe about his quick movement, but they quickly recovered and quickly followed him inside. We just want to speak with All Might. And aren't you a little too sloppy looking to be a teacher at such a prestigious academy? TCH, bugs. Aizawa hit a switch on the wall and went inside. Boom. What the dash? Unfortunately for the reporters, a giant gate fell and blocked their way. Why are you going to such lengths to shut us out? Just a word or two would be enough. For God's sake, we have been here for 2 straight days and they don't even have enough decency to give us a lie or a platitude to report. Did you see how unkempt he looked? I bet that teacher was an edgy kid when he was younger. Disgusting, Aizawa mumbled. With the news that All Might had entered UA Academy, the whole country flew into a tizzy and mass media pressed at the gates for days on end to get a good scoop. Aizawa hated this. He hated being seen by other people, he hated those who judged others by their appearance, and most of all he hated mass media, which only know how to spread lies and know no bounds to a human soul. He walked upstairs and finally arrived in front of the class. He expected it to be rowdy, as his children are usually annoying, but once he stepped inside, most of them were either resting or quietly chatting among themselves, and there didn't seem to be any accidents that would put the school's reputation at risk. How weird. Maybe this is my lucky day. Yo. I'm late. Wake up, kids. The press outside was a real bother, so don't annoy me more than I already am. Let's get to the point. He scratched his unkempt bangs and made sure everyone was listening. Then he continued. I am pretty sure I already told you guys what I disliked about your performance yesterday, but let's see. Bakugo, your weapon is banned. Fuck. Stop cursing and make sure not to use it or you will face expulsion. Midoriya, stop holding back, it's annoying. I will kick you out of the class. Same for Kaminari. Both of them tiredly nodded. They expected as much. Todoroki, learn to control your quirks without causing collateral damage to surrounding buildings or people, also make sure to follow your objective instead of acting stuck up. Your performance was terrible yesterday. Got it? A cold yes was all Aizawa got. Yayorozu. He looked at her with an extra stern face. Why yes. Try not to kill yourself using your quirk. In your match against the Tokoyami team. Creating 20 flashlights was pointless if you can't hold more than 2. You should have made a giant flashlight instead or create flashbangs. Also, make sure to concentrate on the amount of fat you spend. Yes, sir. She bowed and sat down. She knew that she made a mistake yesterday, but at the time, she couldn't think of any other way. That's about it. The rest is fairly okay. But be advised. Try to train your quirks by yourself. While the school is indeed the place where you will learn the optimal way to use your quirks and act like a hero, you need to find your own weakness and make sure you know how to make up for it. He sighed and sat down on his chair. Something he hasn't done before, as he was usually in his sleeping bag. Next up, your task is to choose a class representative, or rather, class president. I will give you Izawa couldn't finish as he was interrupted by the barrage of raised hands. Me. Pick me. Mina, the cute purple alien, immediately shouted. Oh hell yeah. That sounds manly. Let me be the one. Kirishima didn't know what class president would do, but he still wanted to be one just because it sounded cool. Oh. Do you mean the position that twinkles exactly for me? I'm in. Many others raised their hands. There were only 2 students who couldn't care less and didn't want to be picked. The duo of students was precisely Izuku and Denki. At first, Izuku thought it would be just him and Katsuro, but even she raised her hand. Izuku swayed on his chair as he said, "Why do you not want to participate? I would vote for you if you wanted to." Denki felt as if he got a heart attack. Me? Hell no. There would be so much work to do that I won't be able to live. If I was in a visual novel, that would be the death flag, he replied with a hand over his chest, trying to steady his breathing. Jesus Christ, never. Why won't you do it? Izuku looked up in thought for a moment before answering, "Well, I guess it would be too much work for me as well. I like to laze around as well." Oi, find your own reason, dumbass. Both of them laughed. Oh yes. Tokoyami shouted all of a sudden, but no one was paying him any attention other than Izuku and Denki. What's up, my dude? Did you catch a fish or something? Or, in your case, a chicken? Denki laughed as he didn't expect that Tokoyami would ever find a girlfriend. He was a forever loner just like him. Actually, it would appear that tonight, I have a date with destiny. Tokoyami replied with a proud gaze. He brought up his chin in his usual proud fashion and let these mortals feel the power of godly being about to lose his virginity. Uh-oh, I didn't really need to know the name of your favorite camgirl, bro. Chapter 128, Chaos, Respect and a Fallen Muffin. This is not a laughing matter. I found this girl on an app called Datex Mary and we have talked for a bit. She seems like a nice girl. I mean, like a girl that's good enough for me, the overlord of darkness. Denki felt his stomach twist in a way that he couldn't explain. Please, dude, you cannot be serious about this. I am telling you, it's a scam. There is going to be a man waiting for you. I guarantee it. He felt that another headache was coming his way. Izuku, tell him something, please. Oh, I have no idea, I never downloaded a shady app like that on my phone before, sorry. Tokoyami knew they were making fun of him, but he already made his decision and wouldn't back down. Fret not, I will be safe. The date was set up at 8 p.m. where my quirk reigns the strongest, nothing shall happen to me, don't worry. Denki wanted to warn him again, but Izawa interrupted them. Will you guys settle down already? I don't have time for this. You will settle it by vote. But Teacher Izawa, it's still too early to have developed any trust in each other, Ribbit. We barely know each other, Ribbit. Yeah. That's right, and everyone is going to just vote for themselves anyway. Izawa opened up his bag and got himself lost in it. As long as you all decide by 20 minutes, anything's fine really. He set up an alarm to wake him up on the deadline. So much for the lucky day. Ring. 20 minutes later Izawa woke up from his nap all confused at what was going on. He had such a nice dream. He dreamed of laying on his bed. Yes, he dreamed of dreaming. It's a dreamception. Everything was fine and dandy until he realized he was still teaching for today. He lazily stood up and collected the papers with names on his desk. Midoriya 6 and Yaoyorozu 4. The rest voted for themselves. What a terrible choice for the former. He took a chalk and wrote the results on the blackboard. There you go, the new president is Midoriya and the vice president is Yaoyorozu. Izuku's face scrunched up in disgust. How the hell did he get selected? Seeing this, Denki couldn't help but laugh. Ahahaha. You still got selected. Yikes. He raised his hand and asked, Teacher Izawa, can I decline the position? Nope. Any other questions? Can I switch the position with someone else? Nope. Any other questions? None. Izuku powerlessly fell on his desk. Seriously. Why me? Ida was depressed, not a single vote, I am ashamed. A cloud of gloom was floating on top of his head. He dug into his food but he felt as if he wasn't tasting anything. His taste buds completely collapsed from his disappointment. Izuku, who sat next to him, also had a bitter face. He didn't want to get selected. Achiko was sitting next to him, giggling nervously. Sorry for voting for you, Izuku-san. If I knew you didn't want the job, I would definitely not vote for you. It's alright now, although I feel like Ida would do a much better job at it than me. It's a shame we can't switch. Hearing his words, Ida's expression lightened up but he shook his head afterward. Thank you for your compliment, but you earned the role yourself. People trust you more than they trust me. I am sorry if I offended you, but I voted for you as well. He resumed eating while being lost in thought. What? Why would you vote for me? Didn't you hate me at the beginning for slapping you? Izuku couldn't understand. You misunderstand. That small formality is a thing of the past, people including me, see you as a capable person, and that's about it. Izuku nodded and resumed his meal. He bought a muffin because he felt like he deserved something sweet after a long time. I am so gonna enjoy this muffin after I finish eating my lunch. I can't wait. Next to the three sat Katsuro, Momo and Itsuka. That's what you get for being an extra, 4 eyes, Katsuro stated as she munched on her very spicy burger. The poor Ida slumped into his seat even harder and felt like shit. Now Kaken, he is your future classmate, so behave. The still annoyed Izuku grumbled. Every time he thought about his role it made him a bit pissed. Yes, Kaken, be good and listen to Aizu. To become the #1 hero you always wanted to be, you need to train your impulsive personality as well. Itsuka chimed in. Whatever, Katsuro turned her gaze away from them and finished her burger. Momo stared at the green-haired teen with curiosity. She didn't expect that she will be the vice president, but apparently, 4 people voted for her. She has also voted for him to be the president, but she was afraid to tell him about it. She didn't want him to be mad at her. Now, Izuku-san, don't be grumpy. I think that getting the role of class rep is amazing. Especially in the short time we have known each other. Achiko said with a hint of awe and joy. Momo nodded in agreement and congratulated the annoyed teen in front of her as well. Thanks. Izuku really hoped to God this day wouldn't get any worse. But deep down in his bones, he felt that pain was coming his way. Warning. Warning. Security level 3 has been breached. Please evacuate immediately. I repeat. Please evacuate immediately. Mechanical sirens blared and echoed throughout the entire dining room. Everything went into chaos in a few seconds. Plates, tables, chairs and even people were trampled under the feet of the panicking students. Everyone rushed towards the exit while using any means necessary. Go bring All Might out here. He has gotta be in here. As we told you before, he is off duty. Present Mike replied to the annoying press. He hated the press just as his childhood friend Aizawa did, but his hate for them was only the second after Endeavor. Please. Call him. Just a single word from him and we will go away. Yeah right, you would just want another statement from him after you ask the first one out and so on. Aizawa was trying to make sure none of the reporters could get into students living and studying quarters. Yo, this is already crossing from illegal trespassing into villainy. Is it okay to cripple them now? Present Mike asked, feeling really irritated from this whole ordeal. Don't bother Mike. You know the press, they will just mix the truth to make us look even worse than we already do. We don't have power here, unfortunately. Just wait for the police. Gah. One of the reporters threw a stone at them and hit Aizawa's face. Let us in you, hobo. Aizawa tried to control himself not to blow up, but Present Mike was different. This is getting out of control. These are not people but animals. He felt really angry seeing how his friend was treated. Let me blast them away. The Present Mike was about to shout with his quirk but was, once again, interrupted by Aizawa. Look, the police is finally here. Drop the issue, Mike. Thank you, but I don't mind. I am used to it. As the shadow hero of the Hero Association, he has seen more than enough. Something like this was nothing. Ah, for fuck's sake. Izuku looked through the window and noticed that it was just some reporters. He sat back down and finished his meal. While everyone around him was on edge, he was ready to eat his muffin. That was until someone hit his shoulder while running around him and made him drop the muffin on the ground. He stared at the fallen muffin in disbelief. Izu? You okay? Itsuka noticed what happened and wanted to laugh until she noticed his expression. He slowly rose up from his seat with an expression devoid of emotions. He looked back down at the fallen muffin and his face twisted in rage. Ow ow. Quit pushing. Lay off or I will fall. The students were still pushing and trying to get to the exit, unaware of what was happening behind them. Katsuro looked through the window and noticed that it was just a band of random reporters and they didn't have to worry about a thing. It's just a bunch of weirdos. What should we do? Oh no. Itsuka muttered. What is it, Itsu? Izuku took a deep breath. It's been a while since he was genuinely mad. Silence, a single empowered word echoed through the entire complex, silencing and stopping everyone's movement. The word was absolute and every person that heard it would find themselves unable to move or speak even if they wanted to. He obviously used his Ajin shout, something he hadn't used in a long time. As he walked forward, step by step, other students couldn't help but sweat. He stood in front of the exit doors and faced everyone. Now that you as the bunch of apes have finally quieted down, listen. There is nothing to worry about. It's just a bunch of stupid reporters outside. Just take a look out of the window. They would if they could. You as the future heroes should be ready at any moment. Panicking like this will be a mistake that will cause some lives to be lost in the future. Right now, you are all rejects. He walked up to the food counter and took another muffin from the menu, leaving behind money on the counter. Without saying anything else, he left the building while munching on the muffin. 30 seconds later, everyone could move again. This didn't make them forget the terror they felt when their limbs couldn't move and they were completely at his mercy. What a scary quirk. Yeah, he will become one of the best. This is a perfect tool to capture multiple villains with ease. Amazing, but I don't like his language, he was mean. Izuku's classmates on the other hand were even more surprised. What was that? Achiko murmured. Wasn't his quirk that weird space where he could put some things in? That was powerful, Ida stated. Silencing so many people at once and making sure they could all listen to what he has to say without being interrupted, truly an ability of a leader. I am glad I voted for him and I shall strive to be a leader one day. Itsuka locked her gaze with Katsuro and they both nodded. They didn't say anything about it, but they knew this was somehow connected to his quirk and that it was supposed to be his secret. But what they didn't understand, was why he revealed it in public like this. Maybe on the spur of rage? Or maybe on purpose so that the students know that there is a bigger fish here. Who knows? They definitely needed to talk to him about this later. Anyway, goodbye to you, girls, I shall be taking my leave. Ida bowed and exited the building. Bye Ida. Achiko waved him off. Ha, ha. And then there was Momo, who was squirming on her chair making suspicious sounds. Others looked at her with a hint of confusion. Achiko tapped on her shoulder and asked, Yaoyorozu-san, are you okay? Did someone injure you by an accident while everything was in chaos? Do you need to visit the recovery girl? No. But, he was so overbearing, I think I kinda liked it. Momo mumbled while gripping both of her thighs with her hands. She could feel that she was slightly aroused from the authority of his voice. Her face was rosy with a faint blush on her cheeks. Her mouth was slightly open, breathing heavily. Do you guys think I could ask him to shout at me like this again? Is that a weird question to ask? Hiatus dropped.